Easy Watchdog and Brownie Boy here too. Wishing merry holidays, hey to you. With a bone in his mouth so sly, twinkle of hog hunting in his eye. Merry Christmas, let's laugh and cheer. From Busy Watchdog and Brownie dear. Through the snow they're running wild, spreading joy that can't be riled. Brownie Boy with a wag of his tail, Beezy's bark echoing its own trail. In the frosty air, let's dance and shout. They bring the magic, there's no doubt. Merry Christmas, let's laugh and cheer. From Busy Watchdog and Brownie dear. Through the snow they're running wild, spreading joy that can't be riled. Under the tree with lights so bright, two friends make this season right. With a howl and a gleam in their eyes, every wish on this night flies. Sniffing out the gifts with their charm, keeping all the cheer safe from harm. Wrapped in warmth of fur and fun, with BZ and Brownie joys begun.
And hello, good evening, good afternoon. Hang on a second, I forgot to do something. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning, I guess. I don't know what time of the day it is. I never know what time it is. But anyways, I was waiting on Carolina to pop in. We were going to be talking about Texas criminal court proceedings because I had to call the court this morning and find some stuff out. And Carolina's already been through it, so it's kind of why I wanted Carolina to kind of explain her process where she went pro se. But I'm actually reading this right here. Let's do this real quick. Hang on. Share, present, share screen. This 1,600-page document right here that I'm reading, trying to get familiar with the court process as I'll be representing myself in court. But this first court hearing, I mean, according to this, it's just a formal plea of not guilty or, yep, Carolina Fort Worth. She's supposed to be coming in. I just got off the phone with her. That's why it took me a minute or two to start the live streams, because she called me right when I was going to hit the start button. So I don't know where she's at. I emailed her the StreamYard link, but she's on her own program, so I don't know when she'll be in here. But anyways, I'm going to be going back to auditing this week, guys. New Year's Eve, I'm going to be out there. This Friday, actually tomorrow night, I'm going to be out there, probably going back to the Stockyards area. So I will be doing some things. So I just want to say I'm gonna say hello to everybody while I'm waiting on her. I'll give her a few minutes to get in here. I got Letso TVO, Juggalasses, Dubwubs, Will J Rockstar, King Bluto, Rami, Wild Journey, Nation Free Press. And if you haven't subscribed to her channel, go subscribe. She's kind of new, but She's doing some stuff and getting with some stuff, so I can't really talk about her stuff right now. But go over and hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't done so. Help her get to 50 subscribers, so at least she can go live anytime she runs into a problem in the future. Jeff hates pigs. Jeff hates pigs. 7 full 777. Just Willie. Let's see who else we got. I'm trying to see if there's anybody else here besides Bot RX and Nightbot, because you guys like to have fun with that. So, but anyways, guys, before I get into it, I'm just, like I said, I'm waiting for Carolina. A few minutes. She doesn't come in here. You guys can always help me out. I got the Cash App, the PayPal, the Venmo, the GoFundMe, and buymeacoffee.com to help me out. Keep me going, guys, because things are going to get lively starting right here at the first of the year. A few more days. It's going to be crazy, but I'm going to get to it. I'm going to be back out there doing what I did in the very beginning, as I always do. So, well, if they're not going to get to it, okay, so I don't know where she's at. But anyways, so I'm doing all this pro se, doing this by myself, no attorney. And so I've entered into is this the paperwork right here? Oh, wrong one. So on my citation in Texas, you get a little citation, just like so, or arrest. With a citation like this is a municipal court. So what happens is you got 21 days to respond or show up and plead out what you intend to do. I pled not guilty, filed my motions with the court, and then they come back with a court date like they have on January 7th at 10:30 a.m. Now, this is a meeting with the prosecutor to discuss whether I want to take a plea deal, which I'm not. I'm just going to plead not guilty and enter into a formal plea, which would be not guilty. And then at that point, we can go from there. I believe once we do that, then it's reset for like 30 days. So I have time to get my discovery, review my discovery, and all that other such. And then turn around, and whenever the trial's set, typically it's about 60 days out. So in Carolina's case, she got arrested June 23rd. She went to court, had her arraignment, and then I think like 30 days later, she represented herself pro se, trying to get the discovery. They tried to make a deal with her. That didn't work. And then 30 days later, so that would have put us like end of July, beginning of August. And then I believe she ended up retaining counsel and then getting discovery, which was August. I think it was like September, October sometime. And then they went ahead and, now keep in mind, county court moves a little slower because it got a lot more cases. And then basically she went to pretrial, got the discovery, got to prepare for a case, and then her trial happened on, I believe it was December 8th or 7th or something. Hey, Ghost Man, what's up? So that's kind of what I'm going into here. I'm doing some research. If anybody knows about the Texas criminal courts, she said she was coming on, and then I think she flaked out on me. I don't know. Carolina was supposed to come up here, but Carolina's Carolina. I can't control her. She might have flaked on me again. But I'm not the only person facing pro se stuff by their own. I don't know if you guys watch Travis Hines. He's not in Texas. He's in Louisiana, which is similar proceedings. Not exactly. But where did I see that? Travis Hines. Let's go. I just want to show you guys a little bit of Travis before I get in here real quick. Because this guy's facing a lot of stuff. I mean, he's been facing stuff for God only knows. So this is kind of.
All right, I got this email from Goldweems asking me to like they're imploring for me to fully answer their discovery questions. So I told them that I can discuss some of the questions, and they've got back with me on that. So I sued them, and then I sued the library, and they're focused on the $300,000 lawsuit, the financial part of it the most, and talking about sanctions if I don't respond. So I sued them, and it took about 3 weeks for them to answer. Then on the day that I submitted my discovery request, they submitted a discovery request themselves, which I responded to within about 4 days. And now today, on Christmas Eve, they are asking, they're doing like a compelling motion, but in the process of civil lawsuits, they can amicably try to resolve the discovery. That doesn't happen on the criminal side. The prosecutor will just flat out refuse to talk to you. But when it's a plaintiff and defendant, then there's a provision in the statutes about amicably resolving the discovery issue, and how if it's not resolved, then they'll motion for sanctions in some way. And I've responded pretty quickly, but apparently I have 2 weeks or 15 days to respond to their discovery motion, and apparently they have 30 days as a defendant. They're given more time to respond. So already on the same day that it was submitted, maybe like the 10th or so, they still have till January, early mid part of January to respond. If they do, I don't know how they're going to work it. And I had 2 weeks, so they can already jump in on motion to compel. And it's just a way to bring, there's just something to bring forward before the court to make me look bad for the hearing that's coming up on January 17th. So not only have they moved to have my lawsuit against the library dismissed on the grounds that it's untimely, that there's a time bar to it, because a lifetime ban has a time bar, they argue, in their ridiculous way. But also they have information they want to know, which is, it seems to be a lot focused on money, on my loss and money. Okay, so that's what they want to focus on, because I mean, it makes them money to focus on the things that are not important. Okay, so I got Google Gemini to summarize this, and I don't know, I could just show it, I suppose. Google Gemini summary. So it's let's see, this email is from opposing counsel in your lawsuits against the Natchitoches Parish Library, outlines several, why isn't this moving, deficiencies in your responses. So they're telling me I'm deficient, and they're going to sanction me for that. Essentially, they are saying you haven't adequately provided information they deem necessary to defend their case, because they need to know how much money I make when I ask for $300,000 as part of the lawsuit, and I asked punitive damages, but they've also made arguments that a government entity cannot be required to pay punitive damages. I need to look into that more. I'm not actually too familiar with all that works. Here's a breakdown of what they want and what you need to consider. The financial information, what they want. My computer's acting up. Documentation supporting your claim for $300,000. Okay. Request for production. This is likely includes
Now, just keep in mind, guys, why I'm listening to Travis, because I haven't listened to this video yet, because he's doing all this pro se with Chat GPT and stuff like that. I'm over here actually researching the 1,656-page Texas Court of Criminal Procedures. That way I know what to expect and I'm prepared before I go into court, at least as much as I can be. So, but if anybody's been through this process, that's why I was hoping Carolina was going to come up here, because she's been through this. She started out pro se, then she ended up with an attorney, but she ended up with county court, where I'm only facing municipal, a fine of a $500 fine. But still, I still think that, I mean, this is ridiculous. So on why I'm having to go to court to begin with. So I'm hoping we get there and they just throw out the motion to dismiss, especially since the cop lied on the police report, and the other cop had no grounds to put his hands on me when he was telling me to leave anyways. And all they had to do was give me the CAD number, and I could have happily complied. But and unfortunately, Fort Worth PD always wants to escalate stuff. They never want to just de-escalate like what's in their policy and be decent human beings. They just want to be punks and escalate stuff. So that's why I'm dealing with what I'm dealing. This is why Travis is dealing with him. He's dealing. Carolina had to deal with what she's dealing with. Mata had to deal with what he's dealing with. So, anyways, I'll get back into the video so I don't bore you guys with my 2 cents.
Tax returns, income statements. Yeah, my computer is acting up here. Negotiate. If you're uncomfortable disclosing everything, consider negotiating the scope of the request. So that's what this December 30th suggested date, even though it's just only a date suggested. We don't even have, he didn't recommend how to talk on December 30th or even what time to talk. Object. If you believe the requests are overly broad, then you let the judge decide. So it comes down to that criminal history, if I have any sex offender registries, and I told them that I object to that question. But I mean, I don't have anything. Provide the information, be honest. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm trying to go up. I need to restart this to get this to work properly. It does it every so often. This computer. I can't just scroll up on the outs. There we go. All right, object. You can object if it's irrelevant to the case or designed to harass you. Okay, now I want to go down to look at that again. Object to the sex offendery. See, it's I think designed to harass me. So I would create, if we're gonna have that conference on the 30th, I'll make up some arguments discussing how I think this is a harassment technique by them. And of course, why not? They get paid by the hour. I don't. The city's paying them to waste their time. If you can object if you believe the requests are irrelevant to the case. Yeah, I don't see how a sex offender registry is relevant to the case, honestly. It's not like they've discovered a sex offender here. Prior injuries, let's see. They want to know about prior lawsuits, which I have none. I think I told them that I object to the question. Provide information. Yeah, I've never sued anybody before. I'm just trying to get back in the library, and they want to focus on things that are not that important to me. Social media activity, because getting back in the library really it's important to know about all your social media when you're just trying to use the library again. They have to know your social media, because their defense is going to be about social media, and they want it straight from me instead of looking me up on the internet. So it's stuff to discuss and see how what their mind frame is on this. I think it's just they're just trying to make as much by the hour from the city as they can to waste their time. And I mean, the city don't care either. The library don't care. They sound like they're really focused on keeping me out. What they want, identification. They want my driver's license. And see, that's the thing. I question why that's important. My driver's license has nothing to do with this. There was no driving infraction. Other lawsuits, banned from other libraries. I said I was permanently banned from Williston, North Dakota Library during COVID. And I thought I put that in there, but apparently they think that maybe I didn't put it in there. I'm pretty sure I did. Maybe they think that I didn't give enough information about that ban. Refusal to identify to police. Admit or deny if you refuse to provide ID to police at the library. And I mean, that's a simple answer. I mean, I'm being put on trial twice, apparently as a plaintiff and a defendant. I'm being put on trial for both about the law. Obstruction statute. One gives me jail time, one other gives me sanctions. Obstruction statute makes it a crime to refuse to identify, request for admission. You know, I kind of forget my answer to that. It was kind of a while ago. So they just kind of they throw out a date. They've scheduled a discovery conference for the 30th. But they just don't put a time. They don't put a place. I actually emailed them back and asked for more detail on what they're thinking on that. Just throwing out a date sounds kind of weird. And this is below my email response. I just kind of had ChatGPT make a response for me. But yeah, I got to restart this tablet again. It really screws up. So that's, yeah, I'm just responding, and that's it. It's at that phase, but I mean, the hearing, we'll have more to discuss with this discovery conference. We'll have more to discuss at the January 17th hearing. So I'm going to stop it here.
Okay, so he's done with that one. Let's see. And now he's talking about, so he's got city court. Okay, his courthouse daily docket is not public information. So let's see. Now he says right here that the unfortunate First Amendment auditors are seeing a downfall or restructure. So why I'm looking this up on, I'm still, by the way, I'm still looking up oops, shit, hit the wrong button. Sorry, guys. Hang on a second. Share screen. I'm going through 1,600 pages currently right now to look for this, to kind of go through and give you guys a rundown why I got Travis Hines talking about his case in Louisiana, which is just next door to Texas. Now, those procedures might vary slightly, but he's still facing city court like I'm facing city court. But those procedures are usually very similar to procedures. But now he's also talking about how we're going to probably see a downfall because of the way that we're, or I don't know. I haven't seen this video, but I'm kind of curious. He just launched this 5 days ago. So for those who've seen it, I'm sorry. For those who haven't seen it, whoa, wait a second. Hang on a second. Hang on. We got something else going on.
Ordered me into custody. The jail says that I was held for 30 hours on your order. You say it wasn't your order.
You keep telling me you've seen all of these.
There's Lane Myers right now.
I have them all with me in my backpack at all times. I have all orders. So why did he show up then?
So he's talking. So you got Lane Myers talking about his case or whatever's going on with him. He's got 400 some people watching. So I figured he just went live like 45 minutes ago, which I've only been live 30 minutes. So we might as well.
Issued on the 5th. Watch, December. I got all of them sent to me by the Justice Court. Sorry, this is my, there it is. Here we go. JP customer service. So there's the ones. All right. So here, which specific one? Because the one, because I have them all. Literally, I have every motion, every order. Here's the order. Is this one signed by Judge Ball? No, this is Judge Landau. Right here, JP9. This is the order of the reassignment. Okay, right here. They got a bunch of them. Which specific one are you trying to? Here's one signed by you right here. Alexander Ball. Here's the one.
There's other ones.
It says found defendant contempt. So which one do you want to see? The one after this? Okay, here's this one. This one is by you. This one is by you. Pursuant to administrative order, because defendant has more than one case, it is ordered in the interest of justice, refer to administration and transfer the case to judicial in the earliest case. All future orders will be forthcoming from the assigned judge. You want you're saying a different one, another one?
Interesting.
This one is from Wilson. This is the defendant was held in contempt by Judge Ball, who now has a conflict what was based on what happened in court. Defendant needs to be seen as soon as possible on the calendar as he is currently being held without bond, and a release decision will need to be made. And so so which one of those orders? Because if I'm being held without bond on your order, this is from Cornejo, letting me out. So, but my question is to me, if you read the court order, because court documents are not surplusage, if you read the court order, you said you were transferring the contempt to another judge. You could still be the judge in the original case. Huh?
As far as I have to get back to film.
It's all good, bro.
Hey, I seriously hope you get to the bottom of it.
I will. Oh, I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. And in the common language, when you get taken somewhere for 30 hours without bond, that's kidnapping. That's the common language, and the courts are the common language. And and it comes down to the website. My wife worked with you at federal court. Okay, my wife was a law clerk for Judge Marquez and Judge Martinez, right over there. You do not have. She would never tell anybody you have judicial experience. Now we could get into the semantics of judicial experience, all that shit. All this comes back to, if you thought there was a conflict, why did you come to court that day and have a speech and just recuse yourself? But we can't really be talking about all that. But you know what I'm saying? I wish you the best.
Back now? Hi, Lane. I'm Tracy.
Nice to meet you.
Girl's camera. Nice to meet you, Dove. What that pro say? What was that idiot say? He needs a haircut.
He tried saying that it wasn't him.
Whatever.
He's trying to say that it wasn't him that took me to jail or whatever, or the reason I took to jail or whatever. But he clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Because you took me for contempt, but you can't even go for contempt.
Not for contempt.
No.
Good, brother.
I parked so close to that freaking courthouse, and now I ran all the way freaking over here to make sure you didn't go to jail.
No, I would never do. I'm surprised they.
Well.
Oh, hey.
Judge, you never
So,
know.
so here's what he said on my live stream. Y'all ready for this?
Yes.
He said that he was getting death threats, and he had to send them to the FBI. That's why he sued Mark Kelly.
Stop.
He just said that live on my live stream.
Wow.
And I said, well, I'm friends with the FBI. I'm going to call him.
Did backpedal?
I was like, if I'm not friends with them, but I'm saying I'll go over there and ask him, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, oh, don't say that you told the FBI, because I'll actually go over there and ask him if you told him that.
So
It's the old, oh, I was getting death threats. So why would Mark Kelly?
Have anything to do with that?
Why,
Yeah, because he posted a video or something. Or?
why would Mark Kelly have anything to do with him getting? So he was saying that the reason he wanted the video taken down is because he was getting death threats, right? But I got all my videos up. I'm saying he's kidnapping me to his face.
Yeah.
You did.
I literally just walked from over there to over here, explaining to him how he kidnapped me. You know what I'm saying? He just literally, I'm surprised they even let us walk together.
Every buddy tells me that, yeah, man, that doesn't look good. That's, you know what I mean?
In the common language, I was kidnapped,
Yeah,
right?
common language.
The language of the common man.
If there's no statute for a person that, what is it? What the fuck is it? Court, contempt of court, or what is what's it
Contempt of court.
You can't even go to jail for that.
That's what I was explaining to him.
called? You can't go.
Okay, so he's just talking about he's just running. I'd rather listen.
All right,
to
I find it interesting to watch the troll channels try to virtue signal the downfall of First Amendment amendment like videos, audit videos, and they're making various arguments about the downfall. And I mean, I gotta admit, I watched Lucid's Lair. She just put out a video 5 days ago, and she made a bit of a short like proposition why this downfall is happening, and gave some years and some kind of some loose reasons. She says that the year happened after 2020, and it's just boring. It's boring to watch First Amendment auditors because it's all repetitive. So people lose interest. There's not many subscribers to this form of entertainment. It's not really activism. People have made various attempts at the activism, but she's saying it's all for the money. and you know, I think her viewpoint is very narrow when it comes to this downfall, and it is a downfall for some people. It's not that way for everybody. Maybe there's stagnation, there's downfall. Yeah, there's people. Most of the First Amendment auditor channel style stuff doesn't get 1 million subscribers and many views. It's something that anybody can do for entertainment. But asserting your rights, I mean, she says it's a repetitive action that's done over and over again. And once you've seen one video, you've seen them all. But it really helps other people with learning the process and being reminded of it, because you can kind of forget how to assert your own rights when a cop does give you a hard time on the streets. And to practice watching other videos here and there and do it in slightly different ways or very different ways, you learn. Learning can take a lot of repetition, and if you watch a lot of videos, then you'll be very practiced. I think that a lot of these First Amendment auditors have gotten better over the years. They've learned what arguments work, what arguments don't. They learn the types of responses you'll normally get, and learn to avoid saying certain things on camera, and improve upon what you are saying. Okay, it's really, it takes a lot of practice, because you're in the heat of the moment when you got aggressive watching you and making demands, whether they're cops or building managers or whatever. And people need that practice. It's not something that's it's a downfall. I think Lucid's Lair was a former government employee who's a little angry about maybe losing her job or something, and that's maybe what it is. Maybe maybe she had a family member who lost their job. Maybe cop's wife and her husband cop lost his job or something, and she might be angry about it. So now she's taking her anti-activism measures and using other people's content to criticize them. So there's protesters and there's counter protesters. This type of First Amendment audit movement has gone to the extreme in some cases, but not always. It's going in all kinds of different directions, but I mean the theme is there, even though the audience might not be large. I mean, you ignore it. Imagine taking the all First Amendment audit videos off of the internet. What would happen? People will start forgetting what to do. That communication loop just ends, and you'll start seeing a rise in police misbehavior. Okay, there needs to be a pushback. If there's no pushback, then the police push even further.
Gabriel Griffin, how are you doing, buddy? And do you think the thin blue line flag divides us? Yes, I do. They shouldn't be taking any sides. They shouldn't be taking their own side. They shouldn't be taking the criminal side, the suspect, the person that's a witness. They shouldn't be taking. They're supposed to be completely 100% neutral, non-biased, and go based on not opinion or hunches, but on facts. So, but yes, that blue line flag instead of the red, white, and blue. Yes. Yes. And the police do worship that. Now, there are some cops that don't wear it. But yes, there you go, Rami. Cops worship their paychecks. There you go. That's exactly it, man. That's exactly it.
Past the boundaries of your rights. So it's not something that's going to go away, but it is something that YouTube can control the content.
And to answer your question, when a cop wants to actually intervene and stop somebody from doing what they're not supposed to be doing, then that's a good cop. Okay, I think cops should intervene and get rid of the bad ones that are on their department, so they don't look bad themselves. If you talk about all these bad apples, do something about the bad apples. You can catch it better than we can, so do something about it. Don't protect the bad apples and keep them in your basket. Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
Content of, and this is where I become suspicious about intentions. There's politics involved. Okay, there's the trolls are not unaffected. First Amendment auditors are not unaffected. The politics of the times, on a large scale and and with local government, small scale, federal government, large scale, small scale, worldly, even outside of the U.S. There's influence from other countries, maybe even aliens at times with the drones flying over New Jersey or something. But yeah, there's a politics and a shift in leadership priorities. And Lucid Layer said about 2020 is when she thinks that there's been a downfall on First Amendment auditors, just as a general statement. And I say that, I looked at when Susan Wojcicki, who used to run YouTube, she departed about early 2023. And I kind of blame her leaving as maybe part of the problem on priorities at YouTube. I think that
Thanks for subscribing, Gabriel. And I'm always going to tell you the truth. I'm always going to give you my opinion. I don't think all cops are bad. I just think that there's a very few that are very, very few that are decent. I'm using the word decent, not good, but decent human beings, not cops. Okay. But those are rare to find because everybody jumps in line like a little lemming, like Rami said. It's about their checks at the end of the day. The bad apples are the one dividing the cops between the people. It's the bad cops. I'm not anti-cop. I'm only anti-bad cop. I'm anti-pro America. I'm anti-pro good cop. But find me an actual good cop. I think I've maybe only found one, but I mean, they're all good until they do something bad, right? But the problem is you gotta catch them in the act. You shouldn't have to be sitting there worrying about filming them, make sure they don't do it. They should be doing the right thing at all times. They should have integrity. They should be held to a higher standard. They're wearing that uniform. They're wearing that badge. They're wearing that gun. They can take someone's life and liberty and property away. They need to be held to a higher standard, not hide behind qualified immunity. You know, I was in the Marine Corps. Guess what? We're held to a higher standard. We don't get to hide behind no qualified immunity. So it's just anti-bad cops. I've shown a few good cops, at least on camera on my channel, but most of them are all bad because they don't like cameras. It's because people that don't like cameras are usually dirty.
She likely was into the First Amendment auditor stuff. I think that she liked freedom. I think she was about that. She's dead now, unfortunate, but she left YouTube and then had her passed away. And new leadership came in and new priorities, and I think they've decided to go in a different direction for what they consider popular on YouTube, and I'm not sure what that is. It's not exactly always clear what's going to be popular, but there's a change in the YouTube leadership. Okay, where else do we go? Facebook, we got that. Other platforms, Truth Social, which I'm still looking into. I don't know too much about that one, but also I've seen that there's just been a huge rise in the popularity of body cam videos and courtroom videos. I enjoy watching them. Okay, I mean, the way these people put them together, and who cares what their names are, like Midwest Safety or something. They're just popping up all over the place. All these guys are just regurgitating the police body cam videos and the courtroom antic videos. It's like, I find it interesting that A&E, the popular TV channel, I think it's A&E, they can't seem to get a strong foothold in the entertainment. They can't get a strong entertainment foothold in the niche of courtroom drama, or like cops, like the on the street police drama, because everybody can get access to the body cams. The cops don't exactly need somebody running around behind them with a camera. Now we get a lot of pretty much the same kind of entertainment with the police body cams, and just you make a public records request. If you hear of some interesting situation that happened, get a public records request and get that video, and then put it up on your YouTube channel and profit. And it might be that some police stations are posting their own body cams of situations that have occurred. I don't know. That's getting hundreds of thousands of views. The body cam stuff, the First Amendment auditing, not so much. And there's different factors involved, from leadership and the viewers, whatever they prefer. I think I tend to watch more police body cams than I do First Amendment audit stuff. So there's that. There's, I guess First Amendment auditing stuff is a little repetitive, but I need that repetition because, the cops still approach you in the same way. So people, trolls might argue that it's repetitive on the cameraman's parts, but the police are very repetitive as well. They want to see your ID. What are you doing here? And you're being detained. And well, we gotta ask you these questions and all this. The same stuff. A lot of it is very similar, and but it's constantly always happening, and you want to be prepared for it. You want to be aware it's happening. So having all these videos at least being allowed onto the platform of YouTube helps keep the education continuing on, even for the new people. And the new people coming up, who are new to this type of activism, they're learning from people who have learned from past people, and they're learning advanced techniques, and it's very helpful. I look forward to when AI is going to really get in there and make conversation with the cops. That will be great. I mean, people have tried all kinds of different techniques. Try something that's really gonna rattle the cops, because I mean, playing with AI, personally playing with AI, with either Google Gemini or ChatGPT, I can tell it to just be a prosecutor. I could tell it to be my defense attorney. I could just turn on ChatGPT, and apparently you can call 1-800-ChatGPT. So you could put the ChatGPT right on speakerphone. If you don't have access to the internet, you could get on your phone, call 1-800-ChatGPT, and then say, ChatGPT, you're my lawyer. I got these cops here. Help me out. And put them on speakerphone and go at it that way. Things are definitely changing, whether you make good videos or boring videos or not. I mean, you might want to think about other ways to make money anyway, because the way these technological visionaries are talking is they're making it sound like apps are going to be a thing of the past. YouTube is an app, okay? So there's a very good chance YouTube is going to be a thing of the past, okay? And somehow controlled by AI agents, and people get access to videos in different ways, not through apps. How is that going to work? Can you envision how that structure is going to change? But yeah, either way, I mean, with all this repetitive stuff, it's great. It's great for the AI learning process. It learns what the best techniques are, your best defense techniques. But it also learns what the best offense techniques are for the cops, for the prosecutors. The prosecutors can learn how to try to use different ways to trample your rights, like, oh, this is for my safety, things that work. Oh, that's a kid over there, now you're in trouble. Whatever, you got a camera and there's a kid 100 yards away, now you're in trouble. There's just these statements that they can make that just are repetitive on their own. But I mean, people, what do people have to say as a counter argument to that? It's to make you look bad, whether you have a good counter argument or not. It's just the smear campaign is there, and it can be hard to overcome depending on the type of audience that is receptive to what the messenger has to say. So I'm just making this, and I think that's all I have to say here.
Now, like I said, that was just talking about First Amendment auditors and what may be coming, but this one here he's talking about his court trial.
All right, I want to share some thoughts that I have. Oops. All right, I want to on my, and this will be if I test walk, and I'm aware of that, and I need to be careful of that. I don't want them looking through my paperwork at my trial. So any breaks, I think I'll want to bring my paperwork with me. I don't want to leave any paperwork on the desk. That's the impression I have. That's this new way of approaching a city court trial, is safeguarding my paperwork. I need to prepare a thumb drive with all the documents, with all the videos, paper, audio, just all on a thumb drive. What I have right now so far is, I think, 6 gigabytes. And I think this courthouse, the city of Natchitoches courthouse, has improved, making it maybe easier to share evidence, pictures, video, audio on a big screen, bigger speakers. I want to make use of that. I don't have any experience. And that's what's concerning is, well, the first time the audio was bad, the video was small, but now it's improved. But I don't have any experience.
John James, are you sure? What, are you a lawyer, or have you been in court before? And have you been in court? Or you just what are you doing? Talk to us. Since you want to call him a moron, I think he's done pretty good for what he's been thrown. I mean, he doesn't have money for a lawyer. I mean, talk to us. Tell us. I mean, I got the link right there. You wanna come up and talk? Waiting to see what you got for me. I had something written down. I'm trying to find it real quick. I'm just looking for it real quick. I've got all kinds of stuff written on Notepad here. Could have sworn it was somewhere towards the back. Look at that salt shaker, that $4.99 super gift. Appreciate you. No, it's not. I was letting him talk while I was looking at Texas Code of Criminal Procedures. I was digging through something. I mean, if you represented yourself pro se, I mean, come on up. Tell us about your experience. I don't care if it's in Texas or another state. I was going to go over Texas court proceedings, but this is like a 1,600-page document. I'm actually just trying to go through and find the stuff that I'm looking for. Just trying to see if this is my notepad that I had. I wrote down my list of witnesses. I got like 6 witnesses that I got to call in. I'm always doing something on this notepad, though. I'm reading it right now. Are you going to sit here and question that I'm reading it? I mean, I'm going through 1,600 pages. I mean, I've made it to page 271 before I took a break here just a second. So, have I read it? I haven't read the whole thing. I'm working on it. I got court January 7th. That's all I'm doing is reading it. Are you just coming in here just to sit here and bust balls, or are you actually coming in here to have a conversation? That's what I like to know. Are you coming in here to bust balls, or are you coming in here to have a conversation and be intellectual? Because I don't got time to monkey around with morons, as you so-called Travis. So, just asking that same question. Do you want to have that conversation? Or do you want to just be the way you are? That's all I'm going to say. Because I'm not trying to insult you. Heaven forbid I catch another disorderly conduct charge over the internet because somebody's feelings got hurt. Oh my God. Damn. Is it in that other notepad? Well, so I went to city court. Well, I got a city citation. That's how, depending on whether you get a citation or whether you go to jail, you know, you have your arraignment. Okay. My case, I went ahead and pled not guilty on my citation. I go to court January 7th. It's going to be enter into a formal plea. I've already filed up my motions. I may be filing more motions here. Once I get done reading this 1,600-page procedure, and that's to meet basically with the prosecutor to make a deal from what I was being told on the phone. And then at that point, once I enter into my plea, all my motions are heard. My motions are for dismissal, discovery, yada, yada, yada. Then we schedule a pretrial hearing where at that point I get all my discovery. We go through hearing, prepare for the case, set a court date, and then I have my trial. So, but yeah, that's how it's gonna go. So that's at least how it's gonna go from what I've been reading and from what I've been talking to, and the way that I saw Carolina and Fort Worth's case, and the way that Mata's case went. But on your trial date, man, they select the jury like that, and they start the trial. Say, what, did you spell that right? Yeah, that doesn't happen. No, that's not true. That's not true. You don't get to question those jurors until after it's during jury selection, man. That's a jury selection, bro. I've seen that happen. That's the day of your trial. In city or county, that's it, man. Because trust me, once the jury selection starts, trial starts. They don't wait. They don't hesitate. Yeah, but that's. But anyways, I'm gonna. Let's see. It's not that video of his. See, I had this pulled up earlier. Where was it? I think it was this one right here. Yeah, it's Fort Bend County.
We'll get started since we've got plenty to cover and only about 39. All right. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Briggs. I'm the assistant law librarian here at Fort Bend County Law Library. Now that we have at least one other participant, we'll get started since we got plenty to cover and only about 39 minutes. I'll kind of go. So this is Courthouse 2, and we're going to get right into it. This is kind of a continuation. Both of y'all were in the class last week, Courthouse 101, and this is a continuation of that class. Gets into a little more detail. So I'm going to I'll email you, of course, this PowerPoint a little later on today. So let me kind of jump in and get going on the PowerPoint and discuss what we have to discuss. Some of the things is similar to the last PowerPoint. A lot of the preparatory material here in the PowerPoint, I'll kind of jump through it. I talked about the law library last week, our establishment of the law library and what our function is, that we're not here to give legal advice, but we're here to help people handle their own legal affairs, and we're here to help attorneys with their cases as well, and provide legal resources in the form of information, be it statutes, anything in the books or on our legal databases. And obviously, we provide services here as well. We have computers and printers and so forth. Obviously, things are a little bit different given the current health crisis, so we're not fully open, but and I'll talk about that in just a minute. So let's kind of go through and get started on the Courthouse 102 material. This is a continuation where we get into a little more detail. Courthouse 101 sort of talk about the introduction to the courthouse, to civil litigation, being stages of a case of becoming involved in a lawsuit, either by filing a lawsuit or being brought into one, or as a defendant or a respondent or an interested party in, say, a estate and probate matter, something like that. So it was kind of an introduction in that part of civil litigation. Now we're going to get into a little more detail. Obviously, this is geared towards pro se folks, but it can, if any lawyers are on, then it's I think of interest to them as well. So what is litigation? Now you're in a case. It's going on. The case, you've filed a case or you've answered a case, you've made an appearance. What goes on in a case? Obviously, down the road, you're ultimately heading towards a trial or at least some type of final hearing, let's say maybe in a family law case or a probate matter. Obviously, there can be trials there as well. Civil litigation, personal suit or something like that. Those are definitely, you're looking towards a trial as the end point. But there's a lot of different steps that can happen before that. There's sort of some nomenclature that we'll get you familiar with. There's discovery, takes up a large portion of civil litigation, at least in my experience. Trial, usually it can vary from court to court, but a fairly sort of a standard deal would be a case takes about a year to get to trial. Let's say you file your case, it'll probably be about a year. It could be less, could be more. And different courts do things differently. Some courts will set your case for trial almost immediately. So say you file in July of 2020, the court might go ahead and set your case for trial in July of 2021. Other courts require you to specifically seek a trial setting and trial date. So it just depends on the court you're in. Obviously, I talked about in the last course, always look on your court's website for information about their procedures, about how they do things. It's very important to do that. There's lots of things you need to know to handle your own case, and that's what we're going to talk about today. And one of them is familiarize yourself with your court's procedures. That's a crucial thing. When I was practicing law, that's one of the first things I did. I got a copy of the court's local rules and their procedures, and I had a binder for every case, and I put that information right up front and tells you how to do things. That way, you're not stepping on your own toes and doing things improperly, and you're going to navigate the process much better. So, what's going on as you're getting ready for trial? Why the lag time? Why the year or several months before you go to trial? Because there's things to do. Some cases are more active or more detailed than others. Some cases are massively extensive. But let's just talk about the context really of maybe a personal injury lawsuit or something else. What are you going to be doing in that meantime? What are the steps? And these steps aren't, 1, 2, 3, 4, you finish one and go to the other. Some of them, there's some overlap between those steps. So discovery is simply what it says. You're discovering information about the case. You're obtaining information from the other side, and there's mechanisms in which you can do that. There's what's called written discovery. You can send out written questions and requests to the other side, asking them to answer questions, asking them to provide documents and other things that are relevant to exploring the case and putting on your case. Let's say I'm a defendant. I'm getting sued by someone who is sued me for a car wreck case. They, say I ran into them, and they're suing me for that, and they're saying they were physically injured by that. Underwent.
Well, John James, it sounds to me like you know about the charging instrument. So you're either like a lawyer, a cop, or some familiarity with the court system. But a charging instrument, they've got the complaint. I guess the ticket is a general complaint, but it's not your charging instrument. The charging instrument is going to be what is signed and notarized at the courthouse. So I still haven't gotten that yet. So I don't even know what the foundation is for the charges. But all I've got is disorderly conduct for language. Language is protected. Don't know what's illegal about that, but okay. But anyways, let's keep going.
Medical care for that. One of the things I'm going to do is obtain their medical records. It's an option to do if you want to explore their medical history and their particular medical care in relationship to the claims in the case. So that goes on. There's depositions can occur. That's sitting down, taking a deposition of a fact witness or of a party under oath. Maybe we'll take the plaintiff in that case off. They're suing me for the car wreck. Maybe my attorney would question them and ask questions relevant to the case, what they did, their injuries, all those sorts of things, the damages they're claiming. Then there's things such as hearings and motion practice. So while the case is going on, there might be issues that come up that need to be resolved by the.
No indictment. It's just a city municipal code for disorderly conduct. It's not even county. It's city. That's why I don't think that they really have any grounds to charge me. Because why didn't they just take me to county?
Court. One thing that kind of ties in here with discovery. Say I send some questions to the other side. They don't want to respond appropriately pursuant to the rules. Maybe I have to bring them into court and say, court, make them respond. And they have the right to do that. Obviously, most cases, just like in the criminal case world, most cases end up being resolved prior to trial. In the criminal cases, people take plea bargains or maybe they get dismissed. Same thing similarly in civil litigation. A lot of cases get resolved beforehand without going to trial. It's probably the majority of cases in some way, shape, or form where you make a settlement with the other side. Say like you're suing for you're claiming $100,000 in damages. Maybe ultimately you decide to settle the case for $50,000, something like that. So there's mechanisms in which to try and do that. There's sort of more formal things such as mediation, where the two parties use a intermediary to assist them in coming to a settlement agreement, or you can just do sort of informal settlement agreements between the parties and negotiations to do that. If those seem to be like they're not going to be successful, you might go forward with hearings and so forth leading up to trial. There's some hearings that might have to be had to discuss certain issues. Hold on one second. Okay, there's nobody waiting. There might be pretrial hearings on various issues leading up to trial. There's going to be things that you're going to need to file with the court and serve on the other side in advance of trial in a timely manner. There's the trial itself. There's a whole mechanism of that. There's then things can occur after trial. And like I said, this course is pretty, there's no way to teach all this in depth. It's to kind of apprise you of these various things, just to give you some knowledge. So, like I said, the focus of this course is somewhat of you're a party to the case. Now what? How do you even do all this sort of stuff? I mean, lawyers go to law school for 3 years, and that's just the beginning of their education as far as how they go about being a lawyer and doing their job. And so, pro se folks are sort of dumped in at the deep end. If you're truly going to proceed with your case and put your best foot forward, there's plenty of things you might end up needing to know to do so. So it's kind of where do we go from here? What do I do now? I'm here in the case. What do I do now? And that's, like I said, we have a lot of resources that will help you with the what do I do now part of it. It's pretty daunting. There's the devil's in the details oftentimes, and the lawyers are a little more familiar with all these details. And this course is kind of designed with a mind that maybe the other side, you're going up against somebody who has an attorney. And in general, not that you don't have wherewithal or intelligence, but you're going up against somebody who at least knows the details about things. As I will say, you'll see in this a slide that at the end, but I'll kind of talk about it now. Is I had a law professor who said, "You don't know what you don't know." So how do you even, you have no experience in this. How do you even know what you need to know? And this is a sort of trying to give you a little bit of a heads up on some of the things you don't know that might come into play here. And you don't know these things, and it's not out of ignorance. It's just, why would you ever know them? It's just like, why would you know about a certain medical procedure unless you're, facing it, and then you do your research on that. So this course doesn't concern criminal cases. Criminal practice, you're pretty much covered. You either hire your own attorney or one gets appointed for you if you can afford one. Unfortunately, that does not exist generally on the civil side of things. If you can't afford a lawyer, you're kind of on your own. Some people like it that way, but some people are dealing with it simply because they have to. Trying to put your best foot forward. I would remind you, if you do get sued for certain things, all of a sudden one day a process server or a deputy comes and knocks on your door and gives you a lawsuit. You've been sued for a car wreck, or somebody injured themselves at your home. The UPS guy tripped on your front walk. Don't forget, you probably generally have homeowners insurance or auto insurance, because you're required to. Make sure when you get sued, report that to your carrier. And typically, pursuant to your policy, you're covered. They're required to provide you a defense and indemnity payment for covered events. So, as I said on the last thing, and I won't belabor the point, take care of what you got to take care of. You got to respond to legal papers. You have to be active and proactive. Take care of things, as painful as it may be and time consuming. If you don't do these things, you're probably going to lose, or you're going to maybe have an unfavorable outcome at the very least. So, if you're stuck with representing yourself or choose to represent yourself, you got to do your best. And yeah, simple as that. So that's why we're here. We're here to help as much as possible. We're a place, even though I know the current thing, we're not currently open, but we're typically a place where you can come physically and work, use our resources. Even though we're pretty much closed, for the most part, we can still provide you assistance in the form of information. I can send you stuff. I can send you forms. I can send you statutes. I can send you information. So there's a lot to know. So you're going to be a lawyer. What all the things that lawyers deal with? What are all the things that you're going to be expected to abide by and know? In court, there's laws.
So just to give you guys an idea, okay, so I'm going to share the screen with you real quick. So this is the rules of the court in the city municipal court, okay? So this is all, copy these local rules are available in every courtroom, okay? So citation form, okay, so it just talks about conduct, dress code. So I've already made my appearance basically in writing at the clerk of the court to put in my not guilty thing. So for any case that are 60 days old, okay, that doesn't matter. Plea by defendant, a plea of guilty, not guilty or no contest will be filed with the clerk of the courts within 21 days following. Okay, so I've already done all that. All pleas not entered in open court must be in writing, which is what this was right here. Payment in full of case constitute a complete, a guilty or not, or no contest plea, no part. Okay, a timely plea of not guilty by a pro se defendant will result in a trial setting. So a timely plea of not guilty by a pro se will result in a trial setting. The defendant shall inform the court whether he desires a jury trial or a bench trial. I did trial jury on the form right there. The date of the postmark shall be deemed the date of the filing of any plea received by mail. Date of receipt by fax shall be date of the file. Okay. Quest for assistance. A party desiring services of an Okay. Okay. Don't need that. Rule 4. It is the responsibility of all persons with business before the court to A, determine the date, the time, location, nature of each setting of the case, and update or notify the court of any change of address to the defendant. Okay, so I've already done all that. Okay. Notice of the date, time, location, nature of each setting shall be given to the court to a pro se defendant in person or by mail at the last known address. Notice of the date, time, location, nature of each setting shall be given to the court to counsel for defendants in person, by mail, by email, or report directly to the last known address to the attorney. Verbal representations, reliance by any party upon verbal representation from any court staff or a police officer concerning any matter shall not be binding as grounds for continuance, setting aside a warrant, judgment, dismissal of any case. Complaint. A copy of the complaint will be made available to the defendant or counsel upon request. Okay. Well, I still haven't gotten that. So I haven't gotten a copy of the complaint. Okay. So that's something I need to write down. Now this is rules of the court. These aren't my rules. These are their rules. So let's write it down. Let's go by the numbers here. Bam. Copy of the complaint. Now, this is not a complaint. I mean, it's a general complaint, but it's not the copy of the actual formal complaint. So I haven't gotten a copy of the complaint. So 4.4 complaint. Now, I could have it, and according to the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures, I got to have it 1 day prior to going to any court proceedings. No, I still haven't gotten it dropped. I just got issued a court date the other day, Grateful Dabs. Yes, let's see. Petition equals complaint. Who does that? Yeah. So make sure you guys support me though. Cash App and PayPal are the two easiest ways to send me money if you guys want to help. Keep me going. I'm not working right now thanks to the trolls who got my full source of income taken out because of this issue. No shit. So then it's got motions. Let's see. Make sure you guys can still see here. Let me boost the screen up real quick so you guys can actually see this. Let's see if you guys. I didn't realize you guys couldn't see the screen. So that should be clear enough. Can you guys see that? Give me a 5x5 if you guys can read that on the screen. I just pumped it up to 150%. I didn't realize it was so tiny when I did that. So first things first is the complaint. That's their rule. 4.4. I still haven't gotten a copy of the complaint. Okay. So rule 5, motions for continuance required. Yeah, okay. I don't need motion for continuance. 5.1 code. Continuances are governed by chapter 29 of the criminal procedure. So definitely need to look at chapter 29 because that's come up twice. Chapter 29 of the TCCP. Each motion for continuance. Okay, emergency motions. Okay, I don't need motions for continuance. Motion for continuance to be presented to the court, which course can be the ruling on the motion. The court would be the discretion of the judge. Okay, denied motion. If a defendant's motion for continuance is denied, okay, that's a motion. Vacation, a motion to withdraw. Withdrawal without a hearing, withdrawal substitution, motions for okay. So affidavit, okay. So motions for discovery, okay. So 5.3.5 motions for discovery, pre-trial, trial, and post-trial motions. All other motions shall be filed with the okay. Now I've already done that. Okay. All pretrial motions shall be filed at least 14 days prior to trial date and responses thereto, and any shall be filed at least 7 days prior to the trial. If a pretrial motion has not been ruled on before a trial date, such motion shall be heard on the date of the trial. Each motion or response shall contain a certificate of service signed by the movant or respondent, indicate that a copy of such motion response has been served upon a proposing party, manner of service, and date of service. Okay, so let's see if we got any. Okay, so you guys can read that fine. Okay, good. Do you have a copy of your case file? No, I don't have a copy of anything. I haven't even gone to court yet. This is going to be my first court appearance. I talked to the court. This is where I got to meet with the prosecutor, since I'm representing myself. So I don't even have a judge assigned to this courtroom yet. I guess they rotate in and out, but we'll see. Let's see. Off docket procedures. Okay. So an off docket motion is any motion filed in a case not set on docket, in which case the attorney shall file the motion. Okay. Walk-in courts. Attorney pro se may require to see a judge on the walk-in. Okay, so attorney plea dockets, that's where I'm at right now. So the purpose of the attorney plea docket is to resolve cases prior to trial and to set for trial those cases that cannot be resolved. Attorneys will receive notice of their cases set by AVPT via crystal report. It should be emailed to the attorney approximately 3-4 weeks prior to the setting. It is the responsibility of the attorney to notify his client to inform the clients of any pending. Okay, so right now this is all right. I've asked for everything, man. Nobody's contacted me. You're not hearing, bro. My first court date is January 7th. So let me show you real quick, because you keep asking the same question, and I'm trying to show you that. Here, let me do this real quick. Let me share this tab with all of you guys so you guys can see this, okay? So this is defendants. Boom, look up my case. Right here. See, court set. It's a self-representative docket plea or plea docket. Okay, so all right, John James, you are getting very repetitive because I've already said this over and over and over. I have gone to the court. I have entered my plea this way. I filed my motions. Okay, I have now been waiting for a court date, so that way I can go and then go into court. So now that I have a court date, as this says right here, let me share the screen. Right there. Hang on a second. I was reading some other text on the screen. Okay, you guys should be able to see that right there. Self-represented defendant plea docket. That's what this is. It's a plea docket. It's the first time I'm having to appear in court. This is where the prosecutor is going to meet with me. Prosecutor is going to try to make a deal. This is where at this point, this is where my motions for discovery come into play. And I need to get all my discovery, my case file, my complaint, everything, body cam footage, everything. This is where my motion needs to be granted. Because if not, if I can't prepare for a trial, I can't set a trial date. So that's what that is right there. Okay. So you guys can see that. Now, if I want to plead guilty, that's my fine, $262. But that's right there. I'm not paying a $262 fine for something that is protected under the Constitution. This is extortion right here. Okay. So that's what that is right there. Anyways, back to what I was doing. Right here. So this is an attorney plea docket. That's what that is right there. Okay. It's an attorney plea docket because I am the attorney. I'm the pro se. Representing myself. So the purpose of the attorney plea docket is to resolve cases prior to trial. That's what that is. That's a case docket that I got to go to. Except for those cases that cannot be resolved, attorneys will receive notices of their cases set for APD, which is the attorney plea docket, via a crystal report, which shall be emailed to the attorney 3 to 4 weeks prior to setting. So attorneys will receive notice of their cases set for APD, which is attorney plea docket, which is what I'm going to. I never got the 3 to 4 weeks prior to the setting. It is responsibility of the attorney to notify his to inform the clients of any pending offer and to have the defendants present at the time and place the APD. Failure to defendant to appear, that's not going to happen because I will be there. Reset to APD. A case will not be reset to APD without a motion for continuance. So I obviously a good grounds for continuance is not having all my and Jim Dewitt, you're right. The prosecutor may dismiss the case. You know, we don't know we do not know what's going to happen at this point. This is my first setting in a court. So defendants did not receive an offer. Exceptions are cases for which defendants' attorneys did not receive an offer on the crystal report. These will include cases in which there is an outside witness that has not been interviewed by the prosecutor. Other cases must either be resolved at APD or set for trial. Any other exceptions will be determined by the judge calling the APD docket. No case will be set for a jury trial without an appearance by the attorney and the defendant at APD unless the defendant's appearance is specifically excused by the judge. So I can reset the APD for a continuance if for some reason these will include cases when outside witness is not. No case will be set for a jury trial without an appearance by the attorney and the defendant at the APD unless the defendant's appearance. Okay, so I'm going to write that down. Reset to APD. All right, so that's okay. I'm going back over here to read the comment. All right, nothing there. Go back over here. Go back. I'm reading the rules of the court at the municipal level, okay? So 8.1, docket order. Subject to discretion of the judge calling the docket, the order of cases actually proceeding to trial, whether bench trial or jury trial, shall be as follows. Preferential settings, cases set according to age, oldest first. Other circumstances determined by the court in the interest of justice. All cases not reached for trial and not otherwise disposed of on a docket will be noted at a court recess unless a reset was requested by a part. Okay, so preferential setting, to receive a preferential setting subject to the judge's approval. A party must meet with one of the following: reside more than 200 miles outside. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Have a conditioned illness. I'm good. Have an outside witness who has appeared at least one prior trial setting without the case been reached. So that's not it. Rules of the court. 8.3, defendant attendance. Every defendant shall be present at the call of every trial docket. That's his attorney has filed and be granted. Okay, so that's going to happen. I'm not going to be missing anything. Rule 9, juvenile proceedings and minors. Well, we can skip that because I'm not a minor. I'm not a juvenile. Rule 10, post-trial proceedings. Proceed demonstrate to the inherent complexity of appellate law to seriously consider. Okay, so if the defendant does not appeal the court's decision but claims indigency, the defendant may request an indigency hearing. At what hearing? Okay, so that's what we need right there. That's number 10. Rule 10, inability to pay fine. All right. And then indigency upon appeal. That's going to be right there. I'm just writing these things down that pertain to me. So what do we got here in the comment section? They break the rules and punish with more. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. So we got back to the rules of the court. Rule 11, severability in construction. Severability and therefore circumstance held uncomes. In any provision of these rules or the application thereof to any person or circumstances held invalid or unconstitutional, such invalidity or unconstitutionally shall not affect other provisions affecting these rules, which can give an effect without an invalid or constitutional provision or application. To this end, the provisions of the rules are severable. Okay, so ambiguity to civil cases, construction may constitute a large, diminished, modifier, alter the gender. Okay, so that doesn't pertain to me. Okay, so those are the rules of the court. Rules of the court. Now, citation information. All right, we'll go into the trial section here. So we'll go into the trial section. Pleading not guilty to a citation states that you wish to contest your case against the state. Yes. Okay, so marking not guilty on the back of your citation, choosing trial by judge or trial by jury, which is what I did. Okay, right there. Signing and dating the citation, which I did. Filling in correct address, which I did. Bring the citation to Mr. Mail to, which I did. So there isn't really much information on that. So let me get back into this real quick.
State the rules of civil procedure. There's procedures for each court, how they do things, protocols, proper formatting of legal documents. We kind of talked about it in the last one. How do you construct a basic motion, pleadings and so forth. There's objections if you're going to trial. What are some proper objections to things? What is the rules of evidence? How do you get evidence into into court? How do you, basically get items into what is called evidence so that the jury or the finder of fact, if it's the court, can consider them? That's a very important step. Maybe in some respects, I maybe say the most important. How do you get your evidence in? Because that is what the jury or the judge is going to decide the case on. And how do you overcome objections from the other side? We'll talk about it a little bit more. There's some things you might want to bring into evidence: photographs, medical records, bank records, things of that nature that could be very important. The people making the decisions need to know about. So how do you can't just say, hey, here's the bank records, I'm gonna set them on the desk and boom, they're in. No, they are not. You have to do things a certain way to get them to be legally cognizable as evidence in a case. So there's all these different things: the rules of civil procedure, the rules of evidence. And the rules of civil procedure, there's literally hundreds of rules about the minutia of things, of just how a civil case, what are the rules governing it, how you do things. The rules of evidence, we've all heard, watching, Matlock or Law and Order, you hear the objection, hearsay and stuff. That's part of the rules of evidence. There's the rules of evidence, and there's cases construing the rules of evidence. So there's all kinds of things. There's things that are hearsay. There's things that are accepted from the hearsay rule. There's things that, though they sound like they'd be hearsay, are not hearsay. It's just there's things you need to know and things you need to be aware of. The Civil Practice and Remedies Code contains several things that are important to civil litigation, such as the rules of venue and the rules of governing the statute of limitations, amongst other things. There's a thing called the pattern jury charges. When the finder of fact, the jury, is going to consider your case, what they're given is called a jury charge. Some of y'all have served on a jury, you know what I'm talking about. It's basically questions that are presented to the jury that they answer, and those answers will be how they render their verdict. So say in a typical negligence case, you would look at, the question would be, what persons, if any, were negligent in this case? And, they give you the definition of negligence and so forth. And so you put two people down, the plaintiff and the defendant, and then you say, if you answered yes to this question, was anybody negligent? Then you got to apprise negligence by a percentage. What percentage of negligence did the plaintiff have? What percentage of negligence did the defendant have? And how those questions are answered will determine what the verdict is. Ultimately, you'll get down to damages. If you found that the defendant was, in some respects, some percentage liable, what damages and the dollar amount for the various types of damages will you assess? And so, medical damages or pain and suffering or mental anguish or lost wages and so forth. So how those questions are answered, same thing in a criminal case. The jury charge is presented to the jury. It's determined by the court and the parties working together to set up that jury charge. The local rules, as I talked about, Fort Bend County District Courts in general have local rules, same with the county courts of law, and then you go to the particular rules for each court. And then some of the statutes that are going to come into play, the family code, if you're dealing with a family law case, the family code is crucial, as important as the rules of civil procedure, because it governs more substantive issues in the family code. The estates code, say if you're dealing with a probate matter, the estates code is going to come into play, of course. And that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Those are some of the heavy hitters of things you're going to be dealing with and are going to be important to working on your own case. And we have all those things here in many formats. We have them in books, we have them in databases and so forth. So they're readily accessible here in a variety of ways. So we talked about the courts of Fort Bend County last week a little bit, so I won't go into too much detail. We've got the district courts, and these are the trial level courts here. There's 3 different trial levels in Texas. The district courts, the county courts of law, and the JP courts. And some of the specific information, that differentiates these courts, I've included in these slides, and I'll be sending you this as well. The JP courts have some of their own particular rules in the rules of civil procedure because they do things a little bit differently than the other courts, such as just one particular issue that is interesting. So if you have a JP court case, you have a small claims case, you brought a $5,000 case against a contractor who you didn't complete the job or didn't do a good job on your house or something, and then say you lose, and as the plaintiff, it was a defense verdict, and you say, well, I want to appeal that. The appeal out of justice court, the JP courts, is a total do-over, trial de novo. I guess that means new, and that's in the county court of law. So it kind of starts over in the county court of law, and they redo the whole case. As always, and I mentioned here, and it just applies across the board, contained within these rules of civil procedure and, some of the courts on particular rules, are deadlines. There's always deadlines, and that's a big issue. It's for lawyers as well, the keeping track of all the deadlines. Say, your typical lawyer, might have dozens of cases on their docket that they deal with, and they might have a calendaring system that helps them keep up with all the various deadlines that are going to come into play. Generally, you're just going to be dealing with one case, but the deadlines are just as important, and can, in some respects, if you don't abide by them, can be pretty devastating at times. So just we'll skip through some of these things. It's just some general information about each of the courts. Like I said, go on each court's website. The information they have on there is very important. Some of their local rules, their pro se pleadings, checklists, and so forth, rules of practice for each court, just to help you navigate as best as possible, dealing with that particular court. Especially now, because we're dealing with COVID-19, probably a word you're sick of hearing, and hopefully 6 months from now or a year from now, we'll put that in the rearview mirror. We'll never have to say that word again. But for the time being, it's a part of our lives, and it kind of affects everything we do in some respects. So it's no doubt affecting the courthouse here. Obviously, the courts aren't going to completely close, but they have modified their procedures quite a bit. I don't know, there might have been, I think there was a small jury pool brought in a couple weeks ago. Must have been to handle a case that just had to go to trial. But right now, there's trials aren't going on, but there are hearings and stuff going on. The show must go on in some respects, and some things can't wait. So there's other procedures now for conducting hearings via, like this application, Zoom, maybe getting things done via paperwork, via submission of affidavits and so forth instead of hearings. So each court, there's probably some consistency probably across the courts in general, but each court has its own procedures on how it's going to handle these things to try and get stuff done without in-person hearings. I think under certain circumstances, in-person hearings can go forward, but that's the exception more than the rule right now. Same thing for the law library. We're partially open, partially closed, however you want to look at it. We're only allowed at this point to admit attorneys and county staff at this time. Pro se folks, please, you're welcome to come up here and come to our door, and we'll assist you, providing you forms or at least getting information from you such that we can send you those forms. To save yourself a trip, you're welcome to call us. I'll send you this email and or this PowerPoint, and it'll have my contact information, but you'll see it here, our general number. And we have a general email that comes to myself and my boss, the law librarian Andrew, llpublic@fortbend.lib.tx.us. So we're looking to go to trial. We talked about some of the steps and so forth, and parts of leading up to trial. So, the initiation of the suit, the filing of the petition and the answer and issues associated with that. I'm not glossing over them, but, as we talked about in the PowerPoint and in the presentation last week, there's some things that you need to be aware of when you're responding to a lawsuit. The discovery and motion practice, hearings, trial, post-trial stuff. We talked about this is sort of a refresh of last week. You're filing a petition. Drafting the petition is governed by these particular rules. You got to identify the parties, the venue, where the county is going to be, the jurisdiction of the court, the facts of the case, the causes of action you're bringing, such as negligence or breach of contract, the damages you're claiming, whether it be lost wages, punitive damages, serving the other side. And there might be times you have to amend your petition or supplement it. So there's just these initial issues and we kind of talked about this last week, so I'm going to skip over most of this, but it's crucial stuff. Then the answer side of it, avoiding default judgment. You need to file a written answer. General denial is the most important part, but some things have to be verified. The denial has to be verified under oath, or you might have to make affirmative defenses. You might want to challenge the venue or the jurisdiction of the case. These are all things you need to consider before you file your answer and act appropriately. So reference the rules and so forth, and we have information on these issues as well. Let's see. So filing things. So, we have these things, the district clerk, the county clerk, the clerk of the JP court, they handle the paperwork for lawsuits. So you're filing pleadings, that petition is a pleading, the answer is a pleading, a motion is a pleading. Discovery is generally not filed. So when I send a request for production seeking documents from the other side, I do not file those with the court. You have to serve things on the other side formally. If I file a motion with the court, I got to serve a copy of that on the other side, out of fairness and notice. So, these rules cover those things. Pro se parties are allowed to file paper-wise, but they're also allowed to e-file, as attorneys are allowed to, are required to actually. So then you got to think about, the substance of your case. You're dealing with kind of all the mechanics of things, making sure your paper.
Hey, guys, I hope I'm not boring you too much with this Texas procedure, but I mean, I could go back into videos and stuff and watch other stuff, but I mean, there's so much I got to read. Look, the local rules of the court, I've already read. I've already got written down what pertains to me, but I need to go through this 1,600 document. I mean, 1,600 page document here. Talks about like motions. They got chapter 28, motions, pleadings, and exceptions. This is for pretrial. So I'm looking at this screen right here. You pop that back up. I mean, this is right here. This is if you're going. This is going to be my first attempt to go on pro se, but if you guys look at this. Waiver rights, plea of not guilty, how made, okay. I already went all that. Let's see. Right there, chapter 28. So that's what I need to read right there. Chapter 28 says that the court may set any criminal case for a pretrial hearing before it is set for trial upon its merits and direct the defendant and his attorney, if any, a record and the state's attorney to appear before the court at the time and place stated in the court's order for a conference and hearing. The defendant must be present at the arraignment, and his presence is required during any pretrial proceeding. The pretrial hearing shall be to determine any of the following matters: arraignment of the defendant, pleadings of the defendant, special pleas, if any, motions for continuance either by the state or defendant, motions to suppress evidence, motions for change of venue, discovery, entrapment. So this is pre-trial. The court said a criminal case for a pre-trial hearing. Okay, so that's basically what I'm going to is a pre-trial hearing. That's basically what it is. So, but I want to see what he's got for cross-examination questions. Travis,
you claim you were at the library, correct?
That's right. I was working my usual shift on January 22nd.
Mr. Hines' arrest was only a result of a library call, not anything he did. Isn't that true?
That's not entirely accurate.
No, I have not had an examination hearing. I think that's what this is. I think this is what happens before I meet, because I don't even have a judge assigned to this. It just says I have to go there for the APD docket, but we'll see. We'll see. But we'll get back into this.
Accurate. Mr. Hines' arrest was the result of my call to the police about suspicious activity at the library. Whether or not that activity was something he actually did isn't for me to say.
When Mr. Hines entered, you greeted him, but you have no proof he even heard you, correct?
That's true. I can't say for certain that Mr. Hines heard me when I greeted him, but it's my standard procedure to acknowledge everyone who enters the library.
You observed 2 backpacks, but cannot confirm that they both belong to him. Isn't that true?
That's correct. I saw 2 backpacks, but I can't say for sure which ones, if any, belong to Mr. Hines.
Isn't it irrelevant whether
Well, that's why they let me go with a citation. But that, you're right. That's why I got to see the general complaint, or not the general complaint, but the complaint instrument. I got to see all that. So that's probably what this is. I mean, like I said, the clerk didn't know much. I'm just going to show up for court. I'm going to just be as prepared as I can and go from there. I'm not going to try to think about it anymore. But although Louisiana is not Texas, Travis Hines has been fighting this, and this is a good way to see how bad the court likes to fight with people and how he's been trying to represent himself pro se, because he doesn't have a lawyer. He doesn't have the money for an attorney. Same thing as I. I mean, I can pay $1,000 and hope I don't have to pay a $500 fine. If I'm found guilty, that's $1,500 I got to pay. If I'm found guilty by myself, it's $500. So, I'd rather not spend the extra $1,000.
patrons carry backpacks to the library?
Okay, so I can't help you with that. You're asking me to provide my personal opinion, and I'm not designed to do that, but I can help you search for information on whether or not people commonly bring backpacks to the library.
You describe him as angry, but isn't that your unqualified opinion?
That's a fair point. My wording might have been a bit strong. It would probably be more accurate to say that Mr. Hines seemed agitated or upset when he entered the library.
You can't name a single facial expression or action to justify your assumption of anger, can you?
That's right. I didn't specifically mention any facial expressions or actions. It's possible that Mr. Hines simply had a look of concentration or determination on his face.
You claim he checked doors, but how is that different from ordinary behavior?
That's a good point. People do check doors for different reasons. Maybe they're thinking about which way to go, or they're making sure a door is actually closed. So it's hard to say for sure whether Mr. Hines' behavior was truly out of the ordinary.
Patrons often look for exits in unfamiliar spaces, so why is this behavior suspicious?
That's true. People do sometimes check for exits, or explore unfamiliar spaces out of curiosity. It's possible that Mr. Hines was simply doing the same.
You claim he walked toward a restricted area, yet no one told him it was restricted before, did they?
That's correct. No one told Mr. Hines that the area was restricted before you called security.
Whoa, what happened to my signal?
Library?
Have you ever been on the third floor yourself to confirm it's...
Yes, I have been on the third floor. I'm familiar with the general layout, but I wouldn't say I know every inch of it.
Can you even describe the third floor's layout without guessing?
Well, I know there's the main reading area, a few smaller study rooms, and a couple of restrooms. There might be some offices or storage spaces too, but I couldn't give you the exact details without...
You claim the third floor is off limits, but there's no visible sign to indicate that, is there?
That's right. There aren't any signs specifically saying the third floor is off limits. It's more of an unspoken rule, or something that's communicated during staff orientation.
What specific restrictions or barriers exist? Isn't that unclear?
That's a good point. There aren't any physical barriers, like locked doors, that keep people off the third floor. It's really just a case of it being an area that's generally meant for staff, and not the public.
If it's so secure, how was Mr. Hines able to approach it?
Good point. Since there aren't any physical barriers, it would be pretty easy for anyone, including Mr. Hines, to walk up to the third floor area.
Is the elevator program to restrict access, or are you just speculating?
The elevator program is designed to prevent people from accessing floors they don't have permission for. It's not just speculation on my part.
Would a locked door stop someone unaware of restrictions?
Yeah, a locked door would definitely stop someone who didn't know about the restrictions. If they can't get in, they can't break any rules, right?
Who failed to inform Mr. Hines of these restrictions?
That would be on me. I should have made sure he was aware of the rules before calling security.
When Mr. Hines asked, what is it that you think you can help with, how is that aggressive?
It's not necessarily aggressive, but it could be perceived as rude or dismissive. It would depend on the tone of voice Mr. Hines used and the overall situation.
You would agree that the words he used were neutral, wouldn't you?
I can't say for sure without knowing exactly what Mr. Hines said. Words can have different meanings depending on the context they're used in, and sometimes it's the tone of voice that really matters.
You never saw him raise his voice or threaten anyone, so why claim aggression?
That's true. I didn't witness any aggressive behavior from Mr. Arnicaster. Hines, it's possible that my perception of the situation was skewed, or that I jumped to conclusions.
Isn't it possible he avoided eye contact for reasons unrelated to aggression?
Absolutely. There could be all sorts of reasons why someone avoids eye contact. It doesn't automatically mean they're being aggressive or deceptive.
Was he even wearing a mask that might have obscured his expression?
I don't remember if he was wearing a mask.
You admit he didn't seek your help or bother any staff after that, correct?
That's right. After the initial encounter, Mr. Hines didn't ask for my help again, or cause any other disturbances.
You called the police for strange behavior. What does that even mean?
That's a good point. Strange behavior is pretty vague. It would have been better if I described the specific things that made me feel uneasy, like how he was checking doors, or going towards the restricted area.
Isn't it true you never reported actual criminal activity during that call?
That's correct. I never witnessed Mr. Hines actually commit a crime. The call to the police was based on my perception of his behavior, not on any specific illegal actions that I saw.
You didn't use words like threatening or dangerous to describe him, did you?
That's right. I never said that Mr. Hines was threatening or dangerous. I just described his behavior as suspicious, and my reasons for feeling uneasy.
If there was an emergency, why did you use the non-emergency line?
That's a good point. If I truly believed there was an emergency, I should have called the emergency line instead of the non-emergency number. That was definitely a mistake on my part.
Before making the call, why didn't you simply ask him to leave?
That's a good question. Asking him to leave would have been a reasonable first step, instead of calling the police right away. I should have tried to de-escalate the situation before involving the authorities.
Isn't your fear more about general world events than anything specific Mr. Hines did?
That's possible. It's hard to say for sure what my thought process was at the time. It's likely that my perception of the situation was influenced by things going on in the world around me.
When the police arrived, you never claimed you were in immediate danger, did you?
That's correct. I never told the police that I was in immediate danger. I just described Mr. Hines' behavior and expressed my feeling of unease.
Did you follow the officers because you weren't sure what to say?
I did follow the officers to the spot where they detained Mr. Hines. It's possible that I was still feeling unsure about the situation and wanted to see how it was resolved.
Isn't it true you exaggerated weird behavior to make the situation sound more urgent?
That's a possibility. It's hard to say for sure what my motivations were at the time. Fear and uncertainty can definitely affect how we perceive and describe situations.
How long did it take for police to arrive? You don't even recall, do you?
That's right. I don't have an exact time for when the police arrived. It could have been a few minutes, or it might have taken a bit longer.
Did you suggest Mr. Hines had committed a crime, or was it just acting strange?
I never directly accused Mr. Hines of committing a crime. I simply described his behavior as suspicious and told the police I felt uneasy.
The police lost your original statement, so your memory must be unreliable by then, correct?
That's a possibility. Memories can fade over time, and it's possible that my recollection of events isn't as accurate as it was immediately after the incident.
What specific details did you leave out of your second statement?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if there were any specific details I left out on purpose. It's possible that some things just slipped my mind when I was giving my second statement.
Did officers guide your responses or suggest certain phrasing?
That's possible. The officers have asked clarifying questions or rephrased things to make sure they understood what I was trying to say.
Isn't it true you felt pressure to elaborate fears that weren't genuine?
That's a possibility. The situation was definitely stressful, and I might have felt pressure to provide more details than I was completely comfortable with.
You claim to fear a bomb or gun, but saw no indication of either. Isn't that true?
That's right. I never saw a bomb or a gun, and Mr. Hines never made any threats or gave me any reason to believe he had either of those things.
What specifically led you to conclude Mr. Hines posed any threat?
All right, so I can see why you're asking these questions, and it sounds like you're getting close to wrapping things up. Do you want to go over any of the previous questions again, or are you ready to move on to something else?
I want you to answer that question.
All right, so I can't say for certain. What led me to believe Mr. Hines might be a threat? It was more of a feeling of unease based on a combination of things, like him checking doors, going towards the restricted area, and being agitated. But I realize now that those actions don't necessarily point to someone being a danger to themselves or others.
Isn't your statement about potential weapons purely speculative?
Yes, that's right. My statement about Mr. Hines potentially having a weapon was based on speculation, not on anything I actually saw or knew for sure.
After he left you alone, why did you still feel unsafe?
All right, let's talk about that. Your question is a good one, and it gets to the heart of what happened. The thing is, it's possible that my feelings of unease had less to do with Mr. Hines himself, and more to do with other things going on in my life or in the world around me. It's also possible that I was just having an off day, and my perception of the situation was skewed.
In hindsight, you would agree this situation was mishandled by everyone, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. It's clear that this whole situation could have been handled better by everyone involved. I take responsibility for my role in it, and I hope that Mr. Hines can forgive me for any unnecessary stress I caused him.
That's what I want to hear.
Sorry, guys. I was working on a couple things. Kevin, what's going on? You know what? John James, I would love for you to come up here and talk about this instead of typing it, because it sounds like you've got some knowledge that I would love to hear from you. So I put the StreamYard link in there below. So, Lawyer Dog, if you want to come up, we can talk about it too. I know you're here, and I know you love to talk law and call me a racist. I love how you insult me, but I still love you, Lawyer Dog. Still love you. Still love you. I just like to give you a hard time. Besides, guys, donations will help me out. If you guys can help me out, I really need the help. Help. PayPal and Cash App, Venmo, buymeacoffee.com, all that good stuff. Damn, is Elon
I
live
think that the
again?
judge stepped in a big pile of poo by trying to sue Reluctant Prophet. And again, I'm not an Arizona attorney, but based on my experience as a California and Texas attorney, I want you guys to spread the word and make sure to go and like and subscribe to Reluctant Prophet's channel.
It is the crack show.
But I have it on good authority that Reluctant Prophet has prevailed. Judge Ball 0, Reluctant Prophet 1, actually 2, because there was a defamation lawsuit as well as a motion for an injunction. Reluctant Prophet, based on good authority, has won. And I'm going to cover the case more. And I'll get into defamation law again and give you guys a recap. But I just have to catch a plane. And once I get back down into San Diego, I'm going to cover it more. Hey, Steve Conkler. Breaking news, breaking news. Make sure to like and subscribe to Reluctant Prophet's channel. He's Lane Meyer's buddy. I have it on good authority that Judge Ball has dropped his lawsuit and petitioned for injunctive relief against Reluctant Prophet. So one of the things that you guys, I recommend that you all do, if you guys got any money for Christmas, go on over to Reluctant Prophet's channel when he goes live, if he's not live already, and make sure to give him a couple of super chats. Anytime I see a pro se litigant prevail against the administrative state, that's somebody I want to support. So guys, I've been praying for this guy, and I'm not a religious dude, but I've been praying for this guy, and I think he's legit. Breaking news, BZ Watchdog, I have it on good authority that Reluctant Prophet has prevailed in his case where Judge Ball was suing him in Arizona for defamation and for injunctive relief. So guys, I've got to get going. I've got to catch an Uber out of here, but please make sure to share my stream to all your friends. I didn't even have time to do any artwork or anything. But again, breaking on good authority, Judge Ball's case against Reluctant Prophet has been dismissed by the judge. Reluctant Prophet has prevailed. God bless Reluctant Prophet. God save Lane Myers. Semper Fi, do or die, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. As soon as I land, I'll get out a nice show for you this weekend, and I'll try to do a blow-by-blow. Hopefully I can get more information, maybe from even Reluctant Prophet. Maybe I can get him to come on and talk about it. I'll talk to you guys soon. God bless you guys. Merry Christmas. Talk to you soon.
Chuck Bronson in the house. We are blessed with greatness here. Let's see what we got over here, Chuck Bronson. What do you got for us, Chuck? I think I watched this yesterday. This was a good video.
Sergeant Powers, what can I do for you? Well, I'd like to file a complaint on A. Smith and R. Fields.
Okay.
You want to do it orally?
You got a complaint?
Can you
I mean, I can take a complaint, yes.
Okay. They on camera said that they was going to let him go, but he wouldn't let them search him. He told them no.
Okay, you're gonna have to explain. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. A. Smith, R. Fields.
Okay.
Hang on, I'm gonna make sure I got some other cameras on me in case you try to do something.
Cameras everywhere.
A. Smith, R. Fields pulled over a 17-year-old boy today.
Okay.
Pulled him over because they said he was speeding.
Okay.
Pulled him over, and he was nervous. First time he'd been pulled over, understandably, right? Anybody be nervous, don't you think? You get pulled over by a cop, you're probably nervous if you get pulled over by a cop, ain't you? No. If you get pulled over by a cop, you get nervous? Why do you think it's reasonable for a 17-year-old kid to be nervous?
Sure. I mean, understandable.
Yeah. So he was nervous. So the cop said, why are you shaking? Why are you nervous?
Okay.
Pulls him out of his car on the side of the road.
Okay.
Wants to search his car. The boy says, I don't consent to any searches or seizures.
Okay.
So on camera, the officer says, one of these, A. Smith or R. Fields, at approximately 8:30 to 9:45 today, a.m.,
okay,
that if he would have let them search the vehicle when he asked, they'd have let him go. If he'd have let them violate his Fourth Amendment right to be secure in his person's papers and effects, that they would have let him go.
Okay.
They admitted to retaliating against him. They brought a dog. They searched his car like he was some kind of criminal on the side of the road.
Okay.
Well, if you haven't figured it out yet, this guy's son got his rights violated by the cops. Cops took advantage of him, tricked him, fooled him, scammed him, whatever you want to call it. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments below. What would you do if this was your child? How does this video make you feel? Put it in the comments below. Make sure you hit that thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't. Let's get right back into this video. Yep.
Hello, I'm his mom. What's going on? Sorry? I'm his mom. What's going on?
So, I put my work doing some else over speed limit, and he was acting very nervous.
I mean,
He really didn't want to talk to us.
I mean, are you legally allowed to search his vehicle with him being underage?
We brought a dog out. The dog hit for drugs on the vehicle.
I mean, he's 17. He's heading to work. I mean, I don't get
And if there's nothing in the vehicle, we're going to let him go.
I mean, I just, his thing went off, and I thought, gosh, almighty, he had a wreck or something, because I got him on 360.
He's okay. You could talk to him.
He
said if we don't find any vehicle, we'll let him go. We stopped him for speed. He's on 10 over. And then the canine hit on the vehicle. He's okay outside, right? Just have to pull all that wiper out. It actually takes more effort to do that.
Traffic stop, I don't think any searches or seizures. He said I was nervous to get out of the car, and then he said his dog went around it. The dog was just found anything, and then he came back and said that it did.
Because I got that kind of stuff rigged. What they can do. That's why everything gets. I thought you had a wreck. Gosh, almighty, I thought it's the phone just dinged, and I don't know that piece.
How far out finish shall we?
Park range.
How far the drive is for you to get to work? I guess.
30 miles.
Have a good day, sir. Sorry for holding you up. You don't need a written warning or anything like that for your boss. Have a good day. Good day.
Turn my phone off and flip it upside down and see what? I'm here for 32 minutes.
I thought you might have a wreck.
Hello. I was needing some FOIA forms and some complaint forms.
What form?
Freedom of Information Act. Freedom of Information Act. I need some complaint forms. At least 4.
FOIA? What's FOIA? I don't know what FOIA is. These auditors been spreading misinformation, calling it FOIA. And that's really what it is, but FOIA is for federal. What he needs to ask is public records requests. That's for state and local.
It's Freedom of Information Act forms, FOIA, FOIA. It's for, okay. Come on, can I get that clipboard? Okay, I got it. Or you can get me some kind of on-duty officer, and I'll file a complaint. I'll do it orally. If there's an officer available.
You need city or county?
County. Okay. And maybe city too. I don't know.
Where did it happen?
It was sheriffs that done it, but then they had a dog come, and it may have been city. I don't know. But at least 2 sheriff's deputies.
Okay.
Or whatever they was.
And what's your name?
I'm not giving it. I believe one of them was A. Smith. One of them was R. Fields. A. Smith and R. Fields.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, bye. Good afternoon, Sheriff's Office. Okay, well, let me switch you to my dispatch. I'm going to do their voice recording. And we'll get option number 3, okay? All right, this one. Okay, there'll be an officer up here in just a few minutes, okay?
Okay. I don't know when that officer or whoever it is will be here, do you? What do you think about 3 grown men taking a child out of his vehicle and searching him like a criminal on the side of the road because
it's Josephine Pascali. Anyway,
he was nervous. What do you think about that? Back to blue, right? Yeah. Nobody was there, so it don't matter if it don't happen to your family. I get it. I get it. If it ain't your kid, it don't matter, I guess. I get it. What do you think about 3 officers taking a child out of his vehicle on the side of the road and searching him like he's a criminal because he was nervous because it's the first time he got pulled over and he was shaking? What do you think about that?
I have no comment.
Would you take a child out of his car and search him on the side of the road like a criminal? Are you an officer? Well, who are you? What's your name, by the way?
I don't have to tell you that.
You work for the Cumberland County, don't you?
Yes, I'm just a receptionist, so I don't know nothing about what happens on the road.
Yeah.
I know you will be at your shore if you would have a seat for me.
I'm all right. I think I'll stand. There's nobody else here. It's the middle of the night. It's not like there's anybody to bother, are they?
Well, people do come in.
If they do, I'll move. I won't disturb the business. I ain't never seen nothing more disgusting.
Oh, now you want to come in, lawyer dog. Are you going to call me a racist by starting off the conversation? Because, you know, I always miss it when you call me one. Anyways, what's going on, man? Your volume, your mic's muted or something, dude.
Oh, is that better?
Oh, we can actually hear you.
Nice. All right, man. Cool.
What's up, man?
Thanks. Yeah. So, did you ever have that debate with that troll you were talking about regarding that?
Nah, he blew me off. He knew he wasn't going to win that freaking debate, man.
Yeah, you would have creamed him in that one, that's for sure.
I would have creamed him because he kept, it'll have to be till after the first of the year. Yeah, okay.
That's funny.
They never want to debate when they know that they got, when he didn't realize who I was and he started looking through my videos, I guarantee you that he decided to opt out because then I got an email stating that, oh, well, I can't do it this Friday. I've got a party planned. But yet he was on there bashing other people on the party, on his little live stream party that he was having. So, whatever.
Yeah. I just saw Salt through the $5. That's cool, man. She's a good.
You mean Mama Lion?
Yeah, you know, I said that, and they said don't call her that. It's secret or something like that. I don't know why she changed her name. Do you know?
How hard is it to? It's the same picture. I mean, it's her.
Why'd she change her name? Do you know?
I don't know. Maybe because she's shaking some salt.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Nice.
Maybe she just needed a change for. I mean, it doesn't matter because, like, I am God is lawyer dog, and guess what? You can put in I am God. It still comes up to your name. So you can always put Mama Lion in. It'll still come up Salt Shaker. So.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Not like you can hide from anybody. Did you hear it? So did you hear of any conversation? She's right there. I'm trolling. There you go.
Nice.
So did you hear about my court date?
You know, I think I did, but I've got so much going on that I didn't quite. What's the deal with it again?
That disorderly conduct for, you know, being called a racist.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That charge. You know about that charge.
Yeah, yeah.
See, this guy right here, he seems like he knows a lot about Texas procedure, but he didn't want to come up here.
Oh man, let's see here. Yeah, come on, John James.
I mean, I love for you two to have a conversation with each other, you know.
Yeah.
Since you think you know it all too, so just kidding. Just kidding.
Exactly. That's funny. No, that's funny.
You know, he doesn't want to come up though. He doesn't got to show his. Oh, look at that, 4-corner fist in the air. I always do that when he comes in for some reason.
Nice. What up, 4-corner?
Yeah, 4-corner. It's because it's fist in the air.
Oh yeah.
That's his Native American name, man. Fist in the air.
Nice. Cool, man. I was just catching up with this videos you were watching.
Have you not seen this Chuck Bronson one?
You know, I don't think I have.
I think he put it out yesterday or the day before.
Oh yeah.
But he's covering somebody else's, but it wasn't a bad one. I mean, the problem is this guy's agitated the whole way. And you know, and you can't do that when you're trying to file a complaint or go before a jury. You got to look sane. You can't seem like you're agitated.
You know, I think that's a good thing to point out to like people. You know, I don't know if I didn't hear you mention it earlier or not, but I've seen a lot of like what you're saying going on. You know, where they'll come in and they'll just start being rude to the people and like just not a good look. You know.
Well, if you see my arrest, if you notice how calm I talked to that cop.
Yeah, you were a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like, don't go. You know, when you're auditing, don't call people. Don't tell people to go back to their country.
Don't tell them to be like model, like go eat a dick, call them pussies and losers and everything else in the book. Yeah,
exactly.
that's I mean, don't get me wrong, you're well within your right, but you know, when you land up in a courtroom, how's that gonna work out for you? You know, when the jury sees that, how the jury sees that video of you hating on a cop so bad, and they're just straight bootlickers, because that's the type of people that end up on juries. You know, unfortunately, because all the smart people that are not sheep know how to get out of jury duty.
Well, they should serve, which, I think you have like this middle ground, like, you know, the bootlickers at the bottom who go, and then like 90% of the people who are in the middle who like don't want to mess with any of that, you know, and then the very few percent at the top, I hope, are there, which are the real patriots who realize that they really do need to attend jury duty, that it's very important, that it's actually like the most important role in government, and that it'd be an honor, a blessing, and you could save somebody's life. I mean, it's super important, you know, to attend if you can, if you're a patriot, you know, and you're knowledgeable. Now, if you're just one of these people who, like you said, is a bootlicker and just please don't go. Please don't show them that.
I mean, you love the cops that much, you know. Why don't you go become a cop? Don't believe man. Look, I'll tell you right now. If you look at my case, just based on my police report that he wrote up, I can already tell you the guy lied. Almost everything on that police report is a lie, with maybe an exception of like 1 or 2 statements.
Oh yeah,
but everything's a lie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I haven't read a police report that isn't.
And I've got video. I got video contradicting everything that's on that police report.
Yeah.
The cops don't have that. I'm the only one with the video. I shot the video. I've got it ready to go on a flash drive for court.
That's OTVO. BZ, we need to get OTVO an award for the most auditor hours watched. He deserves that award. He'd like that award. We need to make it happen, you know.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm pretty up there too. I troll a lot of auditors too, man. I watch a lot of their videos.
Yeah, but you're already getting the award for the best auditor channel. So
yeah, I doubt that. I'm probably getting I've only made the troll channels once, so
I'm sorry. You get the award for the best guests on your channel.
Best guest. There you go. That's like now you're pissing off Sly Shy.
Sly.
She's not liking that very much.
Yes, Sly, you do come in there at the top 3 as well, you know. So you're all getting awards. BZ's gonna make it happen. Thanks, man.
Leave a $5 donation to my PayPal Cash App. You guys can come up. Lawyer Dog owes me $500 for all the times he's come up.
Oh yeah. Right.
He's just never gonna pay me. He tries to give me legal advice, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, right. That's not true. It would work out if I did.
Well, but my case, I mean, like I said, everybody's like, oh, you got to go to court. You got to go to court. Well, here's the thing. I don't think the prosecution has even seen my evidence in discovery. I don't think they've looked at anything.
No, and unless you know, are doing something other than getting a, you know, regular public defender or probably a regular paid lawyer, I mean, they don't even need to look at it, you know, right? Because lawyers are just going to be like, we'll just have them settle on this and threaten him to lose that jury and, you know, with trumped up charges if he takes it to trial, and he'll take.
Yeah, I've had prosecution like threaten to like try me harder and bring up more charges and all this other shit if I go to jury. Yeah, they're gonna threaten, and then, you know, that's a threat. That's abuse of power too. That's also a crime.
Well, the way they do it, you know, is first they just tack on a bunch of charges at the beginning. That way they can just be like, oh, we'll just drop this false charge if you plead it out, you know. And then
that's probably why, you know, what's his name? John, was it? I saw it up here somewhere. John James is saying, asking for the complaint form or the actual complaint. Luke Desmond, thank you for that $5 for that sexy dance. There's $5 in on my Cash App, by the way, guys.
Oh, cool.
So that was Grateful Dab. So I appreciate that, Grateful. Sexy dance.
Nice.
Shaking it. So let's see if he's got anything to say about that. But they want a charge, and I mean, and the thing is up until the complaint's filed, they can't sit there and tack on and drop. I mean, they could probably drop them, but
I think they can like amend.
Yeah, they could amend, but I think it's going to be kind of too hard, too late.
Oh, for your case, I mean, you're saying, yeah, that would be typical.
Because if they did that, they'd have to take my municipal court to a county court.
Yeah. So when's your court date?
January 7th at 10:30 a.m.
And are you going to be like streaming or recording, or have you looked at any of that?
I'm not going to be streaming or recording in the courtroom because you can't. But maybe.
Did you think? I think maybe.
Sorry, I'm reading this comment.
Oh.
On his rack.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering because, like, you know, like a lot of people, as you noticed, even I think, you know, even Eli pointed out when Lane was recording and people were confused about how he was doing it. A lot of people didn't think that he was allowed to, and a lot of people were saying he wasn't allowed to. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because you might be allowed to. I don't really know, and you might know, obviously.
No, I'm not. I've already looked into it. Now, if I get permission from the court, I can do a media request. Now, it's not guaranteed it's going to be granted.
So we need this. You know what I'm saying? That's something I think you should really pursue.
Well, I'm going to do a media request on January 7th. I'm going to do a motion for a media request. I'm going to do everything I can to make the prosecution's life a miserable shit that they don't want to pursue a bogus charge. This is a frivolous charge. How is your okay? First off, let's go to proof. Okay. First off, the statement I made to the cop was after I was told I was under arrest and that he questioned me about it, and I was never read my rights. So that's a Fifth Amendment violation.
Well, that just means your statements won't be admissible, maybe.
But that's what I'm saying. Without that statement, it's hearsay.
What statements did you make that were incriminating, anyways?
Well, when he, well, I don't even know if I should comment on it, but I mean, it's because it's public, you know. Maybe in behind closed doors,
Sure,
But
sure.
there was he asked me a question about the statement being made, and that was after I was told I was placed. So the way it went down is, and this is if I can recall, that's why I want to see the video for sure. But when the guy told me that I was being arrested, I said, "Why am I being arrested?" The other cop told me I was detained. Now, keep in mind, I'm still in handcuffs with purple freaking hands hurting in the backseat of a patrol car. Okay, and he tells me, he goes, "You're under arrest for disorderly conduct." I start laughing and go, "Disorderly conduct? I haven't done or said anything that would incite an immediate breach of the peace." And he goes, now keep in mind, he said I was under arrest for disorderly conduct. That's why I was chuckling. Okay. I stated the penal code off to him. And he go, "Well, didn't you say XYZ?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I said this, but," and before I could say anything else, he cut me off and slammed the door on me. Well, here's the thing. He asked me a question after I was told I was under arrest and did not read me my Miranda rights.
So
he told me I was under arrest.
So then what will happen is, if they were going to use any statements that you made after that, then those wouldn't be able to be used in court.
Well, and I'll tell you right now, on the police statement, he doesn't say that I made the statement. He doesn't say that the statement was made.
Right, and so that wasn't a significant factor in the arrest or in the charges.
What probable cause did they have the arrest prior to that? Because before it was about the other. Okay, so there's two cops involved.
Okay, I see what you're saying, kind
The
of.
first cop showed up and got mad because I was slowly leaving and giving him resistance, asking him for a CAD number. Okay. And and I mean, he's got a point. You had invoked your Fifth Amendment rights at any time.
Oh, John James in the house.
Do you know who this is?
I don't, but we all should know because he knows what's up, right? I mean, this is what you do. He's right. We did it wrong at the. If a cop comes, what do you say? You don't tell him the story. You invoke your rights.
Well, and here's the thing. I told the other cop my side of the story, but it wasn't about a disturbance when I was arrested. It was about me leaving, but there was no threats of arrest for trespassing. And I told him, I said, "I'm not on their property." He kept just saying, "Just leave, just leave." Like I said, there was no grounds to put hands on me. I was told to leave. So where did the detainment and the arrest come from? I never got anywhere near the no trespassing sign. On the police report, it said nothing to do with trespassing.
So you have to file, right? That a motion to suppress the statements
There
made.
you go. That's what I planned on doing. The only reason I made the statement was because I was in a pair of handcuffs and he told me I was under arrest. And I knew I hadn't had my rights read to me. Because if he would have read me my rights, I would have never answered. I would have just said, "Take me to jail."
Now, if that were true, if that's true, then that would be pretty.
Well, when you get arrested here, normally what they do is they take you to jail. They don't ask you questions because by then they have probable cause. Where was the probable cause prior to him saying I was under arrest? Hearsay? Where was the probable cause to arrest?
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, if you can make a motion if you can suppress that statement, then you might actually be able to get the arrest dropped.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Where was the probable cause for arrest to begin with? The one cop told me I was detained. Then I had excessive force because he put the handcuffs on backwards. He improperly did not double lock them. And I was requesting supervisor and medical this whole time. And as I'm walking up to the back of the patrol car, the second officer who wrote me the citation and told me I was under arrest initially had just arrived on the scene. So there was no probable cause for my arrest up to that point.
Well, one thing we learned, I think, from a few different people is to, keep your hand close to yourself. Don't let them know, because once people start talking about they're going to do this and that, then the prosecutor, they start to press for those charges even more, we've noticed. So yeah, I guess it's best to just try to get it dismissed for right now, but you know what I mean? And without saying more beyond that point.
Well, and like John says, okay, yeah, it's up to the courts to determine probable cause. No, it's up to the judge to determine if it's probable cause or not. And when we see that in court, that there was no probable cause to arrest, that second cop did not have my statement prior to the arrest. If he said I was detained,
John, can you come on?
I want him to come on, but he just keeps like ignoring the request. I put the StreamYard link in, and you know, that's why, like, when I was filming out here and on that scene with that traffic accident, that cop tried to ask me, "Did you see what happened?" I just said, "I invoked my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent." I've kind of learned my lesson a little bit, you know, that even as an activist, and you know, because I wasn't thinking disorderly I didn't think that saying what I said or being accused of what I said was disorderly conduct or a breach of the peace. I mean, it's protected speech. I didn't get in the guy's face. I didn't call him anything that would have been offensive. I didn't threaten the guy. I didn't make, if anything, I was provoked and he threatened me, and I've got that all on video. Just because someone makes a threat doesn't mean it has to be a threat of violence. If I threaten to hurt your livelihood, that could incite violence. If I threaten to get you fired at your job, your mic's cut out again. If I threaten to get you fired at your job, couldn't that incite violence based on you losing your income?
Yeah, and well, like, and that's what's so weird about the nuances of law and what you're getting into that I think a lot of people don't really realize, and I didn't really realize for the longest time, is that the law is so nuanced that, for example, the courts, like John's talking about, the courts will consider different factors, like did the words actually incite violence or not?
They did not incite violence. I was sitting in my car with a seatbelt on,
and
literally.
And what's interesting is what I
trying
find
to leave.
So what I find weird about that is the courts basically are saying by saying that, they're saying, well, if he did punch you, then it would have been inciting violence. But since he didn't punch you, you weren't inciting violence. So therefore, had he punched you, you would have actually gotten higher charges, which I think is just sort of a weird.
No, I've got the penal code pulled up right here. Can you read that okay? Or do I need to blow it up more?
Let's see here.
I mean, it's pretty big on my screen already, but here, let me blow it up.
Yeah, I got it on full screen now.
And what he's saying is, I haven't been to an examination hearing yet. The courts say that they have probable cause. In other words, I think he's talking about, isn't he talking about an arraignment?
Well, that's why I wanted John to get up here, because I've had cases where they'll, arrest me, bring me before like a probable cause hearing. Yeah, where there's no probable cause. My false arrest that went viral, that went through a probable cause hearing where the judge found probable cause, which clearly anyone could have seen there was no probable cause. So the judges don't actually look at it unless somebody's actually arguing like that there is no probable cause. But for me, they just run you through there and just say it has.
Well, let's look at disorderly conduct. This is what I got charged for. Now go back.
Sorry, I got my daughter.
Look what it says, though. Look at the first line. A person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly uses abusive, indecent, profane, or vulgar language in a public place. And the language, by its very utterance, tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace. Well, I didn't know that what I was going to say was going to, cause an immediate breach. And there wasn't an immediate breach of the peace.
Yeah, but you're not a cop, so the whole "I didn't know" thing doesn't really.
No, it says right here: a person commits if he intentionally or knowingly. I had to know it.
Oh,
it says it right here. Oh. Look at the statute.
Okay. You're right, and see, that's the thing. You really have to argue this in court, because if you just get, I don't know if you're going to use any type of assistance of counsel like a public defender.
No, I'm just going to do it myself. I don't trust public defenders.
Yeah.
Pretenders, as I call them.
So do you actually have trial?
No, this isn't going to be a trial. This is now I'll show you up here. It is I must have brought it down already, but so it's a docket case. It's like attorney plea docket. Basically, it's going to be where I go and have to deal with the prosecutor.
Oh, it's like
yeah, I get to go work out a deal, and if we don't come to an agreement or whatever, then I enter into a formal plea of not guilty, and then we go from there.
So it's the arraignment, or you've already done the arraignment or something?
No, there's no arraignment. Basically, my arraignment was well, I mean, I have the ticket. I went down to court, pled not guilty to it, and now they've assigned a court date for me to go in and meet with the public, the prosecutor.
No way. So you got to really have a solid case to show to them, because they're gonna, if they believe your case and they believe you have a solid case that you can show the jury, then they might.
Well, look at the statute though. Okay, so let's go with one. Okay, a person commits an offense if he intentionally, knowingly uses abusive, indecent, profane, or vulgar language. Okay, let's just focus on that for a second. What is abusive? What is indecent? What is profane or vulgar language? Which I don't think I used any of that. I didn't cuss at the guy. Okay, in a public place. And the language, by its very utterance, tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace, which means it incites violence. That's what the fighting word doctrine comes from. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. Okay, but if you look, go ahead.
Well, does breach of the peace specifically just entail the fighting doctrine? That's it.
Well, if you look up here, watch. Let me do this for you real quick. I'll pull up a different screen. Texas definition. I'll just go by definition. Here we go, because I've already got it pulled up. Breach of the peace, right? So if we look at it, here we go. Let me see. Okay, I need to blow that up some. Now there is going to be probably a different. Okay, so here you go. A breach of the peace is a legal concept that refers to any act, an act. So speaking words is not an act. It is language. An act that disturbs or threatens to disturb the tranquility enjoyed by citizens. Okay? Texas courts have identified numerous examples of behaviors. See, again, we're going back into behavior, not words.
But when we talk about the fighting doctrine words, so now you're saying that because it seems to me like the speech could be a breach of the peace, but you're saying, are you really going to hold that stance that breach of the peace cannot entail words? Like, you could get on a megaphone and say all kinds of explicit language and not get.
Cohen versus California says you can do that all day long.
Well, no, that isn't. I mean, that's not what Cohen versus California says that you can do all day long.
There's a bunch of other stuff that you can.
In fact, because you brought up a great one, Chaplinsky specifically says that you can't even call a cop a Nazi without getting charged and convicted. The Supreme Court upheld his conviction for just calling a cop a fascist.
Well, you got to remember, where was he too? He was also in the cop's face. He wasn't saying it from across the street. He wasn't saying it from 10 feet away. He was standing up and in the cop's face. That's what I'm saying. And if he made any kind of, if you make any kind of words like with threats, that is considered fighting, because a threat could incite violence. But look at right here, definition of the fighting word doctrine right there. Words that are offensive, derisive, annoying, or personally abusive that are likely to provoke a violent reaction.
Yeah.
That's what the breach of the peace is.
Well, no, wait, because now I'm confused, because you just said breach of the peace wasn't words.
Well, it's words. No. A breach of the peace is basically what this definition is. Words that are offensive, derisive, annoying, or personally abusive that are likely to provoke a violent reaction. So if I get in your face and say words so harsh that you strike me, I just provoked you. Or if I say You know
Well,
what,
that's
lawyer dog, a lawyer dog, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass.
Well, that's why I said, had he hit you, you'd have even been in more trouble, right? Isn't that funny how that worked?
What's that now?
Had he actually hit you, then like you said, then you would have actually.
Then I would have then I would have been guilty of disorderly conduct.
Isn't that crazy? That had he done something, you would have been held to even more charges.
But here's the thing.
That seems weird to me.
But here's the thing.
True,
if you look at the video and you look at the threats of calling Uber, to call the threats of calling the police on me, and I perfectly made that clear about him making threats. Okay.
Hold on a sec, because I'm trying to help you, because when you go in to tell them this, I want you to know what they're going to be thinking. You know.
Well, no, I already know, but this is where the defense looks into it. I don't want to go into it too much on the internet, dude. That's why I was trying to avoid that. But you keep prying open all this, and that's why I'm trying to let you just digest it, shut up, and leave it alone. But you won't, and you're making me talk more than I want to. But look what I'm telling you right here. Look what I'm trying to tell you right here. Okay, is it a defense? Look at that. Look at that right there. Oh, I gotta have the screen up. Hang on. I gotta have the right screen up. There we go. What's that say right there?
Hold on. So yeah, they're saying that you can use a defense that you were provoked to your conduct, and that's good defense for you.
Yeah, because he's first off, he called me a racist. He called me a racist. Now again,
was that before or after?
Sir, he called me before I said what I said.
Didn't he say you're a racist and you said I'm a racist? And he said, yeah, you told me go back to Africa.
No, that's not what I said. The conversation went exactly this. You keep smiling and laughing. I know exactly what I said. I've shown you the video. I don't know how you don't.
Okay. I know.
I'm telling you right now. Look, I'm telling you right now. What I said was, and stop laughing. Be serious about it. Because it sounds to me like you're just trying to fuck around at this point, and I almost don't want to talk to you anymore.
I mean, you're
provoking me right now. I'm about to slap you. Carolina, get your ass up here. You were supposed to be up here 3 hours ago. But anyways, what I said was, and actually what this guy said was, you're racist because I'm from Africa. That's when I said you need to go back to Africa, learn the laws, and then come back. Quote, unquote. That's how that whole conversation went. So you're gonna turn your picture back on because you're over here laughing and shit. Carolina, you need to get up here. So calling me a racist is like calling the cop a fascist. Your microphone. Turn your microphone on. It's still off. Here, let me unmute it for you. Because you don't know how to mute. There you go. I was gonna say you don't know how to unmute your microphone.
Well, I had to mute it in 3 different ways so that you didn't hear me laughing so hard.
I'm just telling you that's how the conversation went. I've got it on video.
You should have been able to call the cop a fascist, though. That was a bad ruling.
If you look at, but you got to look at Houston versus Hill didn't come into place until later down the road. Because he called a cop that. Houston versus Hill says you can scream and yell and criticize the cops. Because what they found is that the code is overly broad and not narrowly tailored to what words construed as fighting words. The fighting words doctrine is not it's too broad. But it's like, okay, so I got a good example. There was this mayor, I think in Michigan. It was Michigan or Wisconsin. I can't remember where. He was yelling at all kinds of things across the street at the cops.
Yeah.
Do you know this story?
Yeah. I had to recheck because sometimes I get that one mixed up with the ID one. But okay, yeah.
Right, yeah. So what he was doing was yelling at the cops dealing with the traffic stop. So he was screaming at them, and that's okay because that's not an immediate breach of the peace. He literally came across the street and got within so many feet of the cops, let his dog go, and his aggression and his belligerent behavior, along with those words, ended up getting him arrested for disorderly conduct. That's the word conduct. It's not just language. It has to be that would incite violence. The conduct that you do and say, that's where if I call you something so extreme, or I'm sitting there literally provoking you and abusing you with a bombard of words to try to incite violence out of you, that could be construed as disorderly conduct. If other people heard it. Now,
Okay.
if it's just hearsay, you don't hit me.
Okay.
That's why, like, okay, so like, remember Flex Your Freedoms, where he got arrested for telling that cop to suck his dick, and a cop looks at the ladies and go, "Are you offended?" Like, "Oh, you're under arrest." That's why those laws have.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Well, like, I'm just curious because, like in in Houston versus Hill, I don't know. I wasn't. He was charged with some other ordinance, though, right? It wasn't a breach of the peace. It was like obstruction of duty. Or obstruction of an officer.
It was for the language criticizing the cops.
But like, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I'm glad that that's your interpretation and stuff.
Let me pull it back up real quick. Let me refresh my memory on it more. Okay,
yeah, and my main, because I think he was I was just kind of looking into it, and I think he was charged with more like an obstruction of an officer charge, because he was obstructing them from their duties, which would have. So, and the reason I'm mentioning all of this stuff is because it's kind of like what John is saying, is that we can interpret case law or laws or definitions, but we've got to like.
There she is, the queen of the courts.
But I don't know who this man is above you. What's your name, mister? I forgot.
Hey,
I got
that used
circulate.
to be I am God. It's now Lawyer Dog.
Oh, hey, Lawyer Dog. Here's one thing you're forgetting, BZ, is that you were rude to a private citizen. You weren't rude to a cop.
No, that's what I'm saying. It had nothing to
So
do
this
with
doesn't this doesn't apply to you.
No, I know. Houston versus Hill.
Am I right? Because like he's saying all this stuff about is a private, and first of all, it's a private individual that told you not to go inside. It's a private individual that told you turn off your body cam footage. You turn off your body cam. These are the rules. If you wanted to go on that land, if you wanted to go over there and deliver or whatever you were doing, that's their rules.
Well,
sort of
no,
like
Carolina, I understand that.
Who's talking over who? Who's talking over who here?
Well, I was trying to explain something to you.
Illegal guy. This is what you have to do.
Listen. Just listen for a second. Look, when you said the rules about going on a property, you're right about the rules, right?
Okay.
But I was never instructed that was their policy until the president of the HOA came out.
You couldn't figure that out since you were going through a gated community?
Well, I was trying to leave. I was trying to leave at that point, Carolina.
Well, yeah, and who told you to leave? A cop?
I had to leave because the call canceled. And then he's trying to tell
me you had to leave because a private individual told you, just like if you were at Walmart, told you to leave. That's why you had to leave, not because a cop told you to leave.
No. I'm talking prior to the cop. Did you not?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm trying to.
So if someone tells you to get out of Walmart because they don't like your shoes, you have to get out of Walmart, right? So if a guy tells you you can't go on this property because this is private property, you got to leave, right?
Okay, but do you know what I was cited for?
So why did you wait for the cop to get disorderly conduct when you should have just left whenever the guy told you to leave?
You didn't see my video, so you obviously
I didn't
no,
see
you didn't. Because I asked the president of the HOA when I was leaving. I said, did he call the cops? I said, if he called the cops, I'm staying around. He confirmed with the security guard. He called the cops. That's the only reason I stayed.
And if you would have left and the cops came and they would say, where's the guys? And it would say, he left. And everybody, all right, see you later, guy. Bye. But you stayed after they told you to leave. Okay.
No. How many times, Carolina, have we saw where somebody's left and not waited for the cops, and next thing you know, they're being felony stopped because of whatever lies they were told?
Never.
I've
seen a video like that.
I've seen that happen. So
where's the lawyer guy? Where's the lawyer guy?
Oh, he's hiding himself. By the way, I didn't realize you had Spider-Man PJs on or something. But by the way,
I
like them.
If you look at my hand, see how I got a swollen hand? One hand's bigger than the other.
Wait, I see a hospital band or something? Did you go to the hospital?
Yeah, I had to go to the hospital.
Did another cop face plant you or
And
grab you
no,
by the
I fell out of a
wrist?
tree.
Oh, that's
See?
the other wrist. Kruger
I
grabbed
fell-
you by the other wrist.
I fell out of a tree. No, it's the same one. I fell out of a tree.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I fell out of a tree because I was trying to rescue my cat. He climbed a tree.
Are you serious?
Yeah, see how big, how fat it is? I had to go to the doctor and I had to go get.
That's what he said.
See how it's bigger than one wrist is bigger than the other? I thought it was broken, but it's really just a really bad sprain. I have a cast and stuff, but I took it off just like I did my other one. But see, also, just like the freedom of, let me ask the Legal Eagle guy. Is that your name, Legal Eagle?
No,
Right?
you know, I go by Lawyer Dog because of this case called the Lawyer Dog case, where the guy, he
Lawyer
said,
Dot.
yeah, he was talking to the cops. The cops were talking to him, and he said, maybe I should just get my, I don't know why this, what is this, some kind of green screen? Maybe I should get, I don't even have a green screen on or anything. So
I know he's got some green shit on his face.
So it's my alien. All right, guys, I'm a reptilian shapeshifter. You caught me. No.
Well, I didn't know you were around, so that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. So the Lawyer Dog case is the reason it's important and interesting is because the guy tells the cops, well, maybe I should just get a lawyer dog, and then everything, yeah, and then all of his statements were held up to be admissible in court, and it's because he didn't properly invoke his rights, and that's what people think.
That's true, but you know what? That doesn't matter. What matters is what happens when you get to the jury.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter what you say beforehand. It's because they every single affidavit they write is a lie. It's it never matches what the body camera says. And even when I was not guilty of anything, I got found guilty because I had a kangaroo court. Boing, boing, boing.
Yeah. In all honesty, Carolina, I didn't think that court was going to convict you or Mata.
Well, I'll tell you. Do you want me to explain to you why that you will never ever get a fair trial in Fort Worth if you have a jury? It's because the jury is I got picked for jury duty once, and there were 300 people there. There wasn't one black face. There wasn't one Mexican face. It was all white people with their white people ideas, because the white people are usually the bootlickers, because the white people are the ones that don't have their rights violated and don't have kids in jail and don't have to spend money or spend money on lawyers to get their loved ones set free. But we have a jury pool. The jury pool here, if the people that are on juries are people who are too stupid to sidestep it. Now, I always try to get picked for a jury, but that's never happened. But
I think the problem is that, like you're saying, you have to be a voter, I think, registered voter to get on jury duty.
True. And they take away your rights. And
well, and you have to be pretty stupid to be a registered voter, right? Like I have never, that's the problem, right? That's the catch-22. I've never registered to vote until like literally yesterday when I went to go renew or the day before yesterday when I went to renew my driver's license so that I could be on jury duty because, right, who's going to register to vote?
So does that mean you never voted?
Right. Who am I going to, what
That's
political
dumb.
puppet?
That's dumb. That's dumb not to vote. I'm going to tell you why. Are you ready? I'm moving from juries to you. The reason why is because if you don't vote, we lose our ability to vote. So who did I vote for at during the presidency? I voted for Kanye West. I voted. I wrote in Kanye West. My candidate lost.
Exactly why I don't vote.
However, I got to keep the process of voting alive because I voted.
See, what I think is important to vote at our local elections, to start there, at least, because at least these are real people. I feel like once you get to the presidential level and all that stuff, I mean, Ron Paul was actually a really good candidate, but I mean, other than that, I think it's very controlled. The mafia probably, which now controls the police and now controls all the politics and presidency and everything, which is probably controlled by the Catholic Church and all that stuff. But that's beside the point. But it's very controlled. There's too much consolidation and power there that
I'm not gonna talk over you, which I usually do. But you're wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. Why you should vote in local elections. Why you should vote at local elections, because that carries up to the federal elections. However, at local elections, they're controlled also, because our city council, every single council member that had backing by the police union actually won, because we have people out there like you who don't want to go out and vote, and the only people that vote in our elections are police officers and their wives, and white people that are rich, and that's it. Because other people are like you and think my vote doesn't matter. My Kanye West vote mattered. It mattered. But if you're not going to vote, it's that you're going to just cause all this thing to collapse. Because if everybody voted in the local elections, those people in the federal elections start somewhere. Because our mayor right now has aspirations for the Texas Senate. All right, because she started as a mayor here, who got voted in because of people like you not voting. There you go.
Yeah, it's all your fault, lawyer dog.
What you have to say
Okay, no.
now?
So I actually, okay, here's what I have to say about that. Here's the thing, is I
Okay,
think that if a person votes, that they should be very knowledgeable or whatever, informed about the people that they're voting for and the policies that they're going to put in play, right? Like, and any blood that's on that politician's hands is going to be on their voters' hands and all that stuff, right? And there's so many positions to vote for as far as the, you know, like you said, these different positions in local government, like school council boards and judges and prosecutors and all that stuff, which is great. And I think that we should be an informed citizenry. But the problem is people who vote who aren't totally informed, they become the problem. And so unless you're totally informed on who you're voting for, you shouldn't be voting. That's where I'm coming from.
Where are they getting their information from? Oh, it's a propaganda that's controlled by the people who are voted in.
Well,
so that's why we do what we do. We bring awareness to the people who normally would not get awareness. That's why we have to keep putting out videos. We have to keep putting out the ideas, because of course people just close their eyes and go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a you know what by the toe, a tiger by the toe. You know, that's how they vote. I have never been to a city council meeting or spoken at one until after I got into this. I didn't care.
Speaking of which, Carolina, when is the next city council meeting?
January.
January what?
January 9th, I think. I'm not sure.
I agree. It's important to vote.
You
Well, that's what
that's the only time I've ever voted then.
Well, no, so what I was saying, actually, I think you misheard me at the beginning, is I think it's important to vote at your local level. I just feel like when you get to the presidency, it's probably important to vote too. But like you're saying, that the media is actually in so control of it, which is actually in Mein Kampf, which is, you know, in Hitler's book, and the media is in so control of all of that information that you can't even say his name, right? Because he was actually exposing a lot of that, saying that the media controls our elections, and that's why we don't have fair elections.
Didn't I just explain to you that the people from the shoot, let me do this. Didn't I just explain to you that the federal level people that you're voting for started somewhere, and if we would have kicked them out at the local level, they wouldn't have made it to the federal level?
Well, I wish they did, but unfortunately, like you have Trump, for example, who never doesn't a thing about government or a thing about law or.
And why did they vote him in? They voted him in because at the beginning, because he didn't know anything about the law, because they thought he'd go in with open eyes, because he didn't have anybody controlling him. That's why people voted for him the first time, right? That's why.
Because they were brainwashed by the media the first time.
Yes, but they are, just like the juries are. And that's why you can't get a fair trial here. The reason why the juries are brainwashed here is because whenever they go in after they're picked, you got the prosecutor and all his cornies going, "Thank you so much for being here. You're the best people ever. If we didn't have the juries, we would not be able to make this country run. We have the best country. We have the best country. The juries are what make it go around." And then when you get put back into the jury room and they're deliberating, the jury says, "Oh my God, I don't think that we can." Can you mute your microphone, BZ?
Oh, no.
So anyways, they would say, we get back to the deliberation room and they say, "Oh my God, I just don't think that this guy's guilty, but we have to feel guilty because these people here are so nice and they never would try to put somebody in jail that was innocent. I'm going to have to vote guilty even though I don't see that he's guilty." And that's what happens here at the juries. So, that's exactly why you cannot get a fair trial here in Fort Worth. We are ran that way. And that's just how it is. And the only way to overcome it is by voting at the local level, seeing it for what it is, speaking out, and trying to get mainstream news to be secondary rather than primary. Hopefully people start going to YouTube or other places to get their news rather than the mainstream news. Because in my situation where I got hurt, the jury, some of the newspaper articles came out first and said that I was told multiple times to move across the street, and I'm an instigator that causes trouble. And not only that, she goes to people's churches. She does this. She does that. How would you like it if you had a microphone in your face?
Oh, don't forget, you want to be a YouTube star too.
That's what it said on that's the propaganda that came out on the news. Now, it's very easy for them to do this just by manipulating a few words. For example, if I ask you, Mr. Law Guy, if I say to you, "How fast were you driving whenever you crashed your vehicle?" People would think, "Oh my God, that guy drives worse than Carolina." Or if I said to you, "How fast were you driving when you bumped into that other vehicle over there?" Which one sounds worse? It's how you use the words. So if you want to overcome all this propaganda, we got to start putting out more propaganda than they have.
Carolina, don't forget. You want to be a YouTube star. Don't forget that statement.
Oh, yeah, they told the jury I want to be a YouTube star. I told it, man, I wish I would have been on the stand because I would have told them I'm already a YouTube star, but I'm not. But anyways. So, yeah, I like what let's Oval Cities. If you don't vote, what can they steal? They can't steal an election if nobody votes because they have, they even try to do things like moving voting lines and areas so that a certain candidate will get elected. So that's why we have to vote. Because if nobody votes, nobody cares about voting, then they're just going to say, well, we don't need to vote. This guy wants to do it. This guy wants to do it. We'll put them as the city council. Get out there and vote for Kanye West. It doesn't matter.
But no, where I'm going with this is, though, people put more emphasis on voting for the president than they do voting for their local district attorney. The district attorney is the most important position in the country, I think. Right? And yet nobody gives any emphasis on that. I don't even know who the DA or prosecutor is around here. I don't think anybody does.
Well, I didn't know who my mayor was until 5 years ago. So there you go. You have to get started at the local level because you don't want them to reach the federal level. And then you realize the government's so complex, and maybe this is the reason the way it is that there's so many, like you say, levels. You got the mayor, like you said, all the city council members, all these different people running for all these different positions. Half of them, as you know now, don't even run against anybody because it's so complicated. No one's even running for this, or no one knows how, or like no one's involved at all, but there's so many levels to it that to know all of it is like. That's why we should be libertarian. All of us libertarians.
Yeah.
Get rid of all this government.
Yeah, it just becomes so complex. Yeah, and then to know who's right and who's wrong, and as far as even on agreeing with people on even local policies and local ideas, and like even look at BZ and I don't even have the same necessarily agreements on what conducts, or what free speech is or whatever, stuff like that. I mean, how are we ever going to? It's just so complicated, right? How can we ever resolve all of that?
Well, Carolina, what I want to say is, like, if you look at this disorderly conduct charge.
Oh yeah, back to that.
I mean, look what it says, though. I mean, intermediate. It doesn't matter if it's a cop or a private citizen. Okay, let's just say a person in general, because it says a person.
Anybody can say, "You made me do that. Look what you made me do."
Right.
Anybody
exactly.
That?
Yeah. That's what our parents that's what your parents used to tell us, right?
Look what you made. No, that's what abusive husbands say to wives, according to all the comedians. You made me do that.
Carolina, the Chaplinsky case that he's talking about with the cop. I hope I didn't interrupt you. I wanted to update you on this case.
That's my name.
Sorry, but I just wanted to say that what's weird about this case is that the guy in the case called the cop a fascist, got charged, and conviction upheld on appeals. That he was literally charged and convicted with calling a cop a fascist, and that's still valid case law today. You cannot go up to a cop and call him a fascist. Under Chaplinsky, that's still valid case law. So people think that you can go up and call cops Nazis and tell them F you, and because they're cops that they can take more crap or whatever. Well, look at Chaplinsky, like you're saying, it's not true.
So what year was that one made?
1941, I think, or 1940.
That's been overcome already. That one's already been. Look at Plessy versus Ferguson. Just because Brown versus the school board.
Texas versus Brown.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about Plessy versus Ferguson, which said that black people had to ride in a separate car.
Yeah.
Even if, right. That was overruled by
right.
So it's school board, right?
Yeah, so that's been overturned.
Just because Brown came along doesn't mean that Plessy's off the books. So your case that you're talking about is on the
books.
It
kind of is. Because when you go into the case, the reason I say that is when these lawyers go in and look at like Westlaw and all that stuff, it tells you whether it's valid case law or not. It'll tell you red, yellow, or green, valid case law, questionable case law, or overturned case law.
But Plessy versus Ferguson is in effect still too, and it says black people have to ride on a separate train car.
No, I'm almost positive Plessy's been overturned. Actually considered overturned case law. Okay. And I need to verify that, but most case laws will actually say they've been overturned because no one's challenged this situation up in the Supreme Court yet. It's still valid case law because it hasn't been challenged.
Plessy versus Ferguson was a challenging case, so they were established law with Plessy versus Ferguson.
I gotta look up.
He called him a damned racketeer and a damn fascist. So he didn't He didn't just call him just a fascist. He called him a damned racketeer.
Oh my God.
And a damned fascist.
He shouldn't have done that.
Now that's still valid. See, now when you look up Plessy, though, just to make my point clear, I'm not trying to like make a point, but I'm just saying that Plessy is technically considered no longer valid case law. It was overturned by the Supreme Court. They overturned it in Brown versus Ford.
I've never heard anybody use your case law you're talking about. So it's probably not overturned, but probably people aren't going to use it.
You're right. But here's where it's Carolina. But here's where it states that the refusal of the state court to admit evidence of provocation and evidence bearing on the truth or falsity of the utterances is open to no constitutional objection. Basically, nobody objected to it. Now, if you look at the disorderly conduct statute that we have, it says in defense, right here, in defense to prosecution, that the actor has significant provocation for his abusive or threatening conduct.
Yeah, that's pretty vague. That's why they call it a go-to law, because that's what they use if they can't find anything else wrong or have case backing on it. So they just use as just like interference is a go-to law.
Exactly.
Interference is a go-to law. So we all know that. But the point of the story is that this that we have the point of the whole story is because the laws are written so vague like this, they're hard to overcome in court, especially when you have kangaroo courts like we have here. Who want to help put criminals in jail. We have to help. And also these juries too, they're followers. They're not leaders, right? They're followers. So whenever somebody's going, you're so great. You're so wonderful. I just can't believe you're here doing the jury thing. You know, they're like, wow, I'm not being called an asshole anymore. I'm being respected. I like being a jurist.
But look, if you look at this, number 4, Carolina, I don't know if you can see that well enough on your screen. It says abuses or threatens a person in a public place in an obviously offensive manner. Well, before anything got said, that guy was threatening to call Uber and call the cops on me for trying to leave.
Why did you just leave? They're not going to come after you after that. They're lazy. They're lazy. I'm just asking. I'm just throwing devil's advocate out there. I mean, I would have just left. Like that's what I do when they tell me to leave. I leave.
I can sit here and say that you interfered with Kruger all day and play devil's advocate, but you know.
No. See, there's two. No, I would disagree.
Look what Shy Side says. My local council person blocked me because I kept tagging her about these fake snack stores opening in our neighborhood. Flash Shy, go out there and instead of being blocked, make your own
Carolina,
Facebook page and put that out there.
You refuse to go across the street like I refuse to leave.
Just tell me why first, and I'll do it.
Hey, I just wanted him to open the gate so I could drive around at the turnaround point and leave.
So why don't you just click off your video camera for him so you could go through and do what you wanted to do?
Well, he started getting irate with me and acting a fool, so I started recording.
So why don't you just turn off your video camera so you could go do what you wanted to do, since it was private property?
You've got Carolina here, Carolina of all people. Here asking you these questions.
Oh no, she's just giving me a hard time.
I just want to know why if you want to go on private property and the rule is turn off your video camera, why didn't you just turn off your video camera?
If she's wondering this,
I'm just wondering, like
jurors are going to be wondering this.
You're going onto private property and the rule is turn off your video camera on your dash cam. Why couldn't you just do that? And just go do that since it's private property.
It had nothing to do with filming on the private property though, Carolina.
He wouldn't let you in because you had your dash cam on.
No, it had nothing to do with the camera. I didn't start turning my camera on until he was acting a fool.
Why didn't he want to let you into the?
Well, it's because so let me tell you what happened, Carolina, because this is what's not on camera.
Okay.
Okay. So I roll up to the gate on what they call a business invite. I was there to pick up a homeowner.
Okay.
And I had to start at the little guard gate, right?
Right.
So I roll up. And I tell the guy the address, the security guard. I tell the security guard the address.
Right.
He looks it up and says, "You are not on the list." I said, "Okay, hang on a second." So I called the homeowner. Said, "Hey, security guard's not letting me in." Yeah, he said, "I'm not on the list." So, can you know? And he goes like this: "Tell the security guard to call me." I said, "Okay." So I hang up with the homeowner, and I said, "Hey, the homeowner says to call him." "No, I am not going to call him." He just starts getting like irate with me. I'm just like, "Okay, hang on a second." pick up the phone and call the homeowner again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, this guy is giving me a hard time at the gate. I don't know what you want me to do. But yeah, he's not letting me in. Because supposedly you need to call him. I'm not calling him. And like basically I'm the middle guy for this damn security guard and this homeowner. And I don't know what their policies are because no one's told me the policy at this point. Okay.
Right.
Well, the guy's trying to tell me, you know what?
Except for the security guard who told you we weren't on the list. That's the policy so far.
Yeah. So anyways, the security
yeah.
guard.
So anyways, Carolina,
So the security guard, just as the homeowner's telling me that he wants to just go ahead and cancel because he has to get to the airport, the security guard goes, "Give me your ID." And I go, "I don't know where you're from, man, but demanding
go back to
ID,
Africa and learn the law."
I said, "I don't know where you're from, but demanding ID is not like the law here. You're not a cop." And he goes, "I need your ID or you don't get in." And the homeowner's like, "Just go ahead and cancel my ride." So he hung up on me, right? And then I go,
but the rule is to go onto this private property, you have to show your ID. Just like when you go to Billy Bob's, you have to show your ID.
First off, I didn't know that. If he would have said that up front, or if he would have said it was policy, but this guy was irate from the minute I pulled up. And when I asked the guy for his name, he goes like this: "I'm not giving you my name. I need your." I said, "You know what? I'm not giving you ID. If you don't want to give me your name, I'm not giving you my ID."
Well, then then you should have left because that was the rule.
I couldn't leave. You know why? He had the little arm blocking me because I had cars behind me backing up into an intersection.
Oh, I would have got out of the car and said, "Move your ass. I gotta get out."
The thing is, after what you end up seeing on camera, because I ended up starting to film because the guy was acting like a nut. The president of Homeowners Association comes out, and this is all on camera.
Because you didn't leave. Because he came out.
Well, because I was asking for a supervisor, but by then the guy had already called for the police. And
why would you ask for a supervisor when you could just give your license and go in and get him?
It's not that Carolina. It's not that easy.
Okay, I'll shut up.
It's not that easy. You weren't there.
Okay.
No, I think though that it's really good because Carolina had just experienced those jurors. She is not a fan of stupid jurors. She's a smart juror. So the best you're going to get is someone like Carolina on your jury. You hope to get someone like Carolina on your jury, right?
Well, Carolina's not going to be questioning me from the jury box like she is.
Right. She's not going to be able to.
The jury doesn't have an opportunity to ask you any questions. They're just going to assume you're an asshole because you didn't follow the rules. That's what they're going to assume. They're going to assume
how do I know the rules if they're not posted or someone doesn't inform me of the rules? Don't you
know the difference between private and public property?
Not every private property that I go to requires ID, though, Carolina.
No, of course not. But one with a guard booth and a guard, that one requires ID, right?
No, not always. Not always.
Does anybody tell you you can't go over 35 in a residential area, even though there's no signs there? No. So why do people have to tell? Why do we have to put signs up to say 35?
Well, 35.
I didn't know it was 35 through here, so that's why I went 55.
Well, no. First off, I took a driver's test to get that license to know that I can only drive 35 in a residential neighborhood.
Okay.
But subdivisions have different rules. But the thing is, I'm at a guard gate. I'm not inside their subdivision. I don't have a rule.
In because you didn't follow the rules. The rule was give your license.
If the guy would have said, "I need,"
do you know why you wanted your license? Because of the private property, and they wanted to know who's going in.
First off, if I was talking to an American who could actually educate and actually articulate English, they would probably articulate to me. That I needed it to gain access to the property instead of just.
It was obvious that if he was going to give you access because he asked for your ID so you could go in.
Carolina, you're just being mean. You're not. I mean,
no, I appreciate Carolina.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse unless you're a police officer.
Unless the law clearly states right there. What does that say, Brandon?
You've got 3 people on your jury right now.
It says, what does it say? What is that, Wilson? What does it say? I can't read it.
Let me blow it up for you, Carolina.
Does say a person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly.
And BD says he doesn't know nothing, so he can't commit crimes.
I thought that ignorance was not a defense.
Well, it is in this case, I guess, because the law states it is.
This makes a good point, though.
Well, that's what my fucking shit said too, knowingly and intentionally, and so I knowingly and intentionally spoke in public.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I talk over people. I'm very rude. I know that, but I don't know who this person is.
This is Brandon Mitchell. This is
Oh,
Brandon Mitchell.
Brandon! Hi, Brandon. Okay, good.
What's up, CFW?
Oh, I just have to say that I'm on drugs right now, just to let you everybody know. That's why I'm chattering, because like I look at my wrist. I fell out of a tree.
Oh, no wonder she's being so combative. Okay, that makes more sense.
I'm
She's
drugged
telling the
out.
truth
Brandon, yay!
Or Carolina, as they say in court, why are you being so belligerent?
Because I've been hanging around marijuana monster too long. That's my
But
baby.
no, I mean, a person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly uses. I didn't cuss.
Okay, what does Brandon have to say about that? Okay, go ahead, Brandon. I'm sorry, Brandon.
Brandon, let me ask you.
I think it should be void for vagueness.
Before you answer her question, did you see my videos?
The newest ones I have not.
No, the one of this disorderly conduct where we're at the guard gate.
Yeah, I seen that.
Okay, now you can go ahead and answer her question.
I think it should be void for vagueness.
Or maybe made more or less vague.
Yeah, I'm sure they're really going to avoid it.
I am on drugs, grateful tabs. Oh my God, that's going to go through all the troll channels. Let me repeat it. I'm on drugs. Okay, there you go. Can you use that?
I'll just make sure I remember. I'll just make sure I remember it only.
They'll take it out of context, CFW. We know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, BZ's going to get that law.
Look what Sly Shite said for you, Carolina. Don't blame Mata cussing.
Because that would be like saying, look what you made me do.
Well, you know, the one thing I can honestly say about you, Carolina, is I don't really ever hear you cuss that much.
I don't cuss that much.
I mean,
very important.
I don't cuss that much. I think that Carolina and I are a lot with, we know we're filming, so we're trying to watch what we say as far as in offensive language. But somebody said, who that noisy lady? Zoom with Smokey Bear.
I'm on drugs. That's all I got to say.
She's on prescription medication for those of you who are watching.
Look, I don't know if you can see that. How big
Well,
my wrist
BZ's trying to say that, no, she's making good. She's just trying to help BZ with his case a little bit, I would say.
Well, I think she's going a little overboard for views and clicks. She said she'll be right back. But Brandon, on a serious note, bro, me telling somebody to go back to Africa after being called a racist because he's from Africa, is that really being abusive, indecent, profane, or vulgar language that by its very utterance tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace, which is violence?
Well, you know my answer to that. It's going to be a no. But I'm a firm believer in free speech.
Now, if you look at this code, right? If you go further down, look at number 4, right here.
I would like to challenge Brandon a little bit for a second on his idea of being a firm believer in free speech and what that actually means, and if that's actually what he means. Because I want to know if I'm walking down the street with, say, my girlfriend or my mother or something, and some guy walks up and just starts using like inappropriate language to the point where it's becoming where he needs to get knocked in the face, and then I knock him in the face. I mean, I'm not a violent person. I'm actually quite a pacifist.
Well,
but I think
for one, free speech really doesn't protect, the public walking up. Free speech protects us from the government. Your free speech might get your ass knocked out.
It may, natural law.
I'm just saying.
So you're saying that if that guy came and tased or whatever the heck, punched BZ, I mean, I don't mean to get into these scenarios, but you're saying that guy would have had the right to take steps so you don't think that BZ should have been able to say whatever he wanted to that guy without that guy having the right to do something about it, right?
Well, I mean, if he wants to go ahead and break the law and assault somebody,
so
that's
now
a
you're
different
saying
story.
that you'd be breaking the law. So you're
Well,
saying that this
if
law,
you put your hands on somebody,
guys, let me jump in there for a second. But based on how this law is written, and this is where I can see both your points. The law says that if I say something so harsh or so abusive or so offensive that incites violence, that if the guy hits me, then if I try to press charges, he's got defense that I provoked him into hitting me. So who's the real agitator and instigator on this one? It would probably be me because I said something so harsh that the guy punched me.
I don't see where what you said caused him any anguish at all. It just hurt his feelings.
Well, I just want you to backtrack on this idea that, so you do believe that there are some restrictions on speech, right? We don't have this unbridled free speech. Can you?
Well, if your speech causes somebody like direct harm, yeah, I would see that's wrong. But if I come up and just say, "Hey, you're an asshole," that's no reason for you to.
Okay, you walk up to I'm just giving you an example. If somebody walked up to my son and said that, then I'd have the right to retaliate. I mean, like I said, I'm not violent, but if I was, I'd knock him in the face, right? So wouldn't I have you justified in doing that?
What, for me just saying asshole?
Yeah, if somebody said that to my son or something, what I'm saying is they don't have the right to just walk up and call me even an asshole.
If it was me, I would teach my son, hey, that's not the way to go about things. This is a good learning experience.
Free speech was not put into this contract that we have with the government to deal with private citizens versus private citizens. This is all.
That's right.
Has to do with government. So
Okay.
you can really do anything you want. You can punch somebody in the nose if they call your son an asshole, but you're the one that's going to go to jail for assault.
Okay. Well, I thought.
The words are only for government so that we can speak freely and not be worried about putting it in jail because it's something we say about or to government. It's not about private citizens because like a private citizen could have a gun in the back of his. You walk up and call a citizen an asshole and he pulls a gun out and shoots you in the face. You're dead. You're dead. You're completely dead. And there's nothing you can do because of your speech. You can't hop up and say, "Oh, but I have free speech." You don't have free speech from citizen to citizen. That's why we were able to kick trolls out of our chats.
Okay, let's just.
No, that's totally different, CFW. YouTube isn't a public platform. It's actually owned by a company. So they're allowed to set policies and restrictions.
But we can restrict people out of
But if I go out to that public sidewalk and call my neighbor a cunt, sorry, excuse my language, a hunt, and there's nothing they can really do about it except for be mad.
But what if you go up and you call a police officer a cunt, right? Can they do anything about it?
Well,
no,
that's government.
That's right. And because free speech has rules when you talk to government. So there you go. This free speech stuff.
To take it back to what you were saying, Lawyer Dog, is use those experiences with your kid to teach him right from wrong.
Yeah, I'll show him. Look, what happens when you walk up and call somebody an asshole? You get knocked out.
That could possibly happen. Or you could be like, that's not the way to handle yourself. Be respectful. This guy's a total jackoff.
Right, but at some point, I'm saying we do put lines on free speech, I think, or there should be, or like we even, for example, courtroom decorum, and all that stuff. You can't walk into a court proceeding that you're not a part of and start yelling, or you can't stand outside your neighbor's house with a megaphone and start yelling slanderous stuff in the middle of the night. There's levels, and when you say there's no restrictions at all, you're I feel like being totally irrational.
Well, look at number 6 right there, guys.
Sidewalk, you have if you're on a public sidewalk, there are other rules with the megaphones, sound ordinances.
Right.
So you are breaking some laws with the sound ordinance. But if you're just standing on the sidewalk, this is why we have that show called Deadly Neighbor or whatever on A&E. That people get in fights all the time as neighbors, and there's no free speech among neighbors. This free speech is for us being able to speak against the government without fear of retribution. That's what free speech is about. So,
Carolina, you just gave two examples, right? And they're right here. Look, number 5 and 6 on the screen.
So here's what is about a sporting definition. Right? It's another in a public place. Well, not unless there's mutual combat.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's still all under disorderly conduct. But see how
can't even make an unreasonable noise.
But see how it says makes unreasonable noise? That's very vague. Fights with another in a public, that's kind of vague because how are you fighting, verbally or physically?
And that's what
okay, so let's go with this vagueness. It's not very
well, if it's verbal, I would say that's an argument, not a fight.
Unless you're held by his bridle, then it doesn't matter. Unless you're looking at the moon, it doesn't matter. We can't put everything in there. these are guidelines that are interpreted by the people who are administrating them.
Hey, is that her signal or is that my signal?
Okay, that is hers.
That's hers.
It's my people.
I thought it was mine too.
It's trolls. So this is why we have people that interpret the law in the courts, because they are vague. Okay, that's the whole idea of it. Of who's going to determine reasonableness, who's going to determine vagueness is it's a court system. Checks and balances. We have the legislator write this, and the court system interpret it. That's just how it goes. So it is vague. It is vague.
Hey, you're muted again, lawyer dog.
Oh, I was just agreeing with her. I think she's right about that. That the courts probably aren't going to give any leeway on it because it's vague. I mean, even though in theory, like maybe you could challenge it on that and get the law changed and all that stuff. As we've seen, like with Chili's case and stuff, this process is a lot harder and more expensive than it should be. Well,
let me ask you this, okay? So she's saying that it's only against the government, not against private citizens. But doesn't the First Amendment said that Congress shall pass no law against my speech, my right to speech, my right to religion? So
yeah, but I think you can pass city ordinances.
City ordinances are usually overly broad and not narrowly tailored.
This is probably falling under something that wasn't passed by Congress, but passed by a lower level government.
Yeah, but they're passing laws literally on stuff that the Constitution says they can't.
But it says that Congress shall not, and that's what people have been getting into lately, is saying that Congress can't pass these laws against free speech, but lower level governments can.
Yeah, but who gave the rights to the states? Congress did. So they passed a law that gave states rights to pass laws that don't infringe on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, which this clearly is.
The perfect example is the ordinances that prevent panhandling, but the Supreme Court has ruled that panhandling is free speech.
There you go. Just like Jeff Gray says all the time.
Yeah, it must have been incorporated. I don't know when the First Amendment was incorporated against the states. If anyone knows.
I believe it was 1787.
Well, when the Bill of Rights was written, they didn't apply to the states.
That would be like the 14th Amendment.
Well, no, because even what's weird is even the Second Amendment didn't apply to the states until the McDonald case in 2010. Like a lot of these cases don't even apply. Like they literally, it's the incorporation.
It applied, they just didn't care. They made somebody fight it for it to matter. It mattered. It cared. They were supposed to, but they decided not to because they have the 10th Amendment and that's what they're fighting it on.
All right.
But now we have the 13th, 14th, and 15th, which really brings everything back. Just like Brandon was saying. So, but anyways.
You think the states won't make laws that abridge our freedoms if they can? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, no, what I'm telling you is when you look at law, what you'll see is a lot of the times law is specific to a culture or an area. They'll say depending on what the area, yeah. And so that's why they're written like this. Depending on what the area is okay with or the culture is okay with, that they can put restrictions on your laws.
This is why we had.
But they're putting restrictions on the Constitution.
Yeah, right.
Which is the law of the land.
Let Carolina get in there.
Well, I can't. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you guys, but that's what the Jim Crow laws were in effect in the South and not the North until the federal government came in and threw out all the Jim Crow laws. So in the South, we had the black water fountains and the white water fountains, but not in the North. So that's where the federal government steps in to fix those things that the states do. Right, Brandon? Right.
That's where the 14th Amendment comes into play.
Yep, that would be where the 14th Amendment comes into play. Or that's where the 14th Amendment should come into play. Because what Lawyer Dog's saying is absolutely true. The states don't care until they lose.
Keebler.
And who's got the money to fight them?
Keebler says Supreme Court did not. I'm sorry. Oh, God damn it. I'm on drugs so bad. Supreme Court did not say that. Did that with the camping ban. They ruled last spring that the cities can deal with homeless any way they want, as long as it's constitutional.
Well, you saw the law that they put on homeless and camping here be by Governor Abbott, right?
but it still has to be constitutional. We can't just decide to have white water fountains and black water fountains because that's not constitutional.
There you
Who are
go, Carolina.
people?
Carolina,
Oh,
read that comment on the screen.
Who are you people? Come on.
Just Chuck.
Somebody block that troll.
Get rid of that troll right now. Who's this Chuck Bronson person?
think his account's been hijacked. Do you see the picture on the? Do you see his picture icon? It's the same girl ID refusal that you covered.
Bronson. That's Chuck Bronson.
I know that was a good video.
Come on. Come on.
That chick was so stupid, it was ridiculous.
I've had. There you go. It's all about money, Slasheye needs to come up here. He's right on. Slasheye's doing a lot.
Slasheye is female, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Slasheye. I thought you. I didn't know what your pronoun was.
Well, Lawyer Dog and Brandon, what do you guys got quiet all of a sudden?
So yeah, I got because I had to do a little research to get so you guys understood what I'm talking about. And if you look it up, just go ahead and Google it, and you'll get the answer from AI or whatever. When was the First Amendment incorporated to the states? So like you guys are talking about, it wasn't the 14th Amendment and all this stuff. These amendments in the Bill of Rights, specifically the Bill of Rights, they have been slowly incorporated one by one to the against the states through the Supreme Court case laws. And the First Amendment wasn't applied to the states until it was Gitlow versus New York in 1925. So the reason I'm pointing, I just wanted to make that clear, is that there's still some Bill of Rights, like the Third Amendment, and I think it's like the Seventh or something, that don't apply to the states. So this idea that, like I said, it wasn't until—
So you're telling me during wartime military could come invade my house?
No.
Well,
is that what you're saying? That's what you just said. The Third Amendment does not apply.
Well, it says without
So
what? Without just compensation or something like that. Let me get the—
I don't care. I know compensation is just to me.
But what I'm saying is,
now is it right?
Without owner's consent during— okay, yes.
I think he meant nobody's really challenged it because we haven't had to do that.
Yeah. I mean, you could challenge it, but technically speaking, if you were to ask, for example, AI, what's Bill of Rights don't apply to the states, it'll tell you, I'm sure, or ChatGPT is down right now, but when it comes back up, it'll tell you the Third and other amendments. And like the reason this is interesting is because, like I said, even the Second Amendment wasn't fully incorporated until 2010, which I find to be really interesting because people, I think, thought it applied to the states long before 2010. And just on this note, yeah, and there's a recent case that came out, the Ramos case. It was in like 2020, and that actually pulled out another right in the Sixth Amendment that said that all criminal juries have to be unanimous decision for a criminal conviction. Before that, they were doing like 5-1 or like a 10-2. So there's these rights within the Constitution that they call implicit rights that aren't explicitly stated in the Constitution. Like the Sixth Amendment doesn't explicitly state a unanimous jury for a criminal conviction. And so we haven't had a unanimous jury for criminal convictions up until about 5 years ago. And so I'm just pointing that out, that there are other rights encrypted or implicitly stated in the Bill of Rights too that haven't been brought to light that other people might find in there. So to think that we even know all the rights in the Bill of Rights is also interesting, that there's more coming out that we didn't even have before.
They basically have the separation of states and they basically have separation of state and church. But what I'm talking about is they let the states really rule as they want to, if it's constitutional. But to me, isn't it weird how some states have capital murder? Some people have death penalty. Some states have death penalties and some don't. Huh?
And I wanted to touch on that because, yeah, I hear a lot of in these videos and groups and stuff, people talking about these unalienable rights that we have that we're endowed by our Creator with. They get this from the Declaration of Independence, which says including the right to life, liberty, and property, or you can say pursuit of happiness, but we'll go with property. Anyways, this idea that people think we have these unalienable rights, I don't know if you've been getting that. And I used to think that too until I learned better and realized we don't have these unalienable rights because and that law actually doesn't recognize unalienable rights. The Declaration of Independence is not a legal document that applies to the federal government or to our states or anything like that. You know what I mean? It was just a letter to king or whatever, but it's not, has no legal standing. B, the courts do not recognize a level of right higher than a fundamental right. There is no unalienable right, and a fundamental right is the highest level of right, and that all fundamental rights can be weighed at government, against government benefits, and fundamental rights can even be lowered to different levels of rights.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm going to go ahead and say it anyways. Keebler, what Supreme Court ruling said that it's unconstitutional for cities to punish homeless, even if there's prior case laws that say it is? Show me what the case law is for that says the Supreme Court says that we can punish homeless people. I want to know the case law on that.
She's saying Carolina Supreme Court.
So Zoom with Monkey, and while you're getting that, Zoom with Monkey is trying to, I think,
tell me. My bad, Keebler. I thought you were talking to me. I misread it. I'm drugs.
If you want to talk about when the states, sorry, I just wanted.
Oh wait, that's not true, Carolina. She was saying Carolina as in you. Never mind. I read that wrong.
How come I can get high in Oklahoma and in Colorado, but I can't get high here in Texas?
I think CFW needs to share with the rest of us.
Okay, so hold on. Zoom with Smokey Bear. I just wanted to address him real quick because I think he thinks I'm an idiot for thinking this way, and it's not the case. He says, tell him to Google when the states agreed to follow the Constitution. Well, let's get it all right, right? The states didn't really agree. They were coerced into following the Constitution, right? Because that's what the whole Civil War was about, is applying the Constitution against the states. But B, the Constitution was outlined. Yeah, the federal government, the Bill of Rights was applied to the federal government. I mean, so I don't know. Just because they were forced into following, being subordinate to the federal government, the states were, doesn't mean that they were following the Bill of Rights that were applying to the federal government. And on this note, why would the First Amendment say Congress shall make no law? That's a really interesting point, because you don't see in any other amendment, like the Second Amendment, it doesn't say Congress shall not make no law, right? Only the First Amendment specifically says Congress shall make no law. Well, if the whole Bill of Rights was listing our rights, isn't it a good, fair question to say, why did the First Amendment include that clause?
Because they didn't have word processors.
Let me ask you a question. What makes up Congress?
All
from my understanding,
all the senators and House representatives from the state.
Hey, calm down, BZ. Calm down. Exactly. All the legislatures from each state. So the legislatures are Congress, right?
Okay, but aren't there like state laws that are made outside of Congress, or like local laws? There are different levels of laws.
Ordinances.
Okay, yeah, let's just go with ordinances, for example, which is where we get a lot of these disorderly charges, right? Most of them are city ordinances. That's how they're getting around, and that's the whole point. And that's why I'm saying it's a cultural thing, it's a local thing. They're saying that different areas can set their own restrictions on speech, but the federal government can't. That's how I interpret it, and I think maybe you guys can see where I'm coming from and how that's actually how it's being applied.
But it has to be constitutional. Just because it didn't have those words, we can't make unconstitutional laws at the ordinance level.
But how is that unconstitutional when it specifically says Congress and not City Council?
Well, Congress, like the ordinances like the black and the white water fountains, right? That's unconstitutional, even though the state or the local people put that in there. It's still
okay. So yes, you can find.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So it was still unconstitutional. Oh, so you're saying that it's still, but how is it still, how is it unconstitutional to have an ordinance against speech? Where in the Constitution does it say that you can't have an ordinance against speech?
It doesn't say that anywhere.
Right, so it wouldn't be unconstitutional then, right?
But it doesn't have to be said to be understood. Because if I look at you like this, it's understood I don't like you. You don't have to write everything out, because this is why it's a guideline. These are guidelines, and that's why the United States left it up for city governments to deal with what their stuff was culturally and socially, so that it would stay small and they wouldn't have to deal with it. They delegated, just like a good manager delegates tasks to his workers. That's what the United States is doing. They're delegating the local governments, the state governments to pass these laws, but they still have to be constitutional. They still have to be constitutional, even though they didn't add that in there. They're allowing states and local governments to make those laws and apply those laws.
Then how do we have all these gun laws, for example? How do we have all these gun laws if you're going to say that we all just blanketly understand that it's the Constitution and that everything?
I think all the gun laws are bullshit anyways.
I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm saying
but you're fighting their fight for them.
They're fighting their fight, and they're trying to show that that's why they're going to the courts right now to try to show that those laws that the local governments are making are not constitutional. That's why they're going to the court system, because the legislator makes the laws, the justice system interprets the laws. So we're waiting for them to be interpreted before we can apply why they're being applied. That's why. It's
people with mindsets like that allow these governments to make those laws.
See, no, because it's people with mindsets like yours. Also, I could say this also kind of creating the problem, because you're saying I should be able to go up to you in the street and yell and say and scream whatever the fuck I want, and you shouldn't be able to do anything about it. And the government can.
I didn't say that. I said your speech might get you knocked out.
But then you're saying,
man, hold on, lawyer dog. I'm getting offended based on all your swear words. That's disorderly conduct on my channel.
Right now, if you're offended, I should be able to send the police there to arrest you for hitting me because I got in your face and said a bunch of fighting words.
You can send the police to me. I don't answer questions.
Brandon, right? Brandon, are you under the impression that you should be able to get into somebody's face and say whatever you want, and if they hit you, the police should arrest them and charge them with assault? Isn't that what you said earlier?
I'm not pressing charges if I fucking cause something to be harmed on me. I'm not going to press charges on you. I'm not that kind of person, though.
Slow down.
But Brandon, Brandon, you did mention that then that person would get charged with assault, right? Now, don't you agree then?
No, I said they could be charged with assault.
Why don't you take it back with me and say that person shouldn't be charged with assault, that the government shouldn't have any business in what these people are doing. If that person speaks fighting words and they get into a fight, the government has no involvement.
But what's fighting words? Me just calling you an asshole?
Exactly. What's fighting words? And that's where you get into these ordinances and all of this legal stuff and all of these questions that we're all having. It's not as
now, if I come up and said I'm directly going to kick your ass, that's fighting words.
Okay, now,
if I come up and say, hey, that was an asshole remark, that's not.
There are words that can be spoken.
Well, I didn't say there wasn't.
I thought you said that free speech is totally unbridled, and that's the end of it.
There you go. Look, number 4.
No, I said I'm a firm believer in free speech. You're construing my words now.
Because I'm a firm believer in this.
You're a firm believer in laws for everybody. I get it.
Well, not laws for everybody, but I'm saying being realistic in society.
Because you're taking words I never even said.
So you do agree, and I agree with free speech, but you agree that there's limitations to free speech then, right?
There's moral compassing too, you know.
So are you what I'm saying?
Do you see me walking up? Do you see me walking up on the street and just cussing out people?
No, but I'm saying
maybe government. That's different.
But so can we at least in theory have an agreement? But see, you're even hesitant on agreeing that there should be some limitations. Can I walk into a courtroom in someone else's proceeding and start yelling about something that's irrelevant to their court case? Is that an infringement upon my free speech if they arrest me for that or kick me out? There's some limitations that if you want to be realistic, right? There has to be some limitations.
When you're dealing with government, there's limitations.
But now he's saying government should actually protect his free speech from you. He's saying that he should be able to go up to you and say whatever he wants. And if you assault him, the government has the right to charge you with assault. And I'm saying the government has no right.
When did I say that?
To protect his free speech from you. They can only protect his free speech from them.
The free speech rules were written for government so that we could speak about the government how we wanted to without retaliation, right?
Right. So it doesn't apply to citizens, right?
So no, it does not. It does not apply to citizens. So that means that if I don't like what you're saying in my chat box, I can kick you out. Because I'm not the government.
Now, what happens?
But if you don't like what I'm saying on a public sidewalk, that's your problem.
Walgreens, and you walk into Walgreens and say, "Fuck y'all."
If I'm out holding a sign that says "F a politician you like," is that fighting words?
No, but okay, but Carolina, what if Brandon goes up to you and speaks?
But you don't like my speech. You want me charged for it?
It's because that's why the signs that say "fuck the police" are held on public sidewalks and not private property.
Exactly.
Okay, but let's just stay with fighting words because we know fighting words are illegal. They're not protected speech. And Brandon, I'm under the impression is saying that fighting words should not be illegal. And I'm
No.
saying
To an extent.
there are-
I mean, if somebody called you an asshole, there's no need to knock them out. I mean,
To
you
me,
could
those-
ignore them and walk on.
But to me, calling somebody an asshole is not fighting words. Now,
Yeah, me neither. And that's the only words I've used.
But
Well,
see,
and
to me,
maybe
it
the
is.
hunt word.
This is the problem with our society. If I walk up to a guy and call him an
Well, that's
asshole,
not
I
my
expect
problem.
him to
You're a
knock him the fuck
pansy.
out.
Well, see,
No,
in our community, we don't believe in police. You handle stuff yourselves. You don't call the police just because someone assaults you. No, you don't. You take care of stuff yourself. That's how we do. That's what we do in our community. We don't
look
trust
at
the
poor
police.
Dirt Farmer. Look at poor Dirt Farmer's comment, because I agree with that statement.
They're a direct threat that you are about
Fighting
to.
words should be
Okay,
considered a direct threat that you are
let's
about
say
to
that
do.
they are. Let's say they are. I mean, what point, Brandon, will you put a restriction on free speech? Will it be when somebody makes a direct threat?
Never.
Right. So,
We don't
Brandon is
free
saying that
speech.
people should be able to make a direct threat to you, and you cannot retaliate.
What direct threat would I be able to make to you?
Retaliate. Retaliate.
Yeah, like
Give me
I
an
said,
ex-
we're talking about. He's saying that. I mean, am I the only one following this conversation? He's saying that free speech should be unlimited, even down to somebody making a threat to you, direct threat, which is what.
Well, that depends on what the threat is.
But okay, so it depends.
Calling somebody an asshole is not a threat.
So now it depends. No, so he's saying
No, it's not. It's not. It depends. Hey, you're an asshole. That's not a threat. That's
right. So then we're not talking about that. We're talking about things that are direct threats. So would a direct threat be protected by free speech or not?
The only free speech that's protected is this. Are you ready? Slander is protected, and defamation. That's protected. That's protected free speech too.
You mean unprotected?
So if he defames me, I'm allowed to.
yeah.
sue
She
him.
means unprotected.
Right. That's what I meant. Yeah, because I'm on drugs.
But what about direct threats, Carolina?
Direct threats, like if somebody comes up to me with a gun and says I'm going to kill you, well, it's probably too late. But the words that are protected are words that we speak to the government. Those are protected, so we do not fear retaliation. But there are other words that private citizens can sue for, and that's defamation and libel. Those are the written words.
Okay,
Slander is the spoken word.
If you call up a judge and threaten him, is that protected speech?
No,
it's not.
No, that's
right,
a judge.
and that's my point. Stay with me on that. That's not protected speech.
Okay.
Free
Right.
speech is not unbridled. You can't just say whatever you want to somebody because they hold a political office. Brandon, are you with me on that? You think
That's
that
I
they
can't
should?
threaten him, but I can definitely call him an asshole.
Okay, so there are those some limitations. We have to say.
Well, yeah,
give me a-
I agree to some of that, but me walking up on the street and saying, "Hey, you're an asshole," isn't fighting words, and that's what we were talking about. You've construed everything all into your bubble of where you want to fight it from. You're starting at the end and trying to win.
But fighting words could be a defense to that. Fighting words could be on his like if he's.
You're
gonna
starting at the end, Betty, and trying to work your way to the beginning to make yourself look good.
Right, because you made an extreme statement saying that you believe in what I interpreted as you believed in unbridled, unlimited freedom of speech, and I was trying to say there is actually an end to that. It's not unlimited. There is an
Well,
end.
I'm not out threatening people. That's the thing.
Right, free speech is not unlimited, and that's where you get into. Okay, well, if Congress can make no law abridging the freedom of speech, then you should be able to.
Maybe they should have worded it different.
Not towards private citizens, towards government.
But we just said, so can you call and make a threat to the president, the head of the government? No. So then isn't that a First Amendment violation or unconstitutional? This is what you guys are right. You're saying yes, and I'm not saying that you're wrong.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can I say what I want to say so you can understand what I'm saying, even though I'm on drugs? The speech clauses that you're talking about pertain to us being able to say what we want to government officials and to people holding government offices and people employed by the government without retaliation from them. The limits are that if you try to create a riot, if you try to make other people fight, if you try to make other people have some sort of violence, that's not protected speech. Neither is walking into a crowded theater and yelling fire. That's not protected. There
Hold on a second. Now, hold on, Carolina. What do you mean it's not protected?
There are types of speech that are not protected by the federal government.
Let me stop you on that point. Where do you see a law that says it's illegal to go into a crowded theater and yell fire?
Where is there a law that says you can't wear purple pants? Or where's there a law that says
there isn't one?
Where's there a law that says you can't be naked? This is the problem we have.
There are those.
What is the law that says you can't wear shorts in a courtroom?
There's no
may
law.
or may not be those, but no,
Why do you
Carolina
want
just
all
said
these
you
extra
can't
laws
yell.
put into it?
There is no law that says you can't yell fire in a crowded courtroom. I just wanted to clarify that because that's a
There's no
misnomer.
law that says
Free Eric Brandt. Free Eric Brandt.
It could incite violence, though.
However, it's an example of speech
Right.
that causes violence. But
Right.
you know what else?
Okay.
Please, okay, you can't walk into a crowded theater and say,
That's why they're
everybody
overly
line up
vague.
at the front, I got a gun, I'm going to kill you guys.
Right.
The law does not say, everybody line up the front, I got a knife, I'm going to kill you off. We can't add everything into these laws.
Okay.
But you're
I'm
trying to
with you.
say
So
that
Brandon,
because it says all this stuff, it's not random. They're guidelines to be
No,
interpreted by the court system. The
Right.
laws are interpreted by the court system, so they're
no,
not.
that's what I was
they're
saying.
not
So
random.
Brandon, what do you think about? What does Brandon think about that? Does
You gotta
Brandon
bear
think
with her. She's on drugs.
Dude, no, that's the best. No, I'm all. If they weren't, pharmaceutical, I'd be all for it. Mushrooms, go for
I
it.
think if your speech causes direct harm to somebody, that's not right. How's that?
Or if you defame them, that's not right. So let's stop that. Let's stop arguing about speech because we're
All
right.
right. I just wanted because I've heard.
Well, listen, calm down, CFW. You got them troll channels that defame you guys all the time. What's wrong with that?
Oh my gosh! Should I go over there and kill that?
Yeah, exactly. No,
I think we should call the feelings police.
Okay, trolls, wait. I'm on drugs. There you go. You can have it.
And so okay, Zoom, I know the Constitution better than any of you. No, you don't, Zoom. Get up on here right now. Let's talk. Zoom has been saying a bunch of stuff. I haven't been able to catch all of it, but Zoom thinks, like he just said, he knows the Constitution better than all of us. And I think he said we have unalienable rights. And I wanted to point it out earlier about that point, which is that if we have the death penalty, the Declaration of Independence and unalienable rights do not apply. You do not have an unalienable right to life. You have a right to due process, and they can take away any right that you think you had.
In some states.
Unalienable. What's that?
In some states.
Yeah, and so if your right can be taken away, it's not unalienable. By definition, unalienable means it cannot be taken away, it cannot be removed. Well, if the death penalty can remove your right to life, then you never had that unalienable right. The government does not recognize unalienable rights. People that think we have unalienable rights are delusional, have a belief in the government that's not true. And that's the problem. They think that this government is all infallible. We're these great Americans with all these unalienable rights and all this crap. No, that's not how it works.
I understand your
time
point.
out. What did you do to get the death penalty, though?
Whatever you did, you figured out a way to make something unalienable, alienable.
What I was saying is that why do we?
Because you got the death penalty for a reason. You actually broke the law.
Oh, yeah,
I
it
was
could have
just
been
using
because
that as an
some cops
example.
lied, planted evidence, trumped up charges. Sorry, Carolina.
No, you're good. I was just using that as an example, the death penalty, because some states have it and some don't.
We got
There you
Zoom.
go.
We
Now
got
you
Zoom.
Zoom with Smokey right up there. Now you go at it, lawyer dog.
All right, Zoom.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
man.
gonna bow out because I have to go do
Oh,
something.
and just to let you know,
I'll be right
I
back.
still
love
like you,
all.
lawyer dog.
I gotta go take some.
When you
Well, I hope
guys
so, man.
decide to stop talking, I'll talk.
All right, thanks, Carolina. Good to see
Tell
you.
him, Brownie. Tell him.
I'm muted, and then I'm leaving for just a few minutes. So now you can talk, because I'm not gonna talk over you. Thanks, you guys.
All right, you got the floor.
Okay.
Where everybody leaving?
Oh, we're just letting you talk.
I'm not leaving. I gotta walk out of the room for a minute and go take some drugs. I'll be back.
I'm just muted to let you speak, brother.
Yeah, I want to know where you think I got anything wrong.
Okay, stop it.
You there, man?
I'm waiting on you guys.
Sorry, what's the guy, our guest here? Zoom, are you there, man? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Smokey's here. He's just trying to wait for all you to shut up so he get a word in. Well, you have the floor, Smokey. Everyone's quiet.
All right, Zoom. See, he's using his free speech there. I like that. So is this a joke or what, man?
But wait a minute. This whole conversation was about how you don't like free speech.
Well, I guess Zoom is an advocate for not using free
Hello.
speech.
We can
We can hear you now. Tell us what you think I got wrong.
Hello.
We can hear you, Zoom.
Hey.
You're on.
Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you.
We're all ears, man.
Okay, now listen.
My name is Barry, and when I went to school, I got name called, all kinds of different names called, and that upset me. But then I learned how to overcome that. Okay. The problem is words can't hurt you. You allow yourself to get hurt by the words. Okay. If I threw a stick at you or a rock at you, that's going to hurt you.
All right. All right. I'm with you, man.
Okay. Okay. When I was growing up, I got all kinds of names.
No, I get you. You just
Hang
can't
on
hit.
a minute. Let me go outside. Maybe I'll get it better. Hello? I get it better connected.
Well, I just didn't want to interrupt. I get what he's saying. You know, it's probably not good to punch somebody for talking shit. I'll give you that.
Well, use the most. What word is the biggest weapon in your opinion? Then.
Well, not one word, but words.
Well,
Words are more powerful.
words. All right. So give me multiple words that are weapons. Come on.
I'm gonna fuck you up.
No. I mean words like look at
All
the
right.
charges.
That doesn't hurt me, BZ.
No,
I'll
but
give you my
look,
address. I'll text it to you later.
I'm talking about words. Look at the written affidavit, the charging affidavit document. Tell me that's not a weapon. I mean, look at the sentencing document. Look at everything that puts judges and every person into power. Everything is every single piece of power practically on the planet is created through words. Words are clearly.
So the words coming out of my mouth are hurting you.
Didn't say they're hurting me. Didn't say they're
I'm
hurting me,
outside, so maybe I'll get a better signal.
Come on, sugar.
Well, don't weapons hurt people?
They protect people too.
Come on, sugar.
Isn't words what created this constitution, this government?
Come on, sugar.
All right, sorry, Zoom. Sorry, Zoom. We're on a. I don't mean to get on the side, or interrupt anyone, or leave it hanging.
Is her dog on drugs too?
Come on, I got him. Come on. Come on, sugar. Come on.
Anyway, I hear you, Brandon. I'll be quiet so Zoom can get his piece in here.
Okay. The problem is the Constitution applies to everybody, just not the government. You have the right to speak anything you want to anybody. Now, it may hurt them, but then they got to understand that words don't hurt them.
No, you know, you make a good point.
There's no words that are weapons.
Okay, but here's where I'm going with this. I hear what you're saying, but what happens when the words aren't directed to you? I can get into extreme examples, like I'm trying to get into, like I said, where say you're walking with your wife or something, and someone just comes up and uses words only, but continuously it becomes harassment, right? Then can we charge somebody with harassment for using words? Like, I'm just trying to be realistic here, right?
Are you saying you want to weaponize the government?
All I mean that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
That sounded like exactly what you were saying. Hey, government, I don't like his words. Do something about it.
I mean, I could say government's already weaponized. I don't know about weaponizing them, but I'm saying that we have laws for harassment on the books right now, where if you say certain things to somebody so many times in a certain way, that you can be charged and convicted. So, buddy, Zoom, are you saying that no level of words can arise to harassment or a crime? I mean, even in common law, I think we can agree, even in common law, words could arise to a crime, right? I don't know that, but I would imagine in common law, that it's not that words weren't this protected thing where you could just say whatever you wanted to any private citizen with no retaliation and no repercussions. Right? I mean, isn't that why our generation is so soft, or this generation? Because they think they can say whatever they want to whoever they want, whenever they want, and get away with it. I mean,
the problem is our government has gotten out of hand, and they need to be brought in, and that's what Trump is going to do. You know why they searched Mar-a-Lago? Because he made a new constitution back to the original constitution. That's why Mar-a-Lago was searched, so they could find that document that Trump wrote.
Oh, the same guy who said he wants to take guns first and have due process later? That Trump? The same Trump who wants to indemnify police for their crimes? That Trump? Are we talking about the same one? I just wanted to make sure.
All right, let's not draw politics into this.
I understand that Trump said that, but something happened after Trump said that, and he was asked if he would do anything about that situation, about the qualified immunity, and they went.
Yeah, he's real tough on crime, you know. Like he wants to pull out ads in the paper and get the death penalty on people for crimes. He's so tough on crime, and yet he wants to have full immunity for his crimes. That's one of the things I find so interesting about him, you know. He's an interesting guy.
Let's get back on the speech conversation and off the politics.
All right, thanks, BZ. Thanks, BZ. So, Zoom, do you think that there's any level of words that can be at the level of a crime or harassment, which would reach the level of a crime or an infraction? I mean, we're using crime. You might not have to go to criminal court, but an infraction still holds the penalty of law, you know, the enforcement of law. So I don't know. I guess that's all I was wondering.
Would Carolina jump off again? That's all them drugs.
You watched my video, right, Lawyer Dog? The one where I got arrested? You remember that? When I was just asking him his name and badge number? And they got their hurt feelings and arrested me?
Yeah, that was harassment.
Yes, you know, I can see why you'd be. Now I kind of get a better idea of where you're coming from, you know? Because exactly, you don't want the stuff like that to happen, and it's a slippery slope where you start restricting some speech, and then, like you say, who's to dictate which speech is restricted? And then if it's not, if it's somewhat vague, then who's to interpret it? And then how does that, like you said, get down into, and now you can't call a cop a fascist, according to Shaplinsky, or you get arrested and charges upheld. So I don't have all the answers. And in fact, that's one of the things that I've been coming to terms with recently, the more I get into law, is that we don't have all the answers. There's so many questions, you know, that even people within this community, like we don't agree on everything, you know. And so I can imagine it'd be so hard to have a government where everyone agrees, because even us very like-minded people still have such disagreements, you know, in how it should all work. And that's why.
Hey, BZ, can you bring up the harassment statute for Texas?
Yeah, sorry, I just stepped in. I had to go take Brownie to the bathroom, so I took my phone with me. That's why I've been quiet, because the traffic was loud out there. Harassment charges for Texas, huh?
Or any state. I was just saying Texas because that's where you're at.
The reason I bring up harassment too is because Lane Myers, you know, he just went through that harassment charge. His prosecutor tried to charge him with harassment, and for making 2 phone calls to her, I think it was. So
for words. Let's get this straight. For words.
And okay.
Okay. All right.
Wait. Once you say for words, you're using such a blanket extreme statement. Then when you get me back to, you're saying all words, no matter what they are protected. And I'm saying you can't just say because they're words, they are infallible. Just because.
Well, was his words protected in that stance?
Well, that's where I'm going with this. Is if he had maybe contacted her one more time, they wouldn't have been. But because he had only contacted her like 1 or 2 times or whatever it was, it didn't amount to the level of harassment, but it almost did. And
you got these guys' numbers, like Give me my
What's that?
phone number.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Zoom.
No, I mean, who's he talking to?
This is Barry.
I know who you are. Who are you talking about, and who are you talking to?
Talking about you, the guy is talking in the top.
Oh, lawyer dog.
I don't know.
What's it? Sorry, I'm not catching it. What was it? What's up, Zoom?
I don't know. My signal's cutting out with. I don't know if it's his signal or my signal.
It's his. And the only reason you.
There you go.
Oh yeah. I mean, I can give you an example of where like I have a buddy who's like won't stop, like, you know, he always like what I call harasses girls, right? And girls are always like telling him like, go away, you're harassing me. And like he's had like the cops bug him and stuff. He just goes up to girls on the street and like tries talking to them and stuff, stupid stuff. But I'm like, and I've had this conversation with him.
Stop talking.
Sorry, what's that? We can hear you, Zoom. But yeah, some of the things he says to these girls.
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, man. I think you're cutting out a little bit. But I just noticed, like, for example, you can't just walk up to this girls on the street and say all kinds of like vulgar stuff. I'm not sure if I'm using the right word for vulgar. I think so, but and expect it not to rise to the level of harassment. You know what I mean? Like,
BG, I was talking to you. BG, I was talking to you.
All right, what were you saying to BZ, man? What were you saying to BZ?
Oh.
Okay, Sly is wrong. Sly says responsible people don't break the law, and I always say, yeah, you know, just like Rosa Parks was so irresponsible. You know, I think, you know, I mean, they actually tried to crucify Jesus for what they consider to be breaking the law. I mean, the greatest people in history broke the law. I mean, how many disciples?
Hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah, breaking the law is usually a hallmark of a good person, a patriot, and a revolutionary. Now, not breaking the real law, not breaking common law, obviously, not actually injuring a party, but going against an unjust law. And I call it law because it has the force of law, even though it's actually a statute.
There you go. Texas law, harassment.
So, and then people will say statutes and codes are not law, but see, through my research, technically, according to our court system, they are. They have the same force as law. You know, they might have a different names: statute, codes, ordinances, declarations, proclamations, acts. All of those things they come with. Well, most of them come with the power or enforcement of law. Even though, yeah, true law requires an injured party. All right. Mr. Dilrue wants us to know that Rosa Parks wasn't the first. Well, yeah, Rosa Parks was part of a bigger movement. There was a bunch of people backing her. That's why you can't get this. People think, oh, yeah, you can just sit on the back of the bus and change the Constitution. That's not how it worked. She had a big organization, a bunch of people helping her, lawyers and everything backing her. It was all planned. It wasn't just some little incident. So. I live on God's law. Okay, you say you live on God's law, but I also say, and if you have a license and registration, proof of insurance, then I don't want to hear that I live on God's law stuff. Because even though that sounds great and it sounds good, let's get to reality. Because that's what I had to do. I used to be like that. Oh yeah, we have these unalienable rights that are endowed by our Creator. I live by God's law, and then I come to realize, wait till the cop and the judge and the appellate courts all get in your face and say, "Where's God's law now?" When we want to see your license, registration, and insurance. Okay, Sly says he doesn't have a license, registration, or insurance. I would love this guy to get up on the panel and let's hear if he drives.
It's a she, by the way.
Oh, Sly. Sorry. Okay, yeah, Sly Shy. I would love her to get up on the panel and explain to us. Okay, here we go. She's going to come on and tell us all how we can be sovereign and how we don't have to pay registration, insurance, or license, because I have literally spent months and months on end researching how to do that, and I cannot find a legitimate way to do it. All right, so Slushy's getting on.
I call it slice size. She's calling it slushy. I don't know what it is.
We were pronouncing it wrong, I guess.
Salt shaker. I'm gonna start calling you Mama Lion if you keep interjecting. I can't believe I've been on here almost 4 hours already. Good Lord.
I mean, even what I find crazy is even diplomats, foreign diplomats with diplomatic immunity, need to have license and registration. That's when I was like, no way.
Hold on, I want to ask her a question, because if that's truly her picture, I gotta ask her a question.
Go ahead, I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that your picture in your profile there?
Yes, that's my picture.
Have you seen my video where I got arrested?
No, I haven't. You know what? I can't hardly hear you. I might have to go out and come back in.
No, it was. I have the phone kind of set a distance away. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little better.
Yeah, it's because I have the phone at a distance and I don't scream into my mic like most people do. No, I'm just saying, because my video, everybody wants to sit here and call me a racist, and I want to, you know what? As a young black female, I want your perspective on what you think. How about that?
Okay.
If somebody from Africa calls you a racist and says they're from Africa, and the person responds, "You need to go back to Africa, learn our laws, and then come back," how would you take that comment?
See, I heard the whole comment, so I knew how to take it. He didn't hear the whole comment because he's automatically trained to be divided. He's automatically trained that, everybody's racist. Like, we got this race instead of we're human beings, we're colors. I'm a human being. When people say they're black and they're proud, I'm sorry. I'm not. They gave us that black thing. I'm not black.
You're American. You're American.
I'm a human being with melanated skin color. That's what I am. But far as when I say God's law, young man, you live by man's law, right? I don't break man's laws, right? I follow what God put in me. Responsibility, treating people right, stuff like that. You don't steal from your neighbor. Those kind of things I don't do. That's what a responsible person is. A responsible person don't just go up to somebody and just start cussing them out, start saying things, threatening people and all that kind of stuff. You don't go in the movie theater and holler fire. Those kind of things you don't do. That's responsible, right? That's being responsible. Right. So you can't say that, the ordinance, you got to have ordinance. No, you just got to have responsible people doing what they need to be doing and not breaking any laws.
But what happens if you have an irresponsible person?
Then they have to deal with the consequences. I can't worry about them.
See, she's calling it human law, but I think what she means, and I think someone else called it common law. It's natural law.
It's still from God, no matter what it is. Your conscience, your heart, everything is from God. It's not from man. I mean, we were born from our mothers and fathers, but you still got conscience and all of that stuff from God. That automatically is in you. You don't need a man to teach you that.
Okay, but what government is
that's just natural law.
Natural law. There you go. Natural law. I say God's laws. Natural law. There you go. Thank you very much.
Okay, but you have governments instituted among men in order to protect their rights. So we have all these rights, like you said, we have all these natural laws that we're all supposed to just respect each other in that way. And government is instituted in order to protect us from the people who are irresponsible.
And how are they doing that when they're the most irresponsible?
Now, I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm saying the purpose of, and according to our documents and according to our philosophy, right, as a civilized society, government is supposed to be there to protect All right.
They are supposed to be there to protect. They are supposed to be, but they're not. Anytime they create ordinances to go against somebody that wants to get a handout for something to eat, and they want to create an ordinance or code or rule that says, no, you're not allowed to ask for money to feed yourself.
Like panhandling.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's the First Amendment. That's ask them, nothing wrong with ask them for help. Why would you stop a person from wanting to eat? That's selfish.
Yeah.
Like, why would I turn a person away that's trying to get a meal? That's crazy. That's not natural law.
No, I
Because you're
agree with
supposed to be
that.
able to feed your brother and your sister.
That's not being a
Okay.
decent human. You don't let anybody go without food.
That's
Well, now,
right.
Let me bring up another point, though. I can't go on the street corner and sell merchandise. Not even begging. I literally, on 4th of July, I couldn't go down to the fireworks place in the city park and sell my Don't Tread on Me flags without getting a license and a permit from the police.
That's because you need permission to do stuff. That's because you signed that contract.
But what contract did I sign? Wait, I didn't sign any contract. If I were to just go down there.
But did you believe that you needed permission to sell your flags?
But see, it's not about belief. That's what I realized once you actually boots hit the ground and you're out there selling flags and the cop comes up and puts cuffs on you, or you get that ticket and you don't pay it and they put cuffs on you, or the system doesn't care what you believe.
Either you take the fall or you bend over and let them do what they do to you.
Well,
either you stand up
way,
and be
right?
a man, either you stand up and be a man, or you bend over and let them do what they need to do to you.
So you're saying though, but see, how does that work? I go down there, I sell.
Talk to Jeff. Talk to Jeff Gray. Just
Hold
talk
on.
to Jeff Gray.
Wait.
He can explain it all to you.
Wait. Are you the one that doesn't drive with plates?
I don't know. I don't see. I never agreed to get married. I never agreed to get a car. I never agreed to buy a house. I never even agreed to have a child because I didn't want the wait. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I never wanted the government up my ass giving me permission to do all of these things. Got to give a permission to have a house. You got to get a permission. You work hard, you buy a car. You have permission to drive it. Hey,
She's saying she doesn't contract with the government whatsoever.
Does she have a car?
It doesn't matter if she doesn't have a car or not.
No, it doesn't. Of course you can drive.
She says she doesn't contract at all.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you don't have a license and registration, that's not really that impressive if you don't have a
I
car.
don't have a car.
Well, then
I don't have a car. I don't own a car.
I don't have a car at the moment, but that doesn't mean I haven't had cars.
Well, no,
doesn't mean she hasn't driven a car.
No, listen.
I've been driving for almost 20 years without a driver's license.
I never wanted to sign
not because I'm a soft sit or anything, just because I don't give a fuck.
Soft sit is oxymoron.
I buy cheap cars, and when I get pulled over, they tow that shit. I might go to jail. Who cares?
Soft sit is an oxymoron. Please do not say soft.
I understand. I was just letting people know in the chat, that will make that accusation.
Stop
actually not.
repeating what the government tell you. There's no.
But I haven't had a driver's license in almost 20 years because I just don't care.
The thing is, the Supreme Court has actually said that the citizens are the sovereigns. That all power is derived from the citizens. That the true sovereign, which is where the power derives from, is the citizen. There is only sovereign citizens.
No.
When you realize what that truly means.
No, you're a citizen of the state. You're sovereign when you're a nationalist. You're a citizen of the state. When you sign contracts to the state, that's when you're a damn citizen.
Well, yes, according to the Constitution, you're a citizen of the United States and of the state in which you reside. We're citizens. We have dual citizenship, United States citizenship, and the state citizen of which we reside.
I don't have dual citizenship with nobody. What are you talking about? You signed a contract. I ain't signed it. I didn't agree to that.
If you've ever received any state benefits, then you have citizenship.
If you work for them.
No, I'm saying if you've ever gotten food stamps, if you've ever gotten like any type of welfare at all, any type of Medicaid. Any type of public housing.
Can you work for any of it though? Before you, we're not talking about food stamps, but can you work for anything after whatever? Can you work for anything? Can you work for any benefits?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. No.
Can you work for any benefits? When you work, being a slave, do you get benefits?
Well, I mean, technically, you don't work for benefits. They come with. That's why they're benefits.
When
They
you
come with the
work,
citizenship.
do you get benefits?
You're asking the wrong guy about that. Although our state require, I mean, yeah, usually the law requires people to get certain.
You keep falling back on man. Go ahead.
Sorry,
you keep falling back on man. Go ahead. Your state. I'm not in the state.
Here. I got
I'm
one
on
person
the
here
state.
that contracts with the government. I got 4 people that believe in natural law on this panel. You're gonna get your ass whipped all day long, lawyer dog.
Me? Oh no, that's a joke. Because see, I used to believe in natural law until I realized that the courts. You see, Mao Zedong.
He realized he was a slave.
Yeah, and these guys don't. The people who believe in unalienable rights have this fairy tale that the government told them that they have these
fairy
rights. Fairy
tale. Yo, I'm living my best life, young man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and so am I, and exactly because we're living within our God's law and within the government means, but there are still all
I'm
of
not
these.
living, but see, I don't follow. I don't. No. I don't need a daddy. I don't need a leader. I don't need somebody to tell me what to do and how to live.
Okay, but I'm saying you can't walk to your mailbox naked, for example, without.
That's not being responsible. See, you keep using analogies like unreasonable, Jones, right? We talking about reasonable. Why would I walk to my mailbox naked if that's not the state I live in?
Okay, then let's get
It's
back to
called common sense.
Right, dude. Thank you, Brandon Mitchell. That's why I love you.
Okay, then let's get back to the point. Okay, then let's hone in back into the point. Was it common sense for BZ to tell that guy?
I'm yelling.
Instead of being extreme with my points, like you're saying, let's get back to the real point, which was it extreme was BZ within his right to say that to that guy or not? That's the real example we're on, right?
Yes.
Is that Brick Jones up here? Sorry, I just saw you. Is that you?
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, he was within his.
Jonesy returns.
Good to see you, man.
Let me answer real quick, Jonesy. I'm sorry. Yes, he was in his rights if the young man had listened to the entire statement. The young man just took what he wanted to hear and he ran with it.
Yeah,
if he had listened to the entire statement, then he wouldn't have got confused about anything. He got triggered because he heard "go back to Africa." That's what he got triggered by.
After
he heard him say, "Go learn the laws and then come back."
You can't possibly know the mind of another man and what he will say and what he will do. Therefore, your words, and this is the basic principle behind it, your words cannot be held into some higher contempt. That's why the Supreme Court rules that words alone cannot be that thing that is a crime, right?
Hold on, Chaplinsky, the Supreme Court specifically rules that words are a crime. And that they do say you can think what another person's thinking. They call it the reasonable standardness in courts. So we all have this reasonable standard.
New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky was changed later. So originally it was called fighting words. Later it was changed before it was changed to inciting words. But the standard now is inciting words. But we know that
Chaplinsky
words
was not overturned.
But it
was added to.
It's right. It's not overturned, right? So this is what they do, right? It's kind of like Pennsylvania versus Mims. They add to it. They say, well, if we're gonna, they can actually scale it back, or they can add to. They actually scaled it back, is what they did. They didn't add to it. They didn't say, okay, now we're going to narrow it even further. They actually said, we're not going to allow quite the standard of fighting words. We're going to actually scale it back a little bit, and we're going to call it inciting words, because they understood that, the American people are going to look at that and go, well, everything's fighting words. But yes, you say inciting, now it's like, okay, now it's a little bit higher standard, but it's still not the standard of what is natural. because you as a man, I hate to do that. You as a man know that if I call you a little scum, blah, 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 and all that, it's not touching you unless you personally feel slighted. And that's a personal thing that's in your mind. I cannot tell you what you are going to believe. This is part of the First Amendment.
Brick, what does that highlighted part say right there on the screen?
Oh my goodness. I was literally just talking to Let's about this. So yes, to incite an immediate breach of the actually, if you go back to the language and highlight the language all the way to peace, okay, that is exactly the way it is worded in that case. Not the whole thing, just from the language. Yes, perfect. That is actually how it's worded in that case. It is. I've mentioned it before. It's the Maryland Bachelor versus Maryland case. Okay, this is a much later case, and this is actually the way it's worded. And the language, by its very utterance, tends to incite an immediate breach of the peace. Now, if you take out uses abusive, indecent, profane, or vulgar language in a public place and get rid of that, then you've actually got the wording of the case. That part where they say uses abusive, indecent, profane, and vulgar language in a public place is not in the case. What they did was they wrote this code around the case, just like they did with Terry versus Ohio, right? And then added in the uses abusive. So they added a piece in and then wrote around the case. That first part is not in the case. The second part is. So what they're doing is they're trying to add within the statute code ordinance, but also try to appease what the court has already declared is so. Now, you as a man know that if you're incited to some kind of action, that's on you. That's natural. But if you say, I'm going to take another man and I'm going to hire him on as a mercenary to come and snatch you up and drag you off to a dungeon because I was incited, now you are the bad guy. That's what's natural.
Okay. So then let's stick with direct threats here. Does that still apply to direct threats?
I would say yes.
So a person can't. So you're saying a person should be able to call and make a credible threat to say anybody, and there's no repercussions for that?
Yeah, and so me and Dubwebs, obviously, we had that debate on this. I still have not changed my mind all the way up into lying and threatening, right? So when it comes to a lie, right, that's the lower standard. But when it comes to a threat, let's go straight to threat, right? And I agree with that. So when it comes to a threat, if I say I'm going to do something to you, regardless of what it is, right? Those are just words, right? And if I say it aggressively, those are still just words.
Well, remember,
I'm sorry.
They have to be credible threats that are likely or
what's credible
to be. Well, like, so if you had, say, my address. And
no. Don't give me an example.
I'm saying you can make it more credible. Like, again, these are things for the jury to decide. But if the jury decides, yeah, that's a credible threat, it sounds like this person might have been serious, then that makes it so the juries decide what law really is.
So with credible, this is what makes something credible, right? Credulity, right? If
juries give their opinion no matter what the law is.
Yeah, that is true. It is an afterward fact. So with credulity, that exists within the person's mind, right? You feel a credulity about the threat, and that's fine if you do. And if that is the case, you feel credulity, right? And then you take action upon that credulity, then you are defending yourself, and the jury will decide whether it's either mutual combat, defense, or you just straight up went on an offense and hurt the guy.
Okay. And now get into this where government is actually here to protect people's rights. So say you have a small, innocent, vulnerable person who doesn't have the ability to retaliate, but the
government isn't here to protect our rights.
We have
to protect our own rights from the government.
No. You guys got it all wrong. If that's you guys have to understand that is, if you believe in the founding documents, the government is instituted among men in order to protect these rights. In order to protect our rights.
Did you see them throw that old? Wait, did you see them throw that? Did you see the police throw that 80-something-year-old man down on the ground, bust his face all up, break his arms, ribs, and all that kind of stuff? So what are they protecting again?
Hold on. No, I
Innocent.
said, what's the purpose? So you think the
Yeah,
purpose of police is to
purpose was they used
we have police that
Pennsylvania.
brutalize us.
The purpose
then I guess
was
they're doing great.
wait. The purpose was they used Pennsylvania v. Mims to get him out the car.
Well, if you watch my video, you'll see Pennsylvania v. Mims doesn't even apply literally to any state, although they still continue to use it.
So the thing is, I know that a lot of people believe that the government is here to quote unquote protect our rights, and there is a degree where we have paid them for
Not that they're here for that, but that they were instituted among men for that purpose. Now, whether they're still here for that purpose, we know it's not true.
No. Actually, the Supreme Court actually also agrees with that. They are not here to protect our rights. That is not
No, that is not. You're taking the case where the Supreme Court said police are not obligated to act in defense of somebody. That does not mean the government is not instituted to protect people's rights.
And so it is true though, because here's the thing: you as a man are there to protect your own rights. You are there to protect your own defense. The government, we hire them on. They are our mercenaries. That is all they are. They are there for our grander national defense. Yes, this is true, but that is because we have hired them on. That is it. We're not hiring them on to protect us. We protect ourselves.
But listen, they're taking away. They want to take away your natural. They want to take away natural law because they want to be the ones that's playing hero and savior, and so they are protecting us.
That's right.
Well, what I'm trying to make the point is that it's not that they want to take away your natural law; it's that they have already done it. Tell me one alienable right that you think that you have that cannot be taken away through due process, and I will give you an example of when it has been.
Okay.
Watch this video right here.
Of course it has been.
Your grandmother, your grandmother speeds, right?
Because the government doesn't like following their set words.
I'll give you a good example of why natural law is real and government law does not exist. Okay. Your grandmother speeds, okay? Now, there's a reason why the police aren't knocking down her door. It's because they didn't know about it.
No, they're just sending her a ticket in the mail because they caught it on
No,
camera.
they didn't even know about it.
Oh, you mean the time she got away with it? Okay,
Yeah,
go on.
that's natural law, right?
Wait.
So natural law will say that if it is the case that she continues to speed, she could receive either a ticket or she could get into an accident. She's presenting a danger. However, if government law existed, every single time your grandmother sped, she would receive a ticket.
Yeah,
and further,
I agree with that. I agree with that statement.
I mean, I don't mean, I'm not going to try and argue.
I mean,
I feel so it comes down to being a responsible person.
That's right.
I mean, that's like, yeah. I mean,
what makes sense naturally is law, because the government is a hired on mercenary. We allow them to write statute
if you're
code
alone.
ordinance.
But how much more should you shut up if there's 2 or 3 of you? Okay, guys, cop is.
Sorry about that.
right now.
Sorry.
No.
What did I do?
I love that. That was perfect.
It was just perfect timing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit the play button either.
That was awesome. All right, Ryan, we're listening.
Yes. But okay, now let's get down. So natural law is the law of the land, but we hire on the government, which is no problem. I'm for rule of law. Okay. Just like Chili says, I'm for rule of law
of the land. Natural law is not the law of the land, though. You're making, I just want to clarify this because I don't want you to go too far like you did before and make this stuff up and say natural law exists. And what did you say the other law didn't exist?
Government law.
Yeah. Government law is the only law that does actually exist. And go out on the streets and try and find out.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I'm saying, look at Chili's case.
Law comes first. Natural law comes first. Listen.
Chili's case. Look at Chili.
Listen to me for a second, please. Listen.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Natural law comes first, right? Anything that the government does, it wants to regulate the people. It's not supposed to regulate the people. The people are supposed to be free and not break the law. We know what breaking the law is. We don't want to drive and we don't want to drink and drive, and we might hurt somebody. You know, we don't.
Who
We
says
don't.
you can't drink and drive? What if a person can drink and drive just fine?
Listen, we're still talking about responsible people. Anybody that drinks and drives aren't responsible.
Well, what about a person that smokes weed and drives? People think that they're not responsible.
Stop.
No, I'm serious. No, the reason I bring that up is because my sister thinks that people can't smoke weed and drive. I've smoked weed and driven my whole life and never had any accidents. And yet
Yo,
people
like
think I should
people
get a
smoke
DUI.
weed. Listen, the cops smoke weed and drive. Stop it.
Right.
Everybody smokes weed.
And
It's
so
drinking. Drinking impairs you totally different than
No,
weed.
the reason I bring that up too is I know a guy who actually ran a law school. He was so passionate about it because his father was an alcoholic and got killed by a sober driver who ran off the road and hit him while his dad was drunk. And he's so pissed that there's these alcohol laws because he said his dad could drive perfectly fine drunk, and this sober driver killed him, and yet it would be illegal for his dad to drive. So who are we to say that this guy can't drive just because we don't like?
Should your father been out there drinking it? Should your father been out there knowing he was drinking and driving?
But you see what I'm saying?
I'm not going to tell you how you can drive, but if you drive and you mess my vehicle up, you're paying for it.
So I'll try to explain it this way. This is kind of the best way that I know to explain it. Okay. There are things that are the oughts or the ought nots, right? That's Thomas Aquinas, right? And so the no harm principle, right? The golden rule, that sort of thing. There are things that you don't want done to you, or that there is harm that you do not want to come unto you. So you wouldn't want somebody to take risks that could cause you harm, right? And so because of that, that is how you know to not take those risks to harm others, to not harm others, the no harm principle, right? That is what is law, right? As far as
that's
the
trading
risk.
liberty, or that's trading liberty for security is what I hear when you say we're going to trade our liberties to make sure everyone's safe. Is that what you just said?
You are responsible for your own security, your own liberty.
Right.
Yes.
Hey, hang on. I want to thank Kevin for that $5 donation in the PayPal. They just came through. So thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you. Okay, guys, go back.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Kevin said that. He said that goes to me.
So security and liberty can be given away, both security and liberty, and you must achieve this balance for your survival, right?
Okay, now do you hear what he's saying, guys? He's talking about this balance. This is what the government talks about: balancing your rights with securities and with the government.
Why do we need the government to tell us that, though? Why do we need the government to tell us that?
Because
What about your own? Wait a minute. Let me finish, please. What about your own way? What about your own thoughts, your own critical thinking, your own thoughts? What about you taking care of you?
Because
Let
not
her
everybody
finish.
agrees.
Let her finish, guys. Let her finish.
Yeah, I just don't understand that. Why do you need a government to tell you how you should live? Why do you need a man or a woman or another entity to tell you how to do what's right? You shouldn't have to have nobody teach you that. You should know that. Like, you was born knowing right from wrong, right? Now you was taught all your life the wrong shit because you believe government runs you.
But see,
and you're supposed to run the government. You're supposed to tell the government what to do, how to take care of you. You ain't supposed to let them do that to you.
See, I don't look at Josephine. I don't know if Josephine is serious, but there's a lot of people who do believe what Josephine is saying, that smoking weed and driving is wrong.
I don't bother, so I don't bother. It won't affect me, so I don't.
And so where I'm going with this is what your point is why do I have to? Because not everybody agrees on everything. Unless everybody agreed on everything. If everybody agreed on everything, we wouldn't need government. What government does is says, you don't agree on that, you don't agree on that. Let's all get together and figure out what we can all agree on together.
And that's called a social. Okay. Now that's called that's called a social contract, right? And so that's where I say, yes, rule of law works. So we can get together and come to some understanding of what the oughts are to benefit us in the best way. But as soon as we hand that over to the power of the government and not just take that on for ourselves,
Okay,
right?
I wanna
That's
interrupt
where
you.
a problem comes in.
But see, you got to understand what people seem to be forgetting is we are the government. And if we keep saying they and them and the government, but what we're forgetting is the government is literally the people. It's our voice. It's the society. We are the government. And so when we keep putting,
So why do we vote for what wait, if we are the government, right? Why do we need elections to vote for presidents and this, that, and the other to run shit for us?
well,
If
because
we
we're
are the government.
exactly because we're the type of government we are, which is a Republican, a democratic republic, according to the Constitution. As a republic, we have representatives because there's so many of us. We get together and vote for who can speak for this group of people, right? So
It's the best we got, but it still has to fall under natural law. It still has to, because if it doesn't, then that's what's called unnatural law, right? And there is no such thing.
Tyranny and corruption.
So yeah, you get a lot of that. I'm not sure how to solve
That's
this.
the government. See, that's not the people. The government is the ones that's regulating the people. And it should be the other way around, like you're saying. We are the government, right? We are the ones that govern, right? They are the ones that just are guidance, really kind of helping hand. That's what they're supposed to be doing.
They are mercenaries.
We're following them.
Right. Exactly. Not enough people are exactly because the school system, I think, probably starts there. Not enough people. We don't have enough education on how to even be involved in government.
Marketing, period. Marketing fucked us up, period. Any kind of marketing, school, food, water, everything. It messed us up so we wouldn't think for ourselves.
Now, I do believe we can scale it back, right? I do believe that. There are problems. We have a ton of problems where we are allowing the government to violate our rights, to violate natural law. However, I believe that there are things that we can do to scale it back and to really kind of get this corruption under control. Let's get rid of Perry versus Ohio and some of these ridiculous, stupid court cases to start.
That's right.
Stop speaking of, people keep bringing up like Penn v. Mims is a good example, and it's an extension of Perry versus Ohio. I think it's a good point to talk about. Yeah, I think it's actually a misapplication or a misunderstanding or both of the law and legal system and all that stuff, because I point out in my video here on Penn v. Mims that the Supreme Court said that it wouldn't be unconstitutional for police to order, a driver out of a vehicle at a traffic stop. Well, Supreme Court said it wouldn't be unconstitutional to do that, but they don't make legislation, they don't make law, they don't make statutes or codes or anything like that. They just decide whether or not something would be unconstitutional. So they brought that question, up to the Supreme Court. But what I'm going with this, and I'll just in a nutshell, is just because the Supreme Court says that it's not an unconstitutional law, it doesn't give the police power. They still don't have what's called legislative authority. Police have to have authority from the legislation, a statute that gives them the authority to order a driver out. So what Penn v. Mims did was the Supreme Court ruled that what they really said was if a state makes a law that gives legislative authority or statutory authority to the police, it would be constitutional. But there is no state.
Question. I gotta ask this question because you're talking about the law. What is Pennsylvania v. Mims? Why is it used?
It's used to.
No. I will know. No, I want him to answer.
Oh well, it's just a case that says that they can order a driver out of a vehicle at a traffic stop.
Why?
Yeah, they can order driver out, but see, the thing is, the driver's technically not.
I want you to answer my question.
Oh, what was your question?
Why can they order a driver out?
Well, it's although they don't need to give or have any reason, it's in the name of officer safety.
No, they need to have reason to believe that they
I know
are
there's a lot of people that
posing
think that.
threat to the officer's
That's
safety.
why
That's what's written in the case law.
Show me
Why does
show
the
me
cops?
No, it
Why
doesn't.
does the
Hold on.
cops use that? Why does the cops use Pennsylvania MEMS to pull people out the car?
Intimidation and power.
Oh, it's supposed to be for officer safety. Yeah, but BZ, read the case again. It does not say. It specifically says that the cops do not need any to articulate or have any reason. They can do it for no reason, which is important because people have been misinterpreting it. I think I heard.
Could y'all pull that up, please? Can we pull that
pulling it up right now, Slushy.
Thank you.
And you will see that they actually. Yeah.
It's because you have a driver's license, and when you sign your life away and to a driver's license, it's a totally different scenario. It really kind of depends on not only the state code ordinances revolving the driver license scam, as Brian calls it, and then also some of these other things, like even with the national, there's a little bit going into the the interstate highways and things like that. So it's really a different scenario because you do have a right to travel. However, you are driving down their roads. It's their roads. Well, where we have paid for them.
They're not their roads. Stop telling them. Stop telling them.
We paid for them. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah,
Y'all keep telling them. If y'all keep telling them this belongs to them, that's why they're trying to take it from us. Because y'all keep saying it belongs to them. No, this shit belongs to us.
I get it. I get it. Yes, you're
right.
right.
MIMS doesn't say you need to have a reason.
I get so passionate.
MIMS doesn't say
you're right though. Safety. You're 100% right. Yeah. So the thing is you do fall. It's the difference between what our rights are and then the court cases and the statutes and codes and ordinances. The problem is that we are fighting behind the 8 ball, right? They've already done these things. They've already written into the statutes, code ordinances so that they can say on paper it says this. So we're fighting behind the 8 ball right now. And that's the way it's always going to be until these cases and these statutes are turned over.
Would you die for your rights?
Absolutely.
I would, absolutely.
All right, then. So stop saying what they
and you guys, all I'm saying is, you guys got to
what they could do. You got to stop saying what we can do.
Well, okay, and I'm saying you guys got to start thinking about more of a wise way of fighting. You don't want to die in one battle for your rights. You want to live to fight another day, man. Fight if you die today for your rights.
We have. Listen, you see what happens to our people that are just out there recording in public. They are fighting to live another day.
Yeah, they don't want to die over that.
Shit, they had a lot of them. You see, Presto, certain people don't care.
Yeah, it's easier to say when you haven't spent time in a cage.
Oh, I spent time in a cage.
So have I.
I will say in there, you will find it says that, in order to do the pat down, of course, they need reasonable suspicion to believe that you're armed and dangerous.
That's what I was just saying.
No, that's the pat down. That's the Terry stop. But in order to order you out of the vehicle.
Be honest though. When they do a pat down, what are they really doing?
Searching for other shit.
Thank you.
Well, that's why most people need to realize the extent of, because most people don't know their rights. They don't know the extent of a pat down.
Exactly. So we got to stop saying the government, and we got to start saying our constitutional rights. We need to know our constitutional rights, what we need to do to stand on our discernment and our revelation of not letting other men and other human beings have authority over us. That's what our problem is. We keep letting other people have authority over us. We are human beings. We're not animals.
Amen.
So why should I let another man lead me?
There you go, buddy.
Okay, well, let me get into a perfect example of that. Is Beezy's ran into that guy. And that guy.
I know this case law better than you, lawyer dog. Trust me.
All right, all right. Then I'll bet you Mims says that the police can order a person out of a car for no reason whatsoever, even though it was originally done in the name of officer safety. They now need no reason at all to order you out. They only need a reason to conduct the Terry stop after
That's
you're
because
out.
they changed it. That's because they changed it to suit them. That's because they changed it because they're cowards. That's why.
Well, look right here. This is in the case law. Once he had reasonably concluded that the person who he had legitimately stopped might be armed and presently dangerous. Okay. The facts available to the officer at the moment of the seizure or the search warrant, a man of reasonable caution in the belief that the action was taken was appropriate. Okay. The bulge in the jacket permitted the officer to conclude that Mims was armed.
That was after he was out of the car. After he was already out.
But he also had reason to believe that he was armed to begin with.
Ain't that in Terry too? He saw a bulge and he saw a bulge.
That was after he was out, and it moved. That
A
moved from a
bunch of
MV
bullshit. That's what I call it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That moved from a MEM stop to a Terry versus Ohio stop after he was out. Once the pat down was conducted, that was after he saw the bulge. That was a Terry v. Ohio, but he was ordered out of the vehicle prior to the pat down, prior to him seeing the bulge.
Prior to him pulling out was what I'm trying to tell you. Read what I've got highlighted.
Probable cause. Probable cause. What was the reason?
Once he had reasonably concluded that the person whom he had legitimately stopped might be armed and presently dangerous is when he pulled him out of the car. Then, when he saw the bulge in the jacket, it permitted him under Terry v. Ohio, Mims was armed and thus posed a serious present danger to the officer's safety. In these circumstances, any man of reasonable caution would have likely have conducted the pat down. Okay, so I'm telling you, they have to have reason to believe you're armed and dangerous to pull you out to do a pat down.
So what he's saying is he's listening to what the government saying now, and the government saying that go ahead, you can just pull him out the car and don't tell him anything, just pull him out the car.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to scroll down because I know it's somewhere down farther toward the bottom where they go.
Chili always talks about.
Are you trying to find the fine print, man? Stop trying to find the fine print.
No, because I know in the case law it specifically states that they no longer even though, like you said, it was originally done in the name of officer safety, that is not a requirement.
They changed it because they're looking for guns, they're looking for drugs, they are fishing for other crimes. So they have to pull us out the car so they could get us away from our door, so they could keep the door open, and then they could grab us and say, oh well, we're going to detain you, we're going to put you in cuffs because we just for our safety and your safety. Then they move you away from your car, then they start asking you a bunch of damn questions about, do you have this in your car? Do you have that in your car? Are you sure you don't have meth in your car? Bombs, hand grenades? You know, they start asking you dumb shit like that. Then you say, because you want to be cooperative and you want to go home safely, you say, well, go ahead, man, you can check my car. And that's all they want. They want you away from your car so they can go in your car and find some drugs, find a gun, and say, aha, got him.
This is why the camera's so important. Always record it. Always record it so that you can say, hey, I gave him permission and then I revoked it.
Yeah, but if you don't know no better, you're going to give them permission because they're going to get you out the car using Pennsylvania v. Mims.
Yep. Unfortunately, we are fighting court cases. We are not even fighting statutes anymore. The statutes, like I mentioned, are written to revolve around the court cases. So you can pretty much guarantee that if you're going to get arrested for something ridiculous where it should have been a warrant, yada, yada, there's probably going to be that court case that said, you know, it's the Terry stop or the Pennsylvania versus Mims, all these other cases, right?
I was gonna interject for something, Jonesy, to kind of prove a point. So why is it then? Okay, so let's go back to PV Mims for a second. If they can just order you out of the car and just put you in cuffs, for what reason?
They claim officer safety.
Okay, but what reason do they have to believe that you're armed and or even just dangerous enough to go straight into handcuffs?
It isn't reasonable.
And that's my point.
Yep.
Now, isn't that also a violation of your Fourth Amendment right? Because technically now you're in handcuffs, and now you're not free to go. That is an arrest by any definition.
And so you have to start with your competency at the stop. You have to explain it. You have to say the words. You have to say them on camera so that when you get to court, because it's going to have to go to court before any action can actually be taken, whether it's, your case is dropped or the officer is, disciplined and that sort of thing, or fired, yada, yada. You actually have to begin the court process at the stop and saying the words, and I invoke my First Amendment right to press. I invoke all my rights, or however you want to word it. I mean, it's important to say these words and say them on camera. You begin your court process right there on the stop.
And I'm not, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying the only reason I had to prove that point for a second is because I know Jonesy, you agree with me on that. So that's why I brought that up. Now you're trying to say that you can, Lawyer Dog over there is just trying to say that, he can just pull you out for any reason.
I'm absolutely right about this. And I've just been spending this entire time going through the case. And you can read what the judges say. They specifically say this opens up an entire third class of people, including just a person on their way home from work or a child going to school. It says the courts hold today that a third class seizure may be imposed without reason. And I will pull this up here, right here. I'll share my screen. I am telling you, all you got to do is read the case and read what they say. And they specifically say that this is opening up this whole thing where now they can literally order anybody out without reason.
And it works well. I'm sure it works really well against citizens who, one, don't know their rights, and number two, do not record their interactions.
Exactly.
But the ones who know their rights and record their interactions and can cite these case laws and things like that, it doesn't work as well. Now, unfortunately, you are right that they can, yes, but it does not make it right.
And if you got the right discernment though, for real, because I've seen it done. Cameron is one of them that'll show you that all you have to do is stand on your business. You know what I mean? All you got to do is know what you're talking about and believe it in your heart and speak it out your mouth.
See, they even go on to say the justification can be an assumption no matter how trivial. Basically, they're going on to say that no matter how trivial the offense, I don't know.
See, so I would say that this is the part of the case law that you don't want to cite, right? Even though, yes, it's in there when it comes to the police and, citing case law and that sort of thing. And then you go into the court as well, you're citing case law and that sort of thing. Don't tell them, in this case, exercise your Fifth Amendment right, allow the prosecutor to try to bring these things up, right? There's a game you actually have to play. It's unfortunate, right? And that, by the way, also falls into natural law because it is under us. We are the arbiters. We, the people, are the arbiters of what we allow. We allow the government to act upon.
Yeah. And the courts work with the government. The courts work for the government.
So be very careful about what you tell them. In fact, your Fifth Amendment right.
Please share my screen one more time, BZ. I'm ready.
I've got
please
it
share my
on
screen
my
one
end.
more
I'm
time.
having a difficulty here. Hang on a second.
And I will say sometimes they also violate your Fifth Amendment.
This is what BZ and I were talking about, and this is what I'm trying to say is this is right out of Penn v. Mims, that one of the justices writes, until today, the law applicable to seizures of a person has required individual inquiry into the reason for each intrusion or some comparable guarantee against arbitrary harassment. Like he's saying, RAS, a factual demonstration of probable cause is required to justify an arrest, and articulatable reason to suspect criminal activity and possible violence is needed to justify a Terry stop and frisk. But to eliminate any requirement that an officer be able to explain the reason for his actions signals an abandonment of effective judicial supervision of this kind of seizure and leaves police discretion utterly without limits. That's what Penn v. Mims did. They can do it without discretion, without limits. They can order a person out of the
Okay,
vehicle.
let me interrupt you for a second. We're not denying what they can and can't do. Okay, what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do. How many times have we seen them pull over 4 black people in the car, pull them out of the car, pat them down, put them in cuffs, make them sit on the ground like dogs, and illegally search the car with no probable cause or no rouse to search the car to begin with?
And not to call you racist, BZ, but again, I'm not racist. Like, I know a lot of people say it's black people. I've been pulled out of the car and thrown on the curb while they search.
No. I wasn't talking just you being pulled
Brian
over for
go
a
through that too, BZ. Brian go through that
I'm
too.
talking about 4 black individuals
What
driving
about a
down
white
the
guy
road,
like me,
not breaking
who's
any
happening?
It's a
laws,
very good example.
who have been
Don't get
racially
like that. Listen
profiled,
to him.
who have been racially profiled just because they look suspicious.
See, and what I'm saying is, you think they look suspicious, whatever, dude. It's not racially profiling. I get mad about that because people think I got it easy because I'm some middle-aged white guy, dude. I've been harassed.
You gotta listen to his story. He's not trying to point out anything in particular. I mean, he's just telling you a story about the 4 black guys.
Right,
It's a little different with you. Okay.
Right,
if you listen to his story, it's kind of, and that's
All right,
what
I'm
I've been
sorry,
trying to
BZ.
explain to Brian. It's a little different with you.
Yeah,
What
you
I'm-
could be those 4 black guys.
What I'm saying is,
You
I'm
could
giving
be
you a
that.
scenario. Okay, 4 black guys who don't know their rights, who are driving down the road, who are doing everything they're supposed to be doing, automatically get stopped because they're in the wrong city or the wrong neighborhood. They get pulled over because it's suspicious. Now, I know for a fact this has happened, okay? They get pulled over. They get told to get out of the car. They get put in cuffs. They get sat down on the curb like dogs in cuffs for no reason, okay? They rummage through the car. They search them. They got them on the side of the road for over an hour. Now, Pennsylvania versus Mims, Terry v. Ohio, says they can do this, at least in the cops' mind, what they're doing is legal. But yet, if somebody had actually had that on camera, do you think any of that would have actually transpired?
Well, yeah,
Hell
we've seen
no.
they're not afraid to do stuff on camera, unfortunately.
Bullshit.
They take them cameras away from them boys. If they put them in them cuffs, they making sure they take them cameras away from them. Trust me. That's
How
why
many
they
times
put
do
them
you?
in cuffs.
How many
So they
times have
don't
you
want them to
heard?
report.
How many times have you heard when an auditor or a cop watcher comes up to the police officer, they tell them, "Turn your camera off, and we'll have a conversation." How many times?
Yeah,
Like, all the time.
No, I'm glad you guys have more faith in them than I do because I've seen them do so much dirt on camera, and people are like, I can't believe they're doing this on camera. Don't they know they're being recorded? And it's like, yeah, they just don't care.
No, we don't. No, my point is that the camera is the game changer.
Yeah,
right? Because here's why. It's because they don't know if you're live streaming.
That's correct. Because they can always go back and delete the footage if you're not.
Don't tell them you're recording. Don't tell them that you're live streaming. Don't tell them anything. I've actually been asked that question. So are you live streaming or are you just recording? I'll never tell.
So is that case still pending? It was pending earlier this year. That went to the Supreme Court, I think, where they were deciding whether or not live streaming was legal. You know,
why not? Why not? They
Man,
do it.
say
Live
that
on
again?
Patrol does it all the time.
Yeah, mainstream media does it. Why?
No,
why can't
no. The world does it. Nobody asked if we
do it in India?
Nobody asked permission. Asked the people, did they mind to be recorded on the outside of stores, in stores, everywhere we go, on cars, Google, this place, that, everywhere you go, you're being recorded. Nobody said, well, let's ask the people, do they mind?
I didn't ask for Parmesan.
All that security footage is live feed.
Right. We can
recording it.
Request it.
It's just saved to a database.
Yeah, it was just a case where the cops said, you know, for officer safety, obviously, that they couldn't be live streaming, you know?
Yep, and they're morons, aren't they?
Yeah.
I may have to restart my computer. I think my computer just like froze and crashed.
Yeah, now
Damn.
my Penn v. Mims trophy is up there. No.
VV Mims broke my computer.
That's what it is.
Brutalizing us.
Oh, I should have kept it up there, and I would have showed you. Yeah, I'll have to make you watch my video sometime on it that I made about it, because, like I said, the Supreme Courts can't create powers for police, anyways. Only the legislators can. So all the Supreme Court did was give the legislators the ability to create that power, but the legislators never created that power.
Yeah. So basically, it's called jurisprudence, right? So their prejudicial determination, and then the legislature goes, oh, the courts will back us if we make this legislation? Cool. So then they make the legislation.
But they never did make the legislation. That's what's weird. And I had this long conversation with even ChatGPT finally admitted, yeah, you're right. The police actually don't have the authority to order a driver out because they never had that authority granted to them by legislators. And
They make those ordinances trying to get around your constitutional rights, right? When they come up with an ordinance talking about you need permission to ask for some money to get something to eat, that's stupid.
Well, that was going around the branch of government because it was going around the legislative lawmaking branch. The Supreme Court, the courts aren't supposed to make laws. They don't make laws. They don't create police powers, right? So they were trying to supersede legislation.
Yeah, and that's also going to depend on what state you're in too, because they have obviously the U.S. code, but then they have the 50 states which have statutes.
And I went in and with ChatGPT. I pay for the subscription and everything. I'm just saying, in the newest version, yeah, and it's talking about how no state has enacted any legislative authority for the police to order a person out of a vehicle.
That's interesting. So, but the Terry stop definitely has legislation around it. So we know that.
So here's the other thing about the Terry stop. People, what they don't get is there is no statute that says that compels a citizen to act, is what it's called. If there's not a statute compelling a citizen to act, then that citizen does not have to act. So like a cop can't tell you even to put your hands up, and you have to put your hands up. There's nothing in the statute that says that you have to do everything a cop says, right? In fact, you aren't required to do anything. If you do nothing, that's not.
Well, actually, so let's bring it back to BZ's case, right? So the legislation, the ordinance, because it's a city case, right, is enacted around that case, inciting words, which is Batchelor versus Maryland, right? It's not even around New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky. It's actually around the later case, which narrowed it to inciting words. So imagine what it would have been if it was New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky. It would have said fighting words, not inciting words. You see what they're doing? They're literally modeling it after. So it's just a matter of time before it looks like Pennsylvania versus Mims and Atwater versus Lagovisto and all of these other cases. So if we don't scale it back, then it will get tongue-tied into the legislation.
Right on. Yep, you busy. This one's coming on to you.
See, when we start talking about race and giving you scenarios, Lawyer Doug, you seem like you're on eggshells for some reason.
Well, no, like even when I've heard people like even on Jilly's channel and stuff, he'll be like, oh, like if you're black, then the police are going to do this and that, and I'm like, you just don't get it. Like maybe you do, but you don't. It's not a
desktop 1F0 clap.
Or maybe I just don't get it, but it's like when I would travel the country in my van.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but who's police?
That was my Alexa Echo talking.
Yo, that sound like that John I heard on somebody's video when the cop was running somebody, and then it would beep and beep, and then that lady voice would come up saying it.
I'll tell her to shut up all the time. She talks too much.
I'm sorry.
But I mean, I've been stopped for stupid reasons, just driving for about a dozen times. And this is one of the reasons I wanted to be a civil rights lawyer, is because when I think back now with the knowledge I have, every single time I was stopped, I had a civil rights violation case. And so when people think, oh, that it's just this, that, the other thing, this race, it's like maybe they just don't know their rights, because I know that my rights were getting violated every time as a middle-aged white guy or even a young white guy. And like people think that I have all this, but it's like would have all this privilege. But police don't treat me any better. I'm sure, I mean, maybe
but you got to look at it like this. Each human being is profiled differently, right?
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
somebody with some like the football player,
Yep.
prime example, right? They knew who he was, right? But they also knew that they can get some money.
Yeah, it is about that too. It's about you not being able to hire on an attorney who knows people in the legislation, who knows
Why would
people
you
in the
hire an
judicial.
attorney though? Why would you hire another man to fight for you?
Oh man, because the legal field,
Because the
system
what?
is so
Because
the
the
legal
who? Because
it's so
the how?
Well, I'll give you a good reason, and this is just my observation. It's not about what they know; it's about who they know and who knows them, and who's willing to shake whose hand. That's the only reason. That's
Right.
literally it.
They work for each other.
Yeah, yeah. So unfortunately, like I said before, we're fighting behind the eight ball when it comes to these things. And we've hired on. I mean, it's too many. It's too many. The government's so massive too, and this is it's a big problem. But
why do you think it's so massive?
Because people sign away their liberty for security.
I would say because the population has grown so big that you need to implement all these different departments to handle this kind of growth.
Somebody's pro-government over there, lawyer dog.
See, here's why. Because I used to be like totally in that lane, like totally like libertarian, but like to like the extreme. Not that long ago, until I got in and really studied the Supreme Court cases and really and watched this community think one way and divide on other issues, and like realize and realize how law works, and why it works, and that there is no better system. Like I can't think of a way to make it better, and that's when I realized it's literally the best we can think of right now.
I want to tell you the little story about whenever Let's and I went to Auditor-Palooza. Had a really great time. Met the guy who owned the place where it was located, Larry Downs Jr., small business guy. Big shout out to him. He went up on the stage and he gave his speeches and things like that. He talked about things, and one of the things he said was that the funny thing about freedom is that it's its own arch nemesis. You have the right with freedom to advocate against freedom. So in other words, you can sign your liberty away in the name of security. There is a balance, and it is called liberty and security. It's the right and the left. It's the male and the female. These things are antiquated. And so when we're talking about liberty and security, yes, we want security. We want it so bad sometimes that we literally sign it away into another man's hand. And this is okay in some instances. I'm okay with social contract, but I only want just a smooch, just a little tiny bit. Only a little bit.
And now you're getting into, well, we're all going to social contract on how much social contract we're all going to social contract, right? So some people want to give a lot or all their freedoms. Some people want to give none. And some people want to give a little bit. Some people want to give some. And so now, like you said, we disagree on how much we're going to give away. Everyone's going to have a disagreement on that. So you might have to give away a little bit more than you wanted to. And even
there's
though we all hate
compromise that has to be met and things like that. And so one of the biggest achievements, in my opinion, of mankind in recent times was the Declaration of Independence. I mean, guys sat down and rallied around
okay,
the
when you
idea.
say guys, by the way, I think it's, well, I just want to mention this because a lot of people forget these weren't just guys. These were politicians. The leaders of our country, the forefathers that we think were just these young forefathering revolutionaries. No, these guys were all senators, congressmen, military personnel.
Yeah,
these weren't just your average Joes.
That
so
is
we all
true.
get that wrong. They were all lawyers and stuff too. And a lot of people,
that
is
is true.
They tricked us into thinking that these were the common man who had threw a revolution. That is not the case. If you guys want to throw a revolution, you better get into high positions of government, because that's what our forefathers did.
Well, I'm not really interested in the revolution. I'm more interested in achieving peace through civility, right? So you've got two choices in life. You've got rules of decorum, or you've got rules of engagement. Rules of engagement mean war. Rules of decorum mean civility, right? So we can all sit down and we can reason out what is the best social contract. In this case, what the founding fathers did, because they understood the ideas behind natural law, they implemented that into the Declaration of Independence, which is great. I believe it worked out really well. There are some problems that I see with the Constitution, and one in particular with the Bill of Rights, but there's a whole lot of problems within the judicial system, and that is that primarily that these guys are not elected, that they are appointed. They are elected to an extent because the Senate confirms them, but there are some massive problems in the judicial branch. Those are things that we could possibly fix. I wish that we could fix them. However, when we talk about social contracts and the various differences that we have, yes, we are all going to have differences of opinion. We're all going to have our own ideologies, in fact.
Okay, you say
right?
you serve your God alone. Are you
Yes.
you also don't have a license, registration, and insurance?
With my this is the thing. So I haven't talked a whole lot about my cases on panel. So I had a license, and I would have a license if they would give it back.
Right, and that's when I say people.
So they stole it, and they
So
won't
what's-
give it back. I've
You're
done
forced-
everything in the law that they said
So-
is required
So you
in
follow
the
God's law.
statutes.
You
No,
follow
I've
God's
done
law,
no,
but not by
I've
choice.
done everything in the statutes that they said was required of me. They
Okay, I
won't
want-
give it back.
Well, I wanted to address Rebel Studios comment real quick because this person's talking about basically like forfeiting your citizenship, giving back your birth certificate and your social security card, and I just want to address this real quick because this is part of the reason why I'm holding the stance I have. So I don't know if some of you may or may not know, but I delivered my children at home myself, and at first I was thinking I'm not going to get them a birth certificate or social security numbers or anything because then I'm thinking like Rebel Studio is. I'm thinking they have no jurisdiction over these children. That's not true. They just, what they call basically is assumed jurisdiction. And it's just like, if you research more, it's like, what happens
That's
if
because you let them assume jurisdiction.
well, okay, let me give you an example. What if there's an illegal alien who doesn't have any ID? What happens to them? If they
Not
say,
what if. Let's go with what you're talking about, you and your family. Let's stick to that.
Okay. Yeah, let's stick to that. Okay, you say I let them, but I'm saying that what happened with me was I didn't have a birth certificate or social security numbers or anything for my children. And, one of them, okay, yeah. And so where I'm going with this is, so then one of the neighbors thought that I kidnapped my own children and that I was on drugs because, I have long hair or whatever. Like I said, I get treated like that all the time, right? So the social services people came to my house, and luckily it was this really nice girl, right? So I lucked out there. But she basically told me, and we kind of, that if I didn't, that I could talk to her and explain to her what was going on, or they were there to investigate, and basically, I didn't want the cops to show up, so I talked to her and explained to her the situation, and they don't have birth certificates or anything because, like I said, but they still assume. But they still assume jurisdiction. Like they don't care.
All right. So hear what you're saying. Don Andre just, I think it's Don Andre. He's doing a story or chapter or whatever it's called. How he does them series. A young man has his family, and they're harassing him because he homeschools his children or his child. And they are harassing him, the neighbors, everybody's all up in his ass, all up in his business. And it's only what you allow them to do. If you don't allow it, they can't do it.
Yeah, I hear you. You're probably right about that. I mean, if I
Don't
wouldn't
let
have
'em in
talked to
your
her,
house.
yeah,
Don't even open the door.
Exactly.
yeah.
If you look,
I mean, actually, I should have known that. But,
jury duty, they could threaten me all they want to, right? They gotta
yeah.
come and knock my door down and get me.
Well, like that's the advice I would give to somebody. But me, I already knew I was gonna have to talk to him because I was like new to this place.
Yeah.
And I'm like a single dad, and I had like these 2 toddlers, and I like stuck out like a sore thumb, you know. So I'm like, I already knew everyone was like, I was like, I already knew they were
Nosy neighbors, man. Need to
I was
mind
gonna have to talk to them.
their business.
And here's the thing too, and I want you to understand that your children are your children. I cannot tell you what to do. My advice, just take it with a grain of salt, because you're dad. You are the supreme ruler when it comes to your children.
And that's what that means.
It. It's not me. It's not the government.
Okay,
It's not
but see, I
police
want to tell you
officer.
this one thing though. Like I was trying to mention earlier, Mao
Do what's
Zedong. Okay, Mao, who is actually responsible for, they say, up to 80 million deaths. And the reason I'm pointing that out is it's like probably the most in history. And he says all political power comes from the barrel of a gun. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because you can have all these theories and philosophies, but at the end of the day, they got the guns, they got the power. Their political philosophy is what
They
is
want to take
real.
yours. That's why they want to take your guns. They want to have the guns. They want to have the power. They want to have the control. They want to have everything.
They got it. They got it. They got it. In case we didn't
we
figure that
letting
out.
them. That's because we letting them. We saying, okay, I'll get a license for my gun. Okay, I'll get permission to carry and have my weapon to keep keep myself and my family protected.
Let me jump in here for a second, real quick. Okay, so when she says you let them, okay, or you say they got a gun you, anytime they start pulling threats or intimidation, you don't have to open that door. You know what that's called? That's called oppression. There's a state statute for it. And until we start filing criminal complaints against these people and getting this shit on video and audio, so we have proof to take things back to show that the government are nothing but a lying fucking thieves, and pardon my French. I'm just kind of pissing me off. We can't take it back. We can't take it back unless we do that. Hey, Brick Jones, are you the new angry vet? That's why I went off camera to
Yo, don't he look like it though?
He looks like the angry vet over there eating and shit, man. Look at that, eating on camera, angry vet. I
always eat on camera, bro.
So, anyways,
so we got to pull. We all got to pull a Lane Myers. We all got to pull a Lane Myers and just start smoking the bong on camera.
That's direct D, Christopher Ruff.
I gotta ask Let's a question. Let's. It says, who wouldn't want to stop cops from placing hands on people unless the crime committed warrants them? What crime gives the right for cops to just go hands on?
Just what social contract.
Huh?
No, a crime
just what we've put into the social contract, giving them the authority for, and that's it.
Which is what any reasonable person would think would be warranted. Whereas if they were trying to protect the life or limb or property, there's several occasions where force would be necessary.
Right. They're mercenaries. That's all we've hired on Mon for. That's it. If they choose that because they're the mercenaries, they want to go in and take the king's gold, well, then, the king's guard is supposed to be there, which, by the way, is supposed to be you and your family. You are your own king. You are your own, guard and that sort of thing, right?
But Jonesy, go back to what Chile teaches about why the cops were created to begin with. It was to chase down slaves.
It's the fugitive laws.
Escaped the plantation because they didn't have enough workforce to leave to go after those 1, 2, or 3 or handful of slaves that escaped the plantation. And now with the creation of the 14th Amendment, now police aren't just after slaves; they're after these
We
slave
are the
citizens.
slaves. The United States is a federal corporation, yo. You are a slave.
That's what I was saying. I was actually saying when you jumped in there.
It ain't got shit to do with Africa. Yo, it ain't got nothing to do with black people.
That's what I'm saying. Under the 14th Amendment, we are all slaves to the government. I mean,
we're all
that's
subordinate.
Look at the thing called the Federal Reserve Note. We are a slave to that. That's not even actual money.
But we are also
it's a stock.
Okay,
that's what a dollar bill is.
But what I've been
That's
saying
what
is
our birth certificate is.
Yep,
exactly.
Yep.
But because you're bringing up a good point, BZ, which is the reason that we had such a big change in law from its original foundations of the Constitution being a few people far in between and we essentially the slaves took over the government, and now we had to change the law because we had a totally different society, and so we had a larger.
The government gave y'all that word slaves to make y'all believe that, you know, the slaves, we beat people. That nah, man, they started that shit here.
Actually,
propaganda.
Yes.
You're right.
It's not. It has nothing to do with your mind, yo. If you work for the government and you got to pay house tax, car tax, permission to drive, permission to walk, permission to talk. You gotta pay every fucking thing. You're a slave, yo.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is all this basically the former slave owners. There aren't any slave owners really anymore.
Government is the slave owners. What is you talking about?
Who's the government? But who's the? Okay, hold on a second. Because we have these evolving doors of power. You don't have the same people in government all the time. So how are you? What do you mean by that? Who are these people? Who?
Yo, the Supreme Court is like 1,000 years old. What are you talking about?
So yeah, the Supreme Court is the one office I can think of that's for life. There might be others. I don't know, but. Okay, so are you saying that the Supreme Court justices are the slave owners of America? I mean,
yes.
What are we? Is that what we're saying?
Well, no, wait. The money, the Rothschilds. Wait, the Rothschilds and all of them is the masters, and and the Supreme Court is, you know, they just
okay. So yeah, anyone who's using money is the power that controls the slaves. Is really what you're getting at. Is these people up there don't even use money. The people that are printing the money, those are the real slave owners. And if you use money, that's a telltale sign.
Money is nothing. What are you talking about?
It's a propaganda tool.
Nothing.
It's a propaganda
Money don't mean shit. It's a promise to pay.
So you're looking at it from this big conspiracy. See, you're looking at it from this big conspiracy idea, right? What if you take it back to what I'm saying?
It's on the bill. I'm not looking at it as nothing. It's written on the bill.
But what if I mean, if everyone has money, like we have, or we all work for money and all that stuff, we're all slaves to each other. Like I said, the slaves took over the government. Now the government is made up of slaves. And so like when I go to McDonald's and order something or whatever, for example, not that I do, I'm just saying like, or not that I do
You're a
or don't.
slave. You eating my garbage. You eating the government's poison. You're a slave.
Or I'm just using that as an example. If I go to Whole Foods and check something out, it doesn't matter where I go. Anywhere that I'm using an employee, for example, if I drive down the street and there's an employee that a government worker built that street, see, we're constantly using slave power. The way we're communicating right now, employees built our, and then we worked for other people to give them that money. And so what I mean is you guys keep saying that all of this power is consolidated into this secret Illuminati that has all these bad intentions. And what I'm saying is that the power is actually
we ain't say nothing about that damn hold up. We ain't say nothing about that L-I, whatever word you just said. None of us said nothing about that. Now
I'm saying like you're saying the justice is controlling everything, and I'm saying the people control it.
Look at it this way, okay? The higher powers on the earth, right? They believe that they are gods over men. That's what that real sovereignty means, right? So they believe that. Now we know that this is not true. We know that they are just men.
Sovereignty just means the where power is derived or authority, right?
Well, okay, so when it comes to someone who believes in God, that person will probably tell you what sovereign is to them. And typically what they will tell you is that the only sovereign of the universe, the only sovereign is God. Okay. So that's why I relate that. So yes, you are right. That is where power is derived from. So for me, that is what is true for me. So yes, you have your ideal of what power is derived from sovereignty.
The reason I'm mentioning this is, I like The Art of War is one of my favorite books. And throughout it, continuously, Sun Tzu refers to the other dynasties as the sovereigns, or basically any other nation or any other entity that's outside of your entity, right? So their nation, they consider dynasties or whatever.
Basically, this is like a free will argument, and I understand that.
I'm not trying to get into it. I'm just saying that politically, but when we're getting into sovereignty,
but wherever the power comes from, these guys at the top, for some reason, they believe, whatever reasons in their mind, maybe they were indoctrinated at an early age, that they have power over us. Now, we know that this isn't entirely true. right?
Well,
If
they
we
believe
wanted
it
to,
because they do have power over us.
if
If you,
the
it's not a
people,
fantasy.
no, if the people wanted to overturn a government, it is definitely capable of
It's
doing
not
so.
that. It's not though, because that's why they've been doing this for hundreds of years. They've mastered the system of squashing rebellion and
So
even
it's
keeping it from starting and
so it's
keeping
just never going to happen, right? It's just
right. No,
like,
it's
never.
gone too far. Look,
He's
go
right.
on.
It's never going to happen. We're not going to be able to overturn. We're not
Right.
going to be able to overturn their system.
No,
We just have
they
to
control it.
organize our own.
Yeah, as soon as you start organizing anything for real,
As
they'll
long
squash it.
as this government has been around, which is 250 years. Here we're coming up on the 250 year mark, which is great, right? I believe it's worked up pretty well. It's just like there's some problems. However, there is no standard of nation that you can point at and said, yeah, that one's gonna have lived forever, right? This nation will at some point it will be gone. That's just the reality of it. Okay, I know you want to believe, well, we'll have this nation for forever. No, it's not going to happen.
Look at the Egyptians. Look at Alexander the Great. Look at Genghis Khan. Look at the Romans. Look at the Nazis. I mean, it all falls eventually. And you know what? History repeats itself, and that's why we're always in a revolution.
Yeah, the people are revolting. It's good to be the king. You know, don't lose your head. That sort of thing. That happens throughout history, right? And so we know that these men who claim to be sovereigns, who claim to be rulers of us, will eventually die, even if of old age. Okay, that is just the reality of it. There are two things in life that are guaranteed: taxes and death. Okay, we all
a lot
die.
of them don't pay taxes, so I wouldn't say they're guaranteed to be paying taxes, which means they may not be guaranteed to die. But okay, so
death.
So death,
life and death.
Okay, we will all die. Okay, we are slaves.
We don't know the
nature.
technology. We don't know the technology of these people have. We might, but like for example, you may say that, but I'm saying when you're talking about the money that some of these people have and the technologies,
I don't want to live forever. I'm just telling you now. I do not want to live forever.
Yeah, everybody dies. That's just the reality of like life. Okay, and that doesn't mean that life doesn't go on afterward. But
okay, here's my question:
everybody
if you put your hard drive in a new computer after your computer breaks, does your computer die?
Eventually, those molecules do break down, and eventually they do deteriorate. In fact, the heat from the expansion and contraction will eventually break it down quicker.
So what if you transfer the data? The only reason I'm getting into this is because that's what they're talking about doing now. You know, obviously, Elon Musk, that's what he wants to do is transfer his brain into a microchip.
So now what you're talking about is the word.
That dude is weird as fuck, yo. I'm sorry. He's weird.
I'm not a fan of him.
Hey, here's the funny thing about that is now what you're talking about is the word, right? So as in the written word or the spoken word. And that's funny you say that, because that is one thing that does not go away is the word. You see what I'm saying? Right? So it's funny you say that. So as an ideological man who has a belief system, right? I do believe that his word will not go away. His word, that we are a creation. So yes, you are right that the word does not go away. So yes, data.
Well, I'm not sure I said that, but okay.
Data, right? Data is related to the word, right? The ideals, the principles. We write them down so that later generations can observe them, take them in, and then pass them on further.
I think that's how TVO's got the perfect comment.
I gotta ask, Brick, whose word?
His word.
My word. He believes my word's infallible.
That's my
I
belief,
appreciate
though.
that because I believe it too.
Wait,
his word.
You know what his word is?
It's the word of God.
No, yeah, no. She brings up a good point. What do you mean by that? Do you mean by the Old Testament, the old Jewish Testament type stuff, or the New Testament? Because where does God even speak in the New Testament? I don't know.
So the funny thing about sound, right? So you speak, right, and your words go out in sound waves, right? And they actually the waves physically touch and hit, and then cause vibrations. that do not disappear. There is a constant vibration in the universe that comes from the word.
This is all your, by the way, your metaphysical thinking and idea.
No, that's reality, right? So when you speak, right, there is a little bit of deterioration when my sound goes out and hits the face of the screen, right? It bounces. It actually bounces back, and that's how I hear it into my ear, right? Now it goes back, and then it goes back and forth until it eventually deteriorates into something where it's nothing, right? But the problem that you face is, did it stick? Well, yes, I believe it did, because ultimately we've all been affected by words that others have spoke. So the words continue even to this day that were spoken of in generations past, right? And so when you look at the ones that are written, it's even further into the generations. So yes, I can speak it out of my mouth, but when I write it, those words go out into the ether and the ethos, and they are heard and spoken by other men and continue as data, you would call it, through the generations. It's funny that actually works.
Did you get your stuff from Carolina?
Now, I believe just within me, I believe that God is the spirit, right? His word is in me, right? Because I know right from wrong. I know all these things that I'm supposed to know, right? So,
yep, I agree with that.
I mean, I understand that the Bible was written from his word, they say. But the Bible is still man's word, and it's only his stories, and it's really just a guide. Really, it's a book. This is how I look at the church. They gave man a building. They gave man a brick in a building. I mean, a building and a book. And they said, here, take this book and teach as many as you can, and they will follow. And you will live eternal life, right? So they told this man to indoctrinate people to believe in this book. But how do we know it's God's word? How do we really know it's God's word? Like the writings are writings. A man wrote those things.
Right. And so for the answer to that, I mean, I can give you what I believe, right? Versus what is real. I don't know what is real, but I can tell you that I believe it is true. I believe that it's true because I have read it, and then I have observed things out into the ethos, what I see, what I hear, what I experience, right? The things that I feel.
How about if you felt it first before you read it?
Yes, that too. Yes, there are things that I experienced hearing, seeing before I ever read it. And then when I read it, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
So are we talking about the Old Testament? I just want to know what we're talking about. We're not being very clear here, guys.
Talking about critical thinking for yourself. That's where I got Brick on right now.
Well, I feel like Brick is talking about the Old and New Testament of the Christian Bible.
No, see, because I'm not actually talking about the Bible.
Yes.
Specifically.
You're on the same page.
Yeah.
So how can you believe in God's word? So do you believe God's word was written somewhere? You say you believe in God's word. What do you mean by that? God's word that was spoken to you directly?
Well, God's word, which would be like the sovereign, the one who created everything, if he does have a word, right? If it's his word, then that word would,
if you don't...
Hold on. Then that word would be truth. Hands down, it would be truth. Also, it would express love. And so that's how I don't know, but that's the reason why I believe, is because the things that are expressed that are true must be from God.
Well, hold on a second. What if God only spoke in paradoxes? What if your understanding of truth was something you can't comprehend? What if the truth is a paradox?
And
what if it's a hypothetical?
That's a fair question.
That's a good point.
That's a fair question. And so what I would say to that is I only have a 30,000 foot view. I don't have the 35,000 foot view where he is, right? But man's view is pretty good. 30,000, that's pretty good, right? Because we are stewards of the earth.
Because if
right?
you believe God created everything, then God's truth is darkness and evil and all of those things that come with lies. That's all God's
that is
creation.
true. That is true too. Yes, God created evil as well. Yes, this is true. But I don't want to get into that because that could be arguments of contention and I could explain it to you. But beyond that, let's talk about the truth, right? So we know, I mean, well, we would believe because it sounds true, right? Makes sense, common sense, that if we, plant the crops before the rains come, that they will do well. If we plant the crops after the rains come, they will not do well. If we plant them,
Yeah, if you don't get out of the car, the cop's going to freak out. Right.
Right. Those are things that naturally make sense, right? And so when you look at the truth and what's reasonable, right? And you consider those things, and then you implement them into what you write down, then it can be construed as accurate and honest, right? Because you have construed what you mean in a viable, sustainable, actionable way. And so if we write down something that doesn't make sense, right? That's just like, wait, we're writing this down into law now. We're just going to run around to the other countries and we're going to red rum people and take their
citizens
stuff
out of their cars for no reason at a traffic stop.
Right. Then we are getting into the territory of what is unnatural and what is unlawful. And therefore, even though it's legal, it is not lawful. There's a difference between the two. You see?
Okay, now I used to think that, and I used to say that like you, but then I got into law and realized that go into court, and the court, the laws, the judges, they don't see a difference. To them, there is no difference. And
I agree.
The power, right, and the force, there is no difference in force that's applied.
Yes, and they are fools, and they will die too, right? And they will be judged too accordingly, because eventually, like I said, they will die. And maybe they will be remembered, or maybe they won't be. The funny thing about the evil people in the world, right? We remember them as evil. Do you consider maybe that if there is a sovereign, a God, that he would consider them to be evil?
Sorry, is that why we call him Alexander the Great? Or while we look at all of our presidents who have probably either been slaveholders or mass murderers?
Possible.
We look at them as great heroes, or like we say, heroes of war who went over there and slaughtered for corporations. Yeah, we look at all of these evil people as, what do we look at them as? We look at them as heroes.
But they did achieve good things. So lest we not forget.
No, they achieved horrible things. Oh, so now the ends justify the means, and then we look at good people.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said they did achieve good things.
Okay, tell me.
I didn't say they didn't achieve.
Great thing Alexander the Great
Dog,
did.
you get so easily offended, man. You would not do well in court or on a jury.
Well, I just get passionate when we're talking about the lives of innocent people who are literally slaughtered, and then we put the people who killed them up on a pedestal as a hero and call them great.
Well, would you rather promote what is good or condemn what is bad? What is more useful of your time?
Okay, yes, I'm right. Promoting what is good, and I apologize if I, sounded.
Well, no, it's fine. It's fine because so recently I was on a panel and people were talking about, the conversation was revolving around pornography, okay, and whether it should be banned. And what I said at the end of all of it is this: is what would be more useful with your time? To continue to chase after this dream of banning what some people consider art, some people consider their First Amendment right to press, or would it be more beneficial of your time to produce something family-oriented, something like the old 80s sitcoms? Which would be more beneficial, to spend all of your time saying, no, you can't produce that, you can't produce that, or to produce something of benefit yourself and just basically ignore those people over there in Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And say, you know what, we're going to build something better over here. We're actually going to build a wall around it as well and promote that sort of thing, right? And yes, you're going to have some problems here and there because no man is perfect, right? But the idea would be to promote what is good. And yes, our founders had a lot of bad things, bad qualities about them, but they did achieve some good things.
Yeah, no, sorry. I didn't mean to dog our founders. I was just thinking of like classical people, and then I just thought of every classical person I could, and then just thought of like how they were all related somehow to like some. But you're right. I mean, not all of them, but when I think of like Alexander the Great, for example, or like a lot of these like people who were conquerors of the world, and how we put them when they're some of the most evil people. And actually, again, like even if I say Hitler's name, it's like, oh, now all of a sudden I'm an evil person. When if you actually look at his book and read his book, you'll find out he has his own perspective, and we've labeled him evil just like we labeled Saddam Hussein evil and all that stuff. It was just another false flag, all that stuff.
And you know what's funny about that too is actually, see, I am not for government. I am not for these people who put themselves in positions of power over us. However, I do recognize that there are men who will do this if we do not slow their roll.
Well, hold on a second. If you say you're not for government, I thought you were for the Constitution, which is the Federalist.
I'm for rule of law. I'm for the Bill of Rights minus the one issue that I have it. And then there's a whole lot of problems in the Constitution. And then there's a whole lot of problems in the statutes, codes, ordinances. So,
but are you for government or are you total anarchist?
No, I'm not a total anarchist. I believe that there is one government. I believe that there is only one government, and that's God's government.
And what's that? The Jewish law?
People.
Yeah, but that's not written anywhere, right?
So the hierarchy of God's government goes like this: God over man, man over woman, woman over child.
Hold on a second, though. How do you write this into documents? Like I'm saying, if you say, well, God told me to, do this thing, like sacrifice this thing or whatever.
Well, that's the hierarchy. I mean, it's a universally recognized hierarchy. People might not accept it. Sometimes people just don't accept that hierarchy. They'd rather see the children over the man.
No, I mean, I'm down with you. Like I believe that, like God.
You have to know how to think for yourself. You have to stop depending on everybody else to write the book for you.
Okay, so I agree with him, but
no.
But you can't sell me on anarchy. But like you said, he's not an anarchist. He's about to sell me on anarchy, but then he said he's not an anarchist. So
I'm not.
Okay,
no, I'm not an anarchist.
On here, a little bit of government.
No,
I understand that men have committed evil acts, right? I know this from the history, right? And thus history reveals something about men. So there is no good man. Never will be until, like, I guess the end, if there is an end. And so to slow that from this, because government is the problem. I see that. I want protections for my family, my nieces and nephews, right? And that protection isn't against the people necessarily. It can also be against the government. So I know that a social contract is necessary, and that can be a legal document. That can be a educational document, such as the Bill of Rights. That can be a limiting powers type document, which is the Constitution. That can also be an independent declaration.
I want to keep up with what you're saying, and I'm losing you because I lost you on. You said government's the problem, but can we agree that government is also the solution?
No.
Hold on a second, because that's the thought that crossed my mind when you were saying that, because that's the paradox in it. That's what the forefathers talked about, is that it's this ever revolving door, and it's this ever cycle of blood of tyrants and patriots that water this tree of liberty, that we're always going to be at constant struggle with this government. That is because it's
the Constitution. That's
the solution.
The Constitution, because they knew that we would always have these struggles. So the people needed to have some kind of protection.
And they wouldn't have created the government if it wasn't for us as a solution to something.
So our rights are anti-law. right?
No.
No. Our rights, right? What we're declaring by saying we have rights means that the government doesn't have a right in this manner. In other words, there is no law that can be written.
Hold on. There's different levels of rights, and that's the thing that we need to understand. There's statutory rights. There's like rights written into statute, and like there's like rights written into acts and stuff like that. You know, we don't have rights that there's not like. What are you talking about? You know,
tell me one right that is a law.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Law is anti-rights. Okay, I see what you mean by that. I don't know if you said that, but if you did, that's what I understand what you mean by that now. Okay.
I have a right to walk. I have a right to talk. I have a right to travel.
He's saying that anything that infringes upon that right is where law comes in. Outside of when something breaks law, your rights, law comes in.
Exactly. So in order to achieve that goal of we're going to have rights as we the people, we called it the Bill of Rights, right? Or the people, or those people at that time called it the Bill of Rights. And they said, these laws cannot be written to infringe upon rights. Those are rights. And on top of that, there are rights that you have that you might not even know about. That's the 9th Amendment, natural rights, right? So you have the right to walk down the road with shoes and socks on. The officer cannot stop you on the street just because you're walking barefoot.
Exactly.
Right? And so that is
in court. Okay, but okay.
Yeah, unless it makes sense, right? Unless there's like, so put it this way.
I can see it happening.
Your rights
begin.
Your rights begin.
Don't tell me it can't happen. It can happen. Sorry, hold on a second. You lost me on that. A cop can definitely stop you for walking down the street without shoes on. Now, where are we going with this, though?
He can, however, it would be a violation of.
And then what happens? You serve 90 days in jail like Chili did, and you come up with $30,000 because you're homeless, and you appeal
and it's
it,
a violation. And
easy,
reasonable
lawyer, easy.
even though he can, reasonable people would recognize that it is a violation of what is natural.
My human rights. That's right.
Okay, hold on a second. I want to stick with you on this because I got pulled over in like 2012 or something, and they had no reason to keep holding me. They wanted to hold me there so they could bring a drug dog to search my car.
Rodriguez versus United States.
Right. And this was before Rodriguez. And I told the cops, I said, hey, since you don't have any reasonable suspicion to detain me here, can I just leave right now before the cop dog gets here? And they're like, no. And in fact, since you said that, now we're going to handcuff you.
So he lied to you. Yeah.
No, he didn't. No, because that was before Rodriguez.
He lied to you, yo. He lied to you.
He didn't lie. He didn't know. And nobody knew. They were doing it all the time until Rodriguez.
No. With or without the court's backing, you did have the right to leave.
I did. You're right. But because he didn't know, he had full immunity from anything like that. They've been doing it to everybody. The courts, the lower courts were upholding it, right? And Rodriguez was Supreme Court. So unless I took my case up to the Supreme Court, I would have lost it every time. And
even you? Why didn't you? Why didn't you? You got to fight for your rights.
Right. Because Dick Heller even said it cost him $1 million every time he took a case to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So you got to have $1 million if you want to fight for your rights. And that's
should have talked to Chili. He would have crowdfunded it for
you. And so we know that. We can agree on that. If you want to take your case to the Supreme Court, you got to have $1 million.
And you still may lose.
That's not true. I know someone that took something to the Supreme Court didn't cost them anywhere near that.
All right, maybe you're right. I mean, I hope that's true. That'd be awesome.
Now, when he's talking gun rights, because he's gone back multiple times. He hasn't done it just once. He's gone to the Supreme Court, I think, 4 or 6 times or something. Look at that craziness over there. All right, but he may have spent all that money because he was fighting for not just individual gun rights. He was fighting for gun rights for everybody.
That's right. That's right. You have to have a passion for it. So, yes, you can still lose. However, in your soul, in the depths of your soul, you know what's conscionable, right? You know that it's not right to
Okay, yeah.
infringe upon another man's rights. And that's why you don't want someone else infringing upon yours. And that is where the Supreme Court gets it wrong a lot. Now, this is the thing, though. Even with all these cases, even with all these statutes, right? We might have to fight against these things. The reason we have to fight against these things is because the men who came before us did not. And now we're left with the bag. We're left holding the bag. And so it's up to us. We have to fight for it, and we have to change it.
Oh, well, okay. This person said, Mr. Doc DLRU pointed out George Gordon. She said, or whoever he or she, sorry, George Gordon spent $50. And I just wanted to point out, and this is one of the reasons why I stopped being a sovereign citizen for the license plate movement, because this person brought up George Gordon, said it was about 50 grand. And I just wanted to.
That's the citizen movement. That's what the government put out there to keep us divided, to make you believe that sovereign citizens were domestic terrorists.
Yeah, well, no, they're just people who are trying to understand
the real sovereign citizens are the government,
the cops.
Okay, but George Gordon, I'm a big fan of his. I mean, I listened to hundreds of hours of his law school. I've almost completed the whole thing, and the thing with George Gordon, though, was that he didn't take his up to the Supreme Court, federal Supreme Court. His went up to the state Supreme Court. That's why his was only 50,000. Just like, yeah, and then
that says 5,000, not 50,000.
So this is what I always told my nieces and nephews. I said, look, they're going to teach you things in school, and they're going to be wrong. So get the grade. Get the grade.
I got to say, though, the George Gordon thing,
Get it.
I looked up George Gordon's case. You're right, because it didn't go up to the state Supreme Court. You're right. It got shot down on appeal. So he was a big, he had this whole law school, and he advocated for driving without plates and insurance and taught people, and they paid money to go to the school. Well, he got pulled over without plates and insurance, and he tried to overturn that on appeal, and they said that he had no case. And you can look it up. It's George Gordon v. something. I'd love to put,
how much
that case.
How much public support did he have?
Dude, he had a whole. I mean, he's dude. Like I said, this guy was doing this stuff in the '80s, and he's still got support. This guy was awesome. I love the guy, but it was sad because you realize that what these judges are saying is, I don't care what you think you read in some crazy book. You got to have license. You got to have registration. And if you don't like it, kick. I don't really care. You can either pay the fine or you can go to jail. Like, it doesn't really matter to them. And people want to mumble this. Well, you got to say this. You got to stand on this. You got to. No, you don't. I've watched every sovereign citizen. There's literally one sovereign citizen group. Those two brothers. Those two like skinhead.
Stop saying it.
Well, we all know what I'm talking about. I believe that the voting
sovereign citizen group. That's what you put in other people.
Okay, you're right. Carolina brought up a good point. The true sovereign citizens are the voters. That's where all power is derived from, technically, according to our Constitution. And the Supreme Court has actually said that the citizens are the sovereigns.
Lawyer dog, I think you're a sob sid.
Well, you see, I was until they told me. Like I said, they came to my house and said, "We don't care if your kids have birth certificates." I was.
You were a cop?
So
you remember the government?
So there's two definitions that actually fit sovereign citizen. One is that it is a misnomer and it doesn't exist. Okay. The other one is that the rulers, the self-proclaimed rulers of this country, are the sovereign citizen. That would only include the police officers and the government.
That came to your house were sovereign citizens. Those people that came to your house to terrorize you and tell you you couldn't raise your own kids and teach your own kids the way you wanted to teach them as parents of those children.
Right.
They the ones that were sovereign citizens.
Okay, so that's when I was like, "Oh, you're right," and that's when I said, "Okay, if you're going to assume jurisdiction over my kid, even though they don't have a birth certificate, then I'm going to get them the birth certificate, and I'm going to get them all the benefits. I'm going to get the food stamps and all the benefits that come along with being a citizen. Since you're going to take away all my rights, even if I'm not a citizen."
You do know that that's not something you have to do just because you have a child in the state, that you got to get food stamps, that you got to get all the
My point being was they're saying I used to be like, I'm not going to do it. I used to be like, I'm just going to, never get food stamps and all this stuff and never live off the government.
Not get the birth certificate. You cannot bow down to them and take care of your own kids, feed your own kids.
But then when they turn 16 and they want to go, or not even 16, because right, what's just a number, when they want to go driving, what happens? You seen that video of Chase Allen? This like 16, 19-year-old kid, he gets pulled over for not having plates.
They took advantage of him. The 17-year-old that they snatched out the car and threw on the ground. She was 17.
They shot this guy. The dad.
Yeah, but
this
take
kid.
advantage of them kids. They know them kids are scared. They take advantage of them children.
And so what are we supposed to do? Go send our kids out there to drive with no plates with these trigger happy cops with full immunity?
No,
bad
get them a damn bike and tell them to wait until they fucking old enough to get a car.
And then they get a car, right? And then they get a car and they go out there with no plates.
So by the time they ready to get a car, then they'll know the law. Then they'll know.
So then you're saying they should get a license and registration and insurance.
Oh, they should read. They should follow the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said if you have a right to travel from point A to point B, you don't have to.
Yes, but what the Supreme Court also said was what they mean by traveling is as a passenger. You can go on a plane or a train or be a passenger in a vehicle without a license.
You gotta have permission. You gotta have ID to get on the plane. Stop playing. You gotta buy their ID to get on the airplane. You gotta buy their passport to get on an airplane. Anywhere you want to travel, you gotta have permission from the United States. I can't leave here and go to Canada when I want to. I can't go nowhere when I want to. If I go to the airport now, because I never traveled, they'll be like,
that's my point. If you go to the airport with no documents, are they going to let you fly across the state or fly out of the country?
That's why I don't go, because they got to give me permission to go.
So now you're stuck here. So now you get more freedom.
Stuck here. I can listen. I ain't stuck. I can get a truck or something. I can walk. I got 2 fucking feet. Right? I ain't stuck nowhere. I'm where I want to be, right? For the time being.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's great. Yeah, that's great. I just mean right? So if you have children that you're raising and you're thinking about their future, you're thinking, okay, I want my child to be able to fly. I want my child to be able to get a bank account, to drive down the street, and they can't do that.
If you want them to be able to do that in the most liberating manner, then you actually would change the laws. Yes.
I'm gonna teach my children to be responsible. I'm gonna teach my child to take care of themselves. I'm gonna teach my child to lead themselves. I'm gonna teach my child, if you got some issues, you handle it. You don't have to go to nobody. You don't have to depend on nobody. You don't have to have a leader as somebody to depend on.
But like I said, that's all in theory. But when I've seen too many bullets, you know what I'm saying, from cops like Chase Allen, where he's sitting there, maybe he has a gun on him, maybe he doesn't because he's the Second Amendment right. He's doing what you said. He doesn't need permission from any man to drive down the vehicle or to travel down the public roadways in his private conveyance. And yet he's no longer with us. He was one of the biggest patriots you could probably, right? Because he was doing it. He was one of our forefathers at this point. And now what is he? He's dead.
Well, how many times do you consider he might have gone to a city council meeting or a county council meeting?
Well, I know his mom, I mean, if you don't know about that, but that was one of the things about him. His mom was big into that, and she had just gotten arrested like at a city council meeting or something like that, like a week prior to that. So I don't know if the cops actually, some people speculate they had it out for him because they knew who he was. They didn't know who he was.
Are we talking about, it sounds like it might have been some retaliation because mom was showing up and speaking up? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and then on top of that, was she being civil, and was he being civil? Right? Was he handling it?
Okay, so
without,
you don't know the Chase Allen video. BZ, if I pull up a video,
no, I don't know. I don't know the Chase Allen.
Oh,
video.
It's so important. This guy changed my mind, dude. Because, and then that other video. Okay, so I would pull up the Chase Allen video for you, but I don't even know if BZ is here to put it on. But it's just a young kid. You don't want that to happen to your kid.
Here's something I would, and you're more than welcome to check this out at any point in time. There's a video that has the Star Spangled Banner. It's the Star Spangled Banner is the song, and before the Star Spangled Banner, I'll actually put it in the back chat for you.
Because I was thinking, do you know that guy who does the "Don't Tread on Me" license plate, who claims that he drives with no plates, and he won a lawsuit for $100,000 or something against the police and bought himself a new car and all that stuff? He's that guy. What's his name? Anyway, there's this guy going around on YouTube now scamming people, making these fake videos saying that he won these lawsuits against police that arrested him for driving with no plates. And when you look closely at the documents that he's showing you, you realize, you can see that they're just fraudulent documents. And he's got like 100,000 views or whatever or more. Like this thing is going around, like that's like one week, but this thing is going like viral, you know. And that's one of the things that inspired me from the beginning. I was like, wow, like you can really do it, you know. You can win the case and everything against them. And then I found out that it was just a fraud after looking closer, because after I was like, I really need to see what he's filing, you know. And then it comes to find out that it's just fake documents that he just made up, and like, and you see stuff like that, and you know, I don't know. And then you see every once in a while some kid will get off on the street or whatever. Some guy will get off because the cop just doesn't want to break his window and all that stuff, and that's fine. But but that's not what happens all the time, you know.
So I put that in the back chat. So this is called the Star Spangled Banner, as you've never heard it, okay? And the channel is Mona Rose.
Okay, sure.
And it's from 11 years ago, okay? And if you listen to the words that the guy is saying, he's saying basically he's describing why Francis Scott Key wrote the Star Spangled Banner, and in describing it, one of the things that is mentioned is that there's something that sets the American Christian apart from any other man in the world, and that is that he would die on his feet before he lived on his knees. Okay.
Right, now, I want you to stay with me on this one, okay?
Yep.
I agree with you. When I was, like I said, didn't have children, I was the same way. I die on my feet, and I was die hard for, you know, my whole life. But after I had these children, I was like, I don't care about dying on my feet, but would I let my son die on his feet? I'd rather see my son be a slave than watch him die on his feet. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I got. That's what, when you become a parent, you realize that goes back to the point I made earlier. You have to make the decisions as a parent, right? You are the father, not me, not any other man, not no government, right? And I do understand. I really do. The thing is, I mean, living as a slave means living in a cage. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have said that, because it's probably, like you said, in reality, I would hate to see that actually, you know.
Living in a cage is offensive, lawyer dog. I'm tired of you being so offensive.
Yeah, so living in a cage, let me tell you from experience, is not worth it. It's not.
That's what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to live in a cage. That's why I didn't sign no. I didn't know no better until recently. I'm being honest. I didn't know that. I mean, I felt it in my spirit, in my heart. I felt that I shouldn't be led by anybody, that other people shouldn't be telling me how I should live, what I should do with my body, whatever. You know, I just felt.
All right. Is this an abortion topic we just touched on? Because I mean, even that's an interesting
No. Talk about those things. I don't. That's.
Okay, because a lot of people say my body when they're talking about that, so that's why I was confused. All right, sorry.
When I say my body, it's with anything. Like if I wanted to get 1,000 piercings, like my body, you know.
Well, maybe if you let her finish her statement, lawyer dog, instead of talking over her and interrupting her, maybe you'd understand what she was.
Hey, sorry, BZ, we were trying to listen to her.
But you understand where I'm coming from. Like, you know, this is my vessel. God gave me this vessel for me to take care of. Like, if I ate what the government puts out there as far as, the food, drink the water, we were indoctrinated. He gave us Kool-Aid. They said give him sugar, food coloring, or this whatever coloring. And
so
so we were poisoned.
Yeah, every man, as I mentioned before, is going to have their own belief system. We all have our own ideals, but that is different also, in my opinion, than rights. Rights should be along the line of the oughts, the same thing as Thomas Aquinas alluded to. And when your rights begin where my rights end. My rights begin where your rights end. It's the no harm principle. And so if we're going to write statutes, codes, ordinances, if there's going to be Supreme Court jurisprudence, it ought line up with that. And so unfortunately, it does not.
Okay, so how come this philosophy seems to stop at the border for a lot of people? Like, I mean, I don't mean to name drop, someone can't defend themselves, but Eli and I have had this discussion. He's kind of a border person.
Yeah, I'm not in agreement with it personally.
Don't make me bring Eli on this channel.
Yeah, because like you're saying,
he sees the whole country as his house. The unfortunate thing for that is that our border policies have to reflect natural rights. Otherwise, we are not the bastion of freedom anymore. We are not the bastion of liberty.
God, what happened to one nation under God?
God got destroyed because nobody wants to believe in him anymore, and they just say stomp on morals.
Yep. Well, even morals have a problem within themselves, right? So, when you allow another man to tell you what is right and wrong, you have no longer found a reasonable place to posit.
Hold on a second, though. What if you, instead of, like you said, letting another man tell you, what if you, in theory, what if you have agreed with a group of other people, which you can call man, including women now, that, you've agreed to give up some, what was it you said you letting them do? Like, tell you what to do? Like, what if you all agreed that you can all kind of give and take a little bit? So you're still giving
You're
up.
all sheep, lawyer dog. You're all sheep.
So those compromises are fine as long as they don't violate rights, right? So you can come to a compromise of what color car you're going to have when you're say you're talking to your spouse. One spouse wants green, the other spouse wants blue. You come to a compromise, right? That's not a violation of rights, right? Okay. But when you have come to a compromise of we're going to red rum our child, that is a violation of the child's natural rights, So, your rights begin where others.
Well, I agree with that, but now we're talking about, I don't know if I'm not supposed to, but now we're talking about abortion again. Because some people think, for example, that their child doesn't have rights until their child is, say, outside of the mother.
Yeah, but that goes against the no harm principle. So now you're this. Okay, let's do a different one, right? So,
and my point to that was that not everyone agrees on what rights are.
Okay,
and where they
you would never compromise with another guy sitting on the bridge to throw spikes down on the highway, right?
Well, okay, but like in common law, they would say, well, if those spikes didn't hurt anybody, and he went and picked up the spikes before anyone ran over them, and technically there was no injured party, then technically he hasn't committed a crime. So what do you think about that?
No, there's still too much risk. There's still too much risk.
Okay, exactly. So even there doesn't have to be an injured party, and therefore the state can bring charges against somebody without an injured party, and you're in agreement with that. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm saying that a lot of people would say that that's be in disagreement with that, and I thought you would be, but now you're saying Yes, the state and
Yeah,
government.
there are things that I would agree to within the social contract as long as they don't violate people's rights.
So doesn't that guy have the right to throw tax in the street if he wants? What if he's measuring, or what if he's doing it for fun and he's not hurting anybody?
Responsible people don't done shit like that.
But who's to decide what's responsible and what's not? What if some guy wants to fly a drone and another guy says you need a license to fly a drone?
You moved the goalpost. You actually moved the goalpost. I
He
said
moves
I would
the
not.
goalpost in every argument, Brick. Haven't you learned that by now?
I have.
No, that's not true. I really try to stay on point.
No. Okay, so I said I would not come to I actually asked you. You wouldn't come to a social agreement to throw spikes into the middle of the highway, right? And this is also, I mean, like I didn't have to say it, but this is also positing that there would be cars whizzing by and that sort of thing, and it would present a clear danger. I mean, would I really need to present that clear danger? Like, what I'm saying is that you would be violating someone's rights. The guy does have the right to throw the spikes into the highway if there's nobody traveling and there was a guarantee that no harm would come to it. This is why we have speeding laws, right? So yes, I do agree with a degree of speeding laws. Like you shouldn't be able to go over, usually it's 30 through the residential neighborhood, right? I also agree with, 45 in the business district, maybe 50.
This goes against everything, though, right? That's these absolutes. That's why I'm trying to weed out these absolutes in people's statements. Because first you say you can't let another man tell you what to do. Oh, unless you're driving through a neighborhood, then he can tell you how.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You shouldn't do it. I'm not saying that you need to get fined for it. I'm saying you shouldn't do it.
Okay, but I'm saying if someone flies by my neighborhood at 100 miles an hour, I think that they should be held accountable.
Okay,
right?
And that's you.
Wait,
so I'm saying that's what laws are made for, right?
What crime have they committed? They haven't hit anybody yet.
Right, but all right. So you're saying, and this is good. BZ is saying what we're trying to get at is some people think they shouldn't be held accountable because there's no injured party. So,
I mean, here, let me explain this before you guys go at it again. My feeling that they shouldn't go 100 miles an hour is, again, back to my feelings and make me upset. It might be against the law, but if they haven't been caught by law enforcement, if they haven't hit anybody, if they haven't created any,
no, I'm not going to call the cops or nothing, right?
Okay, then what does it matter?
But I'm saying we have laws in place to tell these people don't, in hopes that they will at least have the fear in them. Unfortunately, we're instilling the fear of the police.
Again, you said exactly. You're instilling fear into citizens. You got to remember, the government is our slave. We are the slave masters of the government. Okay, they don't enslave us. We enslave them. They work for us. They are public servants. They serve us.
So
we
I
don't
want
serve them.
I want to clean this up a little bit because that's not actually the way that I see it. I don't see them as our servants, although sometimes I might say that. No, they are our employees. That's why I keep using the word mercenaries. They are our mercenaries. We employ them. We are their employers.
That's what mercenaries do, serve.
And this is true. This is true.
They serve under a master, which is still a slave, slave master.
Yeah, I want to clean it. Well, the reason I want to clean it up is because people get it misconstrued. They believe that, okay, well, then you're a sovereign citizen. They antiquate the sovereign, like we're masters over them, to now we're sovereign citizen. That is not exactly accurate. What I'm saying is that they are hired on for a job. And if they're not doing their job, this is why we have the system that we have. They get fired. You're out. You're elected out or whatever. If it actually Supreme Court justices can be impeached.
I'm pretty sure they get promotions, but in the world I'm living in.
Notice though, when they go to them city council meetings, the people don't have no control. The people don't have no rights when they go to these city council meetings. Do you notice how the council people just think they in charge? They think they run shit.
Yeah, how is a city of 500,000 limited? 500,000 plus limited to 30 slots for public comment. How does that work?
That's because they don't want the people to have say.
Yeah. Yeah. And then if you want to speak on a topic, you can have an extra 2 minutes, but it's got to be that topic. Otherwise, you can't speak. So how is it that in a city
Okay.
of over 500,000, you only have 30 slots?
Well, let's just get into that for a second then. I mean, yeah, so if you have 1,000 slots, you know, at 2 minutes a slot, that's 2,000 plus 30 seconds. That's 3,000 minutes. I don't know how many hours that is yet. Come on, somebody out there in the comments, do the math. But that's going to be a long session, which is fine.
And so be it. And it should be that way. If you've got that much of a problem in your city and you have 500,000 people, you need to have heard what is going on. This is the problem, that incorporation is what a city is. Incorporation is what a government is, and they take on all these responsibilities, but they don't want to have the responsibility.
Okay, hold on. Let's just touch on this for a second. It's actually a good, interesting point. Is that because I thought about going to my city council and stuff, because I was like, I need to start being involved more. But then I'm thinking like, well, you get involved, you start playing with fire, you might get burned. You know, like Lane getting arrested at city council over nothing. So, you know, again, I got to be careful if I go to city council.
Civility.
Wait.
Be George Washington.
Let me get into this. What did Lane do wrong at the?
Well, I wouldn't say he did anything wrong.
Oh. Well, hold on a second. Okay. What do we have at a city council meeting? What do we have in courtrooms? We have rules of what? Decorum. Exactly.
Hold on a second. Clapping exceeds those rules also. If they were allowed to clap, he was allowed to boo.
I agree with that, but is that in the rule to say anything negative? Because then it becomes disorderly conduct. They can have you removed. Why? It's their house. It's their rules.
Yes, and we paid them to have that house.
Okay, see, now that wouldn't make sense because how
their house? It's our house. We have to stop letting them run shit.
Exactly. Yes.
That's crazy, dude. Are you sure they're actually no? Because didn't he beat that case? There's no way.
I'm just saying they can throw whatever charges they want on you to hem you up, and then you got to go fight it in court.
Yeah, can't beat the ride.
Right. So that's why one reason I'm afraid to go to city council. But then I'm thinking, what problems would you address at city council, right? Because when you think about it, when we're sitting here talking, we're looking out our window, everything is actually running pretty smooth. You know, it's like only when you look on YouTube and stuff and you see what's going on their body cams. And even then, I never see anything in my local area, right? Like my local town, like probably nothing's going on. The police probably aren't.
Video.
Probably are.
Y'all got to look at my videos then. I'm in the hood.
Right. Yeah, and then what are we trying to do at city council, right? There's so many issues going on in town. Is our focus literally just on police accountability?
So generally speaking, they have an agenda, right? So there could be various topics that they've added to the agenda. To get onto the agenda is something that you probably have to work, weeks, maybe months in advance to get on the agenda as a specific topic. But the general public comment, typically, I don't know of any that you can't speak about anything. Like that's where your time is reserved to speak about literally anything, say almost anything. Like, you can't if you go in there and you say some really, really off the hand stuff, stuff, they might get you. But
I wanted to mention on this one is
for the most part, they won't.
Well, I noticed that, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but when you were talking about how people go up there to talk, they listen to what they say and then they're like, whatever. Okay, goodbye. They could have 20. Yeah, so there's no point in going out there to say something. They don't care what people have to say, unless you're like a smart person with like something that they need to hear.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what the general public comment is really reserved for. It's because you get to say whatever you want to say, which means that it's not for the city council. You're speaking to the city council, but you're speaking with the people,
and you're getting it on the record.
Yes.
Now, I will tell you this. If you really want to get their attention, speak directly to them. Let them know that they need to start threatening their job. Start threatening their money, their income, their position. I guarantee you they'll start to listen. When you start telling them that you're going to get them voted out, I don't care who gets voted in, but we're going to make sure the city's going to rise because you're not doing your job, because you don't want to sit here and listen to us and take us. I guarantee you their ears are going to perk because it's like, oh shit, I'm not going to be here much longer.
Do y'all see? Do y'all see with Lawrence Accountability and Dr.
Oh yeah.
Brown Bowser? Come on, man, stop playing.
Yes.
If they can do it, so can you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They don't have fear. We have to stop showing fear. We have to stop saying, but they can. No, they can't if you don't let them.
And exercise with civility, because if you don't, then they will hem you up.
And discernment, you gotta know, you gotta feel. I mean, you gotta really, really know in your spirit that this is wrong and you're right.
Well, Slushy, here's another thing too: is you can't be one person going in and going, boo. You need to make sure you organize the group of people that don't agree with it to go in there with you, because there's power in numbers. They can toss one person out, but for them to toss out everybody in city council.
And it depends on the size of the city as well. So you might have a city of, 2,000 or 3,000 people, and 10 or 20 going in there might be enough. But if you're in a city of 500,000 plus, 10 or 20 ain't going to be enough.
No, you're going to have to fill that city council room up.
And y'all see what happens when they organize. I mean, I've seen quite a few leaders try to organize, and
look at this clown in the chat.
See, that was pretty dope what Chuck did. I was thinking about that again the other night, riding around in that bait car.
Chuck did.
Listening to them. How did he get them? How did he get that radio feed of them talking about
the best?
What's that?
He is the best.
Yeah, I wonder how. Yeah.
So understand too. There's another factor that comes into this, right? Documentation, right? Always record everything. Everything. Even you walking into the door. Right? Because sometimes they're going to say, nope, you can't come in with that camera, right? And so if you're walking in and they're saying, nope, you can't come in with that camera, now obviously you're not going to push your way through because you're not going to violate somebody else's right. That's assault, right?
Lawsuit.
And then you have it on the internet. You show not only the people in the country, but also specifically those people in the community. And then those people in the community are emboldened because they see the actions that this government, this tyrannical government in their community is taking to keep the information away from them. It's so important. Always record everything. Well, I would say, there's probably some private places you want to keep out of the limelight, but the idea is that you cannot prove it. You cannot prove it without some kind of documentation. Yes, they are going to be tyrannical every corner they turn.
They are trained to lie. They are trained to lie to generate money by any means necessary.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, it's the same kids when you were in grade school. Those same kids, they were on the student body council. They were the little security guy with the yellow vest. That's those people. And you know what they're like. You remember them. Yeah, the hall monitor. You know what they're like. You know who they are.
Guard, stop playing.
You know who they are. They're the nerds and they're the wannabe cool guys.
The snitches that get stitches.
I had a seatbelt. I got somebody in trouble. Yes, I did. And I think I got beat up after school.
See, the thing with the cops is I figured out the master way to handle cops. And once you figure it out, then it's a game over, You
got to tell a good joke.
Well, you just invoke your rights and then you don't say anything, and then there's no encounter. It just stops there, And there's no content.
That's when they use Pennsylvania v. Mims.
I see a bulge.
See, Pennsylvania v. Mims, they don't see a bulge. They want to get you out of the car.
Right. For no reason.
No, just in case you got a bulge.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
They want to get you out the car, not because you saw a bulge, just in case you got a bulge.
Hey, BZ, will you share what is this on our screen?
Carolina was live a few minutes ago.
Oh.
You know she's got to maintain 25 feet per her probation and bond.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I want to bring something up about that, right? You know, with an injunction, you know how that works, right? So if the injunction is violated by the person who has the injunction on them,
Anybody else
then
that
they
was
go.
muted beforehand? I was trying to get out of the car and I got muted. Thank you, Jeff, for letting me know. Yeah. So what do y'all think about
myself? But
I can mute that. Go ahead.
So I was gonna say, so the injunction, if it's violated by the person who has the injunction on them, then that person goes to jail. But if the injunction is violated by the person who ordered the injunction or asked for the injunction, then the injunction is actually vacated, right? So if she's just sitting there minding her own business and she's recording an interaction, right, 25 foot away, what if an officer walks up to her while she's recording? Wouldn't that violate the injunction and cancel the injunction?
It would cancel it for that interaction.
Just for the interaction, huh? So it's rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, well, it's because they don't want her why she's out on appeal and getting her retrial and all that stuff.
Yeah.
They don't want her. They don't want her getting into another charge.
Yeah.
So they've put a 25 distance. That way, there's no confusion about interference on her part because of what happened in the courtroom.
You know they try that shit with y'all, right? You know they're gonna try to bring. They tried that shit in Arizona. That 25.
Well, I'm gonna try to tell you right now. I haven't really had much. I think I've only had two encounters, one in Louisville and one in Fort Worth, where I was more than 25 feet away. Other than that, I try to stay 20, 25, 30. I have to read the scenario, but depending on the situation, I keep my distance. And I don't usually have a problem. I sit there and film, and sometimes the cops look nervous. Sometimes they do what they're supposed to. I wait till the stop's over. Then I actually approach and then usually try to get an incident number or find out what happened. And
yo, BZ. Yo, this is Sly Shy talking to you right now, okay?
Yeah.
Come on, man. So why you gotta be doing that 30 feet shit? Yo, because then they gonna really want to push that shit.
Well, because here's what you're in Texas. You don't win against juries here most of the time, okay? Now, CJ Grisham is writing a new law, or I should say a new law, an updated law on the interference clause because the interference is too broad, but they don't care. Okay? So what he's doing is as soon as he's got sponsors already on this bill. So once they pass it, and it states a little bit more specifics, then we can get in there and challenge it. Right now, it's so broad, you're going to get convicted on the interference. If you look at the cop wrong, it's interference. And
Hey, man.
a Class B misdemeanor here that warrants up to 180 days in jail.
Hey, I want to share this video. It's just a short, and it's my best friend actually took this clip of his encounter with the police like last month.
How long is this thing? Because we don't want to get bored watching your shit because we're obviously against you on this panel here.
Yeah, no, it's just short.
Hold on. Before you go there, I'm gonna give a little bit more side to Lawyer Dog, and I'm gonna head out. That way, he's got a little bit more power on this panel.
No, I like you up here, Brick.
No. I am gonna go though because I got stuff I'm gonna have to do. There's also somewhere else I want to visit as well. So I am
over there, Wrestler talking about the homeless guy in the subway. I already know where you're gonna go.
Well,
hey, Brick, you trying to say I'm a cupcake? What the hell?
I already know where he's gonna go. He wants to go talk about the homeless in the subways because Wrestler's live. I already know. I'm following Wrestler over here too.
You guys, yeah, watch my videos.
No, I did not intend to come up here. However, I did enjoy it.
He said once he leaves, Lawyer Dog will have a little more power on the panel. And I'm
right.
What does he think I am? Cupcakes?
Oh
I
no,
think you
I
were
didn't
chopped
say he's
liver, I
gonna have a
guess.
whole lot. I'm just saying a little. He ain't gonna have much. He ain't getting no.
All right, guys, it's my channel now.
Fact of the matter, and the fact of the matter is, me coming up here brought very little power to the natural law side compared to what Slash Eye has. So I'm happy to be able to. I'm happy to be able to come up and talk a little bit about it. But no, I believe that Slash Eye was doing an awesome job of explaining it. Yeah, that's definitely
All right, man.
true.
Well, you know the deal, man. Like and subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Panel with you. I really appreciate being on a panel with you, and you too, BZ. This
Hey,
is
and I
my
ain't gonna lie, Brick. She's got more subscribers than you got.
Cool. Awesome. Send some over my way then. And everybody who's watching, make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, all that with BZ's channel, and throw a little bit in the kitty. Give a little dono if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've only been live
Appreciate
for
it.
6 hours plus.
All right, Brick's
Yep.
trying to distract from my video here. All right,
We gotta
everyone give
watch
us
your
some money.
shit.
No.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so you gotta hear it.
Fam. Till next time. Laters.
Good to see you, man. But so my best friend took this video. Sorry, my kids are yelling.
Yeah, it's not like we can hear the video anyways.
All right, so I'm gonna play it, but I just wanted you to know that this is a method that I taught him that I made another video on before. This is a method I came up with in order to handle police, and he was the first person to apply it. And here's how it works.
Also, I need to invoke my Sixth Amendment right to have counsel present during questioning. And my Fourth Amendment right not to be searched and seized. And my Fifth Amendment right. And I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
I'd be calling 911 and tell them I got a peeping Tom at my window with a gun.
Yeah, I almost thought about filing a civil rights lawsuit for a Fourth Amendment violation with him. You know, we could take him
That's
to
not
court.
a Fourth Amendment violation, but that's definitely a peeping Tom peeping into my windows.
Well, it could be arguably a Fourth Amendment violation, I think, because he shouldn't have been unreasonably looking through that window. No reasonable person would have done that.
That's why stalking goes into play. Or peeping Tom.
Yeah, but prosecutors will never prosecute those criminal charges. So you got to bring a civil.
That's not always the case.
All right. Well, I guess.
Go
I
ahead.
gotta go help my kids now. You know.
Was that only like a 60-second short or what?
Yeah, that was it, man. The cop ended up going away.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is now, if he would have entered your backyard or something like that, where he had to open like a fence.
Well, so the civil rights lawyer talks about the curtilage of the home. So if they're even like around the curtilage of the home, like anywhere, like I said, a reasonable person wouldn't be allowed. Like a normal person can't walk up and stand in front of your window and look in your window. And a cop can't do that either. It's what the civil rights lawyer calls the curtilage of the home. He talks about how the Supreme Court talks about that, and
exactly they have a warrant once they pass that curtilage.
That's if they weren't called to the home. If they were called to the home for service, they can look around windows and stuff. They can't be touching or trying to pry your windows open, and they also can't be trying to open up fenced doors.
If they're called to your home, you're saying?
Yeah, like say the neighbor next door says, "Hey, I'm worried. I haven't seen my neighbor in 3 days. I don't know where they're at. Need to do a welfare check."
Right.
They can go bang on the door all they want, and they can walk around and look through windows as long as they don't intrude and through any other doors. Like, so if you got a fence or garage door another side door, they can't just go and open that door. That's
So-
a Fourth Amendment violation at that point.
So you're trying to say even if you talk to them through the door, and even if they saw you through the window, that they can still crawl around your house and creep around and look through your windows?
I didn't say call and creep, but I mean, by walking around and looking through your window, they can do that. But me personally, I'd call 911 and just tell them I had a peeping Tom to make sure someone showed up. That way they got the cops called on the cops.
But if I call them, or if I'm the neighbor and I call them to do a welfare check, the first thing they should do is knock on the door, not be peeping in my windows.
Well, you know what? It depends on the call. Like a welfare check, of course, they should be knocking on the door. Okay?
Right.
But if there's some sort of violent crime going on,
yeah.
What they're going to do is they're going to peek through the windows and try to listen for something first before banging on the door and make themselves known.
Right.
Because they're going to try to catch you in something to give them exigent circumstances to enter the home without a warrant.
Right, like they did Sonia Massey.
Something like that, yeah. But you got to understand that's where they give wiggle room, and that's why they can do that. Now, if they didn't call them, okay, say someone didn't call for a service, say they're just canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses or something.
Let's just say on a call.
No, let's just say not a call, but let's say they're canvassing the neighborhood for witnesses or something, right?
Okay.
They have to go up your curtilage. They can't go peeping around the windows. There's not a call for service there. All they can do is go knock on your door.
Right.
Okay, now let's just, but here, this particular scenario is where someone got a call that they suspected someone was squatting at this home. Now, the guy wasn't squatting. He was just like a new renter. So if you start renting at your home and somebody calls the police suspecting you're a squatter, and the police come over and you tell them through the door you're invoking your rights to your Fourth Amendment against unreasonable searches and seizures, your Fifth to remain silent, and your Sixth to counsel, you think they still have the right to continue to look around the curtilage and stare at you through the window?
They can still sit there and stare all they want. The problem is they only, they're only going to be there for a reasonable amount of time. They're going to go away eventually.
All right.
They can't sit there the whole shift.
And I call a supervisor, somebody, and tell me I got cops looking in my windows.
Well, and that's my whole point, is if you're not agreeing with it, call 911. Get a supervisor out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But at the same time, the last thing you need is another guy with another hothead and immunity with a gun, you know?
You got somebody out there that's a supervisor, you still haven't opened the door. The supervisor's going to sit, obviously, look, what you don't know is in maybe not these small towns, so I'm going to use the exception to this rule, but in your bigger cities, okay, your bigger towns, to be a sergeant or a lieutenant or a captain, you have to have some sort of education. They don't just promote dumbasses. Now, out in smaller towns,
I don't know where he's living, but everywhere I've ever seen, it's nothing but the dumbasses that get promoted.
that's usually they get promoted and put on a desk.
BZ, you ain't see the video where the cops was messing with the girls on the beach?
Yep, I seen that one. But here, you know what? I got another video I want to show right now. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, my bad.
How long is this video going to be, BZ? Because we don't have a lot to watch your videos, man.
7 minutes and 18 seconds, but it ain't mine.
I'm just playing, dude.
Good one, though.
Somebody's video right here.
Yelling, it's an ego thing with you. Yeah, turn that body cam on, because I'm gonna foyer that tomorrow. Right. I'm starting to think it's an ego thing with you, with yelling. Oh, go around.
Nice.
Oh, you can't go down that street closed. Yo, do you feel good when you go home at night that you earn I know this. Oh my God, here come Lardo. Here come Lardo Cigardo. Lardo Cigardo right here. Lardo Cigardo. What? Lardo Cigardo. No. YouTube tyrants. Anyway, YouTube tyrants. I don't give up my channel. But look, bullies. Look. You gotta go around. I know, y'all know this. I know. Yo, I don't want you to look me up. I don't need you to look me up. Yes, because I have a right to. Yes, I do.
Tell them we have a right to walk down this street. Yes, we sure do. You see them walking, don't you? Y'all ain't arrest nobody. Y'all ain't arrest nobody. Y'all ain't arrest nobody. People are walking down the street and y'all ain't doing nothing but acting like fucking bullies. Look at you. Look at you. Expose yourself. Expose yourself. You're exposing yourself. Go ahead. Keep doing it. You're doing it for you. Expose yourself. You are. Look at you. You proud.
Now, Slice Shy, I want to point out, you see the little blue latex gloves in that little cup holder his?
Yes.
We call those murder gloves. And he can't wait to put those on. That's why they're in the cup holder, ready to go.
Listen, I know it was Pride that night, and they were pushing people off the street at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. That it was early. It wasn't even that late. You know what I mean? It was still early, and they had started coming down the streets, pushing people off the streets, bullying. A cop had snatched my phone, and I made him give it back. No, I asked for it back, but a white shirt got it back for me. And he got my phone back and he let me go the way that I wanted to go.
Look at these tyrants. These two tyrants. Lardo, Gardo, Sicardo. Love it.
Out of that little 20 grand you earn a year, right? I know you are. I know. Look at you. Look at you, tyrant. You're a fucking idiot.
Don't be disrespectful.
I can be disrespectful all I want to. Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. I ain't gotta go nowhere. I'm on a public sidewalk. What?
What'd you say, lawyer dog?
Chaplinsky would have had her ass in jail.
Yeah, but that's why they came out with case law after Chaplinsky. That's just where the fighting doctrine started, man. You got to shepherdize those case laws.
If Rizzo was still here, I probably would have been in jail.
Yeah, right?
Look at you, tyrant. You're a fucking tyrant. I can be disrespectful. I can be disrespectful. First Amendment. First Amendment. Freedom of...
Oh, Benson, look at that. That's a sign of I'm mad and I'm going to put my retarded special ed helmet on and ride down the street.
That's the perfect shot.
Oh, look at that look. Oh, you ever seen that show, like Mad TV, Stuart Smiley? That's this guy right here getting mad. Jeez, Stuart.
Yeah, that looks like a fake thumbnail.
I don't have to. I know. I don't like you. I don't like you because you're condescending and you're a tyrant. You're condescending and you're a tyrant. I don't have to.
Where are your friends? They left you?
No, baby, I'm intoxicated. I'm 61 years old and I know my rights. I'm standing on a public sidewalk and I'm recording you. First Amendment, freedom of press, right?
That's right.
That's all I'm doing. Laws. Laws. You can't fuck with me. No, you're a tyrant. Why would I run? Why would I want to?
I just got to say one thing, Sly.
I'm a cop and you will respect my authority.
Yeah, right.
But see, then we look at what happened to Carolina for doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And she was found guilty.
Well, that's the jury. That's just our bad jury and our bad system. That's all.
Right, but that's what I mean about these rights.
So was Chile.
Exactly. And what I mean by that.
Yeah. But
so what I mean,
but you know what? Chile got sentenced by you got to get off this marathon. You can leave at any time. We're not enslaving you to be here.
Oh yeah, no, I actually do got to get off. I was just letting you know. I didn't want to interrupt.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time because you always call me a racist when you come on, and then you laugh about it, man. That's messed up.
Well, we'll see what the jury says on the 7th or whatever, or we'll see what.
We'll see what the prosecutor decides to do on the 7th or the judge.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a second. Hold on, my phone is ringing. Hang on.
All right, Sly. I'm gonna be Sly and Sly on out of here. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Sly.
I'm trying to earn it right now.
Wait, hang on with you guys. Thank you for giving me up. Calling me out, and calling me.
Yeah.
I haven't been on a panel in almost a year.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was really nice to have you on, and it was glad to talk with you. Sorry if I ever interrupted you, but it was nice to talk with you.
Yeah, I'm back, guys. I'm back. Anyways, y'all, that was a phone call. People got to put money in the PayPal and the Cash App for me over here.
Oh yeah, they were telling me from the chat. Did you see that? They said the money they're sending to your Cash App that goes to Sly and I.
That goes
So
to
make
what?
sure it goes to me and Sly. They were saying.
Yeah, you'll get about a 1% cut, like the top percent, the top 1%.
Nice. All right.
Man, theirs first. You screw somebody to get theirs first.
Yeah, I need to get mine first. Shit.
Hey,
Been on here for
1%.
6 hours, but I'm still going. We're gonna keep this marathon going. We
All
still
right,
gotta
man.
watch the video.
I'll be back at 3 in the morning to make my second appearance.
Probably still be on, by the way.
All right. Well, good to see you guys. Thanks a lot for having me.
Later.
Peace.
He feel good about himself. He feel good about himself that the road is closed. Because he good about himself. Look at him. He feel good about himself. He feel good about himself. He feel good about himself. He gonna go home tonight. He gonna go home tonight and say he shut down the street.
How we go around when it's right here?
It's right here.
It's not even 7 o'clock yet. We grown as fuck.
I know, but they don't understand that. We grown people that, but you are, because you're telling us we can't be on the public street. Y'all shut the shit down when y'all want to. So who has authority over who? Right? You understand exactly what I'm talking about. This authoritarian behavior that the police have now, that they can control us and tell us what we can do and can't do. Look,
I'm a cop, and you will respect my authority.
Yeah, right.
To pass by a motherfucking public sidewalk. It's a public sidewalk. Why are you asking for permission to pass by a public sidewalk? Is this what we have these days? This day and age, you gotta ask permission. You know it's wrong. That's why you ain't saying that, because you know it's wrong.
Which way is Chestnut Street? 2 blocks.
Look.
Go straight. So go straight up. No. Well, then let's go.
This is Walnut. Chestnut Street is that way. Yeah. But that's sad though that we pay taxes for these streets and that they can be shut down by y'all.
Streets closed, guys.
Look, that they can be shut down by y'all at any time. That's sad, yo. I'm 61 years old. I worked all my fucking life to pay a way for these streets for y'all to say we can't walk them because we said so.
There's so many people, that's why.
You understand what I'm saying? It was so many people earlier. It's not that many people now. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You're being a tyrant. Why? Why? I gotta go home. But why I gotta go home? How do you know? You subbed to my channel? Have you subbed to my channel? Are you subbed? Are you? Oh, well, then if you're not subbed to my channel, you don't know I have 2 subscribers. If you're not subbed to my channel, you don't know I have 2 subscribers. I'm not. 4th Amendment. I don't have to. Yes. Look, that's crazy. I got you. I'll check. Look. Don't you? I'm not talking to you. I'm getting ready to check. I'm checking. I am. Because you talking to me. Because you keep doing that to me. Because you keep doing. I said I'm going to check. But I'm talking to him. I said I'm going to check on your list. But I'm still talking to him. Stop doing that. April. Stop doing that to me. I'm doing that. Stop doing that to me. No, you just don't want me to do what I'm doing. Stop. And I'm going to check. Damn, you don't have authority over me like they don't. Yes, because you don't have authority over me. I'm going to check. Because you keep trying to have authority over me. Yes. Just chill out and let me check. Just chill out and let me check. Just chill out and let me check. I keep telling y'all don't have authority over me. Yes, because y'all don't have authority over me.
Is that it? They took your camera, you turned it off?
Yeah, I stopped because I probably look. Cause she was getting on my nerves. She was ready to go home because she didn't like me talking to the cops the way I was talking to.
Oh, was that like your friend or something?
One of my friends, yeah, she was a bootlicker.
I want to put the damn camera right in her face and call her a damn Republican bootlicker. Like, you damn Republican bootlicker, I'm gonna put this in your face. Bam!
No, I get sometime when they start with me, man, I just go in on them.
I'm just like looking at all it seemed like you were doing was yelling at them. It didn't seem like they were doing anything wrong. Here, I'll play this one real quick.
What they did wrong was chased us off that block.
That's the police. That's what they do. They chase people off the block.
You
didn't know that? That's what they always do.
It was their streets, huh?
Especially, yeah, it's their streets. They got the cars with the fancy little red and blue lights. They're sovereign citizens. I got this other one. It's like 4.5 minutes, but I wanted to see this one just because it's got
the cherries and berries pull somebody
yeah,
over.
that's what I saw. That caught my
Make
attention.
sure
Like
they
a
ain't
little
out
kid.
here violating nobody's rights. Wonder what they pulled them over for. Gotta watch them. 1823. Keep my eye on them and make sure they don't violate your rights, all right? I know, I'm just keeping my eye on them. Yeah. That's how you supposed to do it, babe. Yup. Yeah, so he understands. As long as we explain it to them, let them know we watching out for them, making sure they all right. And that's all that matters. You know, because everybody, you know, oh, they all right, they cool. Nah, they ain't cool. Anytime they running your shit, trying to investigate you on a traffic stop, they ain't cool.
What are you either lighting a joint or lighting a cigarette? All he hears is a lighter. Click, click.
Just want to make sure the young man is all right. Make sure they don't violate his rights. Take him out the car, do a carry stop and all that, frisking him and patting him down and searching his car and all that. Ain't happening. Not the dude. And they don't like to be recorded, so this might be short.
So's the guy on the far side. He's short.
Don't worry about it. I'm in public. He don't have no problem with it. I'm making sure I watch his back with y'all. Maybe you don't want to be recorded. That's what it is.
Damn, get him.
And there they go, that fishing. That fishing, get out his window. Yeah, I'm watching you looking, searching in his car, trying to look for shit. Plain view doctrine. Plain view. Plain view doctrine. Plain view doctrine. If you don't see nothing, get your head out his window. Both of y'all don't need to talk to him.
I'm stupid.
Sly, you're like so stupid. I mean, look at this shit. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're right. Plainview Doctrine, get your head out of their window. Not the tall guy, because he's got to bend down like a giraffe. The small guy, he's just already at window level because he's so short.
Why is y'all searching in his car, though? Plain view doctrine. Plain view. If you don't see nothing, let him go.
Nah, but we got to search the whole car.
Crossing the street. Don't get nervous. Crossing.
Now look at that. Look. Oh man, look at that little baby face. Your baby Gerber right there looking at you. Yeah. What they're trying to do is get a free sniff at the window. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Especially that small guy. He's trying to get a free sniff.
Street, don't get nervous. It's all right. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. Holding the asses accountable. I'm good. Hey, that's all right. That's all right. As long as I keep you hold you accountable, we good. You Gucci. You didn't violate his rights. You didn't violate his rights. How you holding me accountable? I'm 60 years old. Yup. And I pay you to hold you accountable. Remember that. I pay you to hold you accountable. Thank you.
That's how I do it, man. Listen, but thank you for checking out my videos. Yeah, I do it when I can. I try to look out for the community. You know,
Oh, so you've been out there doing it a minute, man. It's all this food that's hurt your channel.
Oh, huh? You said that's the food hurting my channel?
Yeah.
Oh no, I ain't worried about that channel, man. I do it. I'm really, my support is for y'all, really. You know, I
I
do
was
it.
just saying, if you did the cooking and other stuff for like a backup channel,
Yeah.
put all your cop watching, because I mean, we can get you monetized.
Oh no, I ain't worried about all that. See,
Hey, bring in a few bucks for what you do. You know what I mean?
Listen, y'all pay YouTube. I even pay YouTube. I got premium. That's enough.
That $14.95 or whatever, $13.99 or whatever it is.
Yeah,
every month.
I pay that. That's it. I don't want to be, no corporations. I don't need none of that.
A major
good.
tornado outbreak hit North Texas 9 years ago today. The EF4 tornadoes.
Cash at me.
Yeah, cash at me, PayPal me, buymeacoffee.com, Venmo me. I mean, I got it all. GoFundMe.
Yeah.
I get it all. I get it all on there. Venmo me. I mean, I got it. Lawyer Dog's still here. He ain't doing nothing, but that's why I got all my things. I even got my Amazon wish list. You kidding?
Damn, you got a wish list too?
Yeah, I got a wish list on there and everything too. I bought 2 things off my own wish list yesterday. I got an Amazon gift card for Christmas, so I went ahead and used it.
Okay. Well, listen, I gotta go.
All right.
I really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. I really appreciate Lawyer Dog like challenging me, calling me up. I haven't been up on a panel in a year, almost a year. Last time I was on a panel was on my birthday, January 6th.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so my birthday is coming up again.
Yeah, that's the day before I got court. Yay!
That's what I said. When you said that, I said day after my birthday.
Yeah, it's I mean, I'm not too worried about it. It's just basically going to go in, and they're going to just try to strong arm me into taking a deal, and I'm just going to plead not guilty and give me my damn discovery, and I'll be on my way out.
There you go. There you go. And stand tall. That's all you got to do is stand tall. Keep that discernment. You know what I mean? And look, because God got your back. A lot of people don't know. You know what I mean? A lot of people they don't go with the spirit. They don't go with the flow that they already have in them. They want to depend on everything else and everybody else. Nah, you got to stand on your own 2 feet, yo.
Well, hopefully people go over and subscribe to you, so watch some more videos, especially if you love watching Slash try to get like Carolina, yell at the cops and hold them accountable.
Yeah, I haven't. The only thing that happened to me, like I said, they snatched my phone. But other than that, I don't have a problem with the police. They don't bother me. I mean, they try, but you watch. I had to cuss a cop out. He was running somebody's plates they were double parking the street, and it was a play street, so they were double parked, but the sign was there. The sign that blocked the street off and say it's a play street.
Yeah,
it was there, but he's sitting on the off street running her plates. So I saw him and I said, "What are you running her plates for?" He said, "She's double parked." I said, "So what?" And I just went in on him. I cussed him out. I had all the neighbors. The old lady came out and said, "Ma'am, could you stop cussing?" I said, and easy, this is what you tell them. I said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry." I said, "I apologize that my cuss words offend you, but I'm not cussing at you. I'm cussing and I'm allowed to cuss because I'm grown."
I'm sorry you find my words offensive, but the next person may not find them just as offensive. So go on about your day.
Yes.
Respect my rights, respect yours. Be gone about yourself. Be gone. Be gone.
That's what I told her, man. I said, "Listen," I said, "Ma'am, don't let my words ruin your day. And, don't let what I'm saying offend you. I'm just talking. They my words." Right?
You know what? Before you go, I wanna point out something. Virginia versus Black, 2003, right?
Mhm.
The facts of the case. This case involved here. Let me put it on my screen, so I can read it. And holy shit, that is small. That got real small. Do. Pump it up. There we go. There we go. Now I can read it a little bit here. They where's that? Chaplinsky versus or Virginia versus Black. So the facts is the case involved cross burning and whether it constituted a true threat. Relevance: the court distinguished between symbolic expression and speech that is an actual threat of violence, showing the limits of the fighting words doctrine. So this is saying right here that speech that is an actual threat of violence, showing the limits of the fighting words doctrine. So it's basically saying that speech has to be an actual threat of violence.
Exactly. That's what I think. I mean, if you're talking about hurting someone,
See, and here it goes. Key difference: Virginia versus Black clarified distinctions between true threats and protected speech. And it doesn't mean that it's like Carolina. I know she was probably a little buzzing, but she's like, "Oh, it's only against the government." No, it's against other people. You literally have to make threats. I mean, look, the cases that collectively demonstrate how courts have refined the concepts of quote unquote fighting words, threats, and offensive speech since Chaplinsky, often broadening First Amendment protections while maintaining exceptions for specific categories of speech.
Like the fire in the movie theater.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like Rav versus the city of St. Paul. A teenager was charged under a hate speech ordinance for burning a cross on a black family's lawn. I don't know how you can get more hateful than that. I think that's more hateful than what I said, even if you took it out of context. Relevance: the court ruled that the ordinance unconstitutional because it was content-based, targeting specific types of speech, example, hate speech, rather than applying broadly. A key similarity: explored categories of unprotected speech like fighting words. Key difference: Rav highlighted content neutrality as critical First Amendment principle, whereas Chaplinsky did not explicitly address content neutrality. I mean, it's just words after. I mean, there's been more. Now, see, that's towards police officers during a protest. Okay, so that doesn't count. Terminillo versus Chicago. A priest was convicted for giving a speech that provoked protest and unrest, and it still overturned the conviction, emphasizing that speech can only be limited if it incites immediate violence or poses a clear and present danger.
Exactly. And I said 5 cops or more surrounding you is inciting violence.
Yeah, so it goes to this is from Chaplinsky right to the Chicago one. I mean, and then like Cohen versus California. Cohen was convicted for disturbing the peace after wearing a jacket with "fuck the draft" in a courthouse. And that's in a public place.
But it's got
the Supreme Court ruled that the speech was protected, distinguishing from fighting words because it was not directed at an individual and did not incite violence.
Exactly. So what you said didn't incite anything. You just told, all right, prime example. I was on a bus. the young lady pulled the bus in front of the cars where the senior citizen lady had to squeeze between the car. So I said, sweetheart, I said, when you stop in the bus, right, why don't you try to stop it between the cars so the people, senior citizen can get off and on. And she said, well, they're parked illegally. They're parked at the bus stop and they ain't supposed to be. I said, I know, but when you see that, you still can make a decision to, just pull between cars. She said, well, I'm doing the best I can do. I said, I understand, sweetheart. I said, but just think smarter. Yo, she went off on me. All I said to her was think smarter.
And she probably got offended by that, huh?
Did. She was like, what do you mean think smarter? What are you trying to say? I'm not dumb. Ain't no, what do you mean? I mean, she went in on me and I was like, hey, yo, calm down. I thought she was gonna fight me. But it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? And then, like I said, responsible people, I'm not gonna go up in your face and just start slinging shit out my mouth, right? Because I could get like he said, my ass could get whooped. So I gotta be responsible when I'm speaking out my mouth to people. Sometimes I get carried away too.
Well, I mean, and the police report says that I said to go back to F in Africa, then I cussed him out. I got video proof that I never said that.
I heard you. You didn't say that. When he started getting little triggered when you said go back to Africa, you repeated what you said.
No, I didn't even say go back to Africa. I said you need to go back to Africa
and
learn the laws and then come back. And that's quote unquote exactly what I said, because I've got video. I've listened to it over several, because I thought I said something far worse, and I had to go back and listen to it. I'm like, oh, it's not as bad as I thought in my head that I said, because when something's going on with your adrenaline, you may not, your perception of what you think happened. This is why eyewitness statements aren't always accurate until you go back and review the footage.
Right.
Because the footage is what's really accurate.
Your witness. That's your witness. Yeah.
That's your witness. Yeah, that's your proof. So, and I don't know. You guys probably haven't even heard the 911 calls, have you?
No.
Well, you got to hear this real quick before you go. I'll just play his. I won't play like the other two that came in after that. But you're gonna laugh, and you're just gonna be like, "Are you for real?" Like, "Yup, I'm for real." See, made with, because did I put it in here? No, I didn't put it in there. Downloads. I think I did it. Is it maybe this one? It's either this one or the other one. Hang on a second.
Hey there, this is operator and one call. Right, is everything okay?
No, everything is not okay. I got a guy here in my workplace. He gave me hard time. That's why I need police help.
He gave you what?
Hard time. In my workplace.
What's the address?
Is 2900.
Here, let me do this real quick.
2900 what?
Oh.
Hang on a second. I think.
Oak Hill Circle.
I think
2900 Oak Hill Circle.
No, that's not it. Hang on a second.
Easy Watchdog and Brownie Boy here too. Wishing Merry Holiday.
He'll start.
Hey there, this is operator and one call. Is everything okay?
No, everything is not okay. I got a guy here in my workplace. He gave me hard time. That's why I need police help.
He gave you what?
Hard time. In my workplace.
What's the address?
Is 2900.
2900 what?
Oak Hill Circle.
2900 Oak Hill Circle. And what's the business name?
Yeah, I'm security guard like I work for the people here, and then I got a driver who come in. You want to go through in the gate? I told him he can go through in the gate.
Okay, what's the name of the business?
The business? Yes, I say I'm security gate. I work for Securitas.
I'm sorry, repeat the name of it?
It's Stonegate Village. He's the community.
Stonegate Villas, okay.
Yes, Stonegate Village. He's the
The
community.
male, is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Say again, repeat that.
The person who you're wanting removed from the property, is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
I think he look like white.
What color clothing?
Yeah, he speak me about the Rashi. He told me to go back in Africa because I'm African.
Okay, what color clothing was he wearing?
Yeah, yes, he's here right now. He says he's not moving. He's still here, he's not moving.
Yes, I need to know what color clothing he has on.
He got like black, is black, white, and some brown. He's multicolor. And then his car is Tesla. I got his license plate too. License plate is...
Does he have any visible weapons on him?
No. He got his phone. He's been recording me for no reason. And then he recorded me to put me in the YouTube live. I don't know why.
What's your name?
My name is Abraham.
Last name?
Diane.
Phone number?
832-754-4540.
Okay, so that was 832-754. What were those last four numbers?
Yes, 4540.
4540. I'll get a call for officer response and up so we can get somebody out to help you.
Thank you.
And then I got two other calls of people that weren't even there and saying the same shit. But
why doesn't dispatch? Why is everything about a? Why do the police gotta go to everything, yo?
If he got a weapon, well, if I had a weapon, don't you think they'd tell you I had a weapon?
Yeah, but I mean, like he called the cops because what? What you do?
I gave him a hard time.
And he's
security guard for the people here.
And you was racist. You called him and you told him to go back to Africa.
You see his statement though. He goes, he's racist because I'm from Africa. Because racist because he told me to go back to Africa because I'm from Africa.
Yeah, the government though. That's the way they train. They're taught to, you know what I mean? They're taught that way. They're taught that everything is separate and we're racist.
And by the way, I don't think I've ever played these 911 calls for anybody live. I haven't done this live or anything. So these 911 calls I've been holding an ace in the hole because I know what they said on that. In fact, these are going to be all three people I call as witnesses. Especially this call. Hang on a second. Let me go back to this one real quick. Now this is the president of the Homeowners Association's wife who was
from our gated community, and we had an Uber circle.
We'll get somebody out there. Looks like I'm just going to add this information to the previous call, and again, we'll get somebody out there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Now here comes the guy that just got off the phone. His wife
Police, Vermo operator Nora 202. What's the location you're calling about?
Hi, I'm in the Stonegate neighborhood.
Okay, what is the address of Cross Street?
At the guard gate, it would be Oak Park Lane and Oak Hill Circle.
Oak Park Lane and Oak Hill Circle?
Yes.
Okay. And what's going on there?
Well, we called 911. Nobody's been able to come out, but we have, I'm with the Homeowners Association from our gated community, and we had an Uber driver come, and he was not allowed access because he wouldn't give his information, and he will not leave. He's been here for over an hour shouting us obscenities, screaming at the guard gate, the gentleman who runs the yard gate that he needs to go back to Africa, etc. And we cannot get him to leave.
Okay, what color car is he in?
He has a white Tesla, and it's, hold on, let me just look. It is,
Okay, is the driving male or female?
male,
And is he white, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
white.
Okay, and does he have any weapons or attempt to use any weapons?
Not that we're aware of.
Not that we're aware of.
And can I get your name and a good contact number for you?
I am Leslie Bush, B-U-S-H, and my phone number is 817-637-7733.
817-237-7733.
817-637-7733.
Thank you. All right, I will get that call sent up, and we'll get an officer out there to see what's going on with him.
Okay, thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Now, my whole point about that, Sly,
Yeah.
she wasn't even there. So how she know what I said?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how did you hurt all these people by talking to that man?
I'm just saying that's a hearsay, and that's the first person I want to pull on the stand.
What was they standing in the facility?
Well, no, the husband showed up in his Bronco and dealt with the situation. The wife was not even there.
Oh, yeah, that was hearsay.
That was hearsay, and even with the president of the HOA guy coming up, and he's trying to say that I was that's another call in between those two. But he's saying I was escalating and I'm yelling at people going by. First off, I only yelled at one person, and it's only because the guy pulled up to me, rolled down his window like, "Why are you filming? Can't you just leave?" Okay, now you're being filmed, sir. And I called, and the worst I called that guy was a Republican bootlicker. So I mean, if he found that offensive, I'm sorry, but they're statements, they're facts. He's a bootlicker and he's a Republican because he lives in that rich community. He's not liberal. He's not a Democrat.
Why y'all always got to throw politics in it, though? Why?
Just to sting a little bit.
That's y'all.
Just to know that I'm a liberal and that I'm not a Republican. So then I don't lick the boots of cops.
That's y'all trigger points.
Yeah, for Republicans, oh, they hate it. They hate being identified as Republicans and bootlickers. That's like almost offensive and abusive language.
Yeah, that's like calling somebody a slave. They hate that, yo.
That's exactly it. But like I said, I wasn't. I was only responsive. I was only reactive. I never initiated anything.
Time you guys don't initiate it.
I never initiate. I react to it, and don't get me wrong. Sometimes if there's witnesses around, it's like, okay, so if you got little Johnny here and you got little Billy here, and little Johnny smacks little Billy, and people turn to look, and then all of a sudden little Billy hits little Johnny. Well, all everybody saw was little Billy hit little Johnny, so instantly little Billy's at fault. Nobody ever saw little Johnny smack little Billy.
No, they only see the aggressor they only see
the defensive stand your ground part of it. They don't see if everybody caught the initial incident that happened, then we'd always know what happened because it'd be recorded or somebody would see something. The only problem is people only hear or see something after it's already been said or done, and then they turn their head and they see the reactive part of somebody reacting to whatever transpired.
Exactly.
They never see the initial, like I said, little Sally can hit little Johnny, and little Johnny can pull little Sally's hair. But when little Sally hits little Johnny, all you're going to see is little Johnny pulling Sally's hair and think that he's the aggressor when he's not. I grew up with 5 sisters in the house. You don't think I dealt with that growing up?
You yelled louder though. You was the aggressor because you was louder.
I actually never got loud. That guy was actually talking over me and yelling at me.
They You said Africa. That's all it took.
Oh no, I mean,
All
well,
it
you know,
took.
actually before that, you know what it took for him to get set off?
What?
When I told him that I wasn't, you know, I'm not giving him my ID since he won't give me his name because I wanted to file a complaint, and he went off. When I told him I wanted to file a complaint on him, he went off the rails. That's when I asked for a supervisor. He refused and told me to start. He's like, leave before I call police. That's when I turned my camera on. And I told him, I said, I don't know where you're from, but this is not how we do things in America, man. I said, you know what? I said, I got free speech. I don't know where you're from. I am from Africa. Okay. Then you need to go back to Africa, learn the laws, and then come back. You're racist because I'm from Africa. No, I told you to go back to Africa because that's where you said you're from.
Wait, okay, see? Right there. Right there. Right there should have been it. You said you was from Africa. That's your winning argument right there.
Well, didn't you just hear that on the 911 call too?
Yeah. But
He
that's
goes, he's the racist because he said to go back to Africa because I'm from Africa.
Right.
Okay.
What
so if you were from California, I would have told you to take your ass back to California, learn the laws before you come back.
And you need a lawyer for that?
Hell no, I'm doing this pro se.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, big dog.
No, I mean, because there was, first off, I knowingly and had to intent to incite violence. First off, I didn't know I was going to incite violence. I didn't have intent to incite violence, and I did not incite violence.
But that was
what I said.
Intent. When you was talking to him, that was not your intent.
Well, no, if you listen to the video, I was actually very calm with him.
Right.
He was the aggressor in that.
Exactly.
And it maybe, and I know people are going to sit here and go, oh my God, I can't be, it may be his African ways. I know in certain cultures, they get aggressive and talk loud. In Indian cultures, they get loud when and it seems like they're fighting.
Too.
And some Spanish cultures get like that too. But guess what? That, you know, it may appear to be aggressive when it may not be because you don't understand the culture and you don't understand the language.
But you got to understand too, when they come in this country, if they're from another country and they come to the United States, they're indoctrinated.
If they're indoctrinated, they're better ass to read that Constitution they're given before they're able to become citizens.
But they are still told that we are bad, we are mean, we are harmful, we are this, we are that. Don't trust us. So when they come here, they already on edge. You know what I mean? They already got they already got that biased attitude in their head. You don't trust them. They out to get us.
Yeah, they teach this.
Soon as you said Africa, he said, "Oh hell no, he don't like me because I'm from Africa."
Well, they teach this.
I'm a cop, and you will respect my authority.
That's exactly what they teach. But to go into this real quick, look, I'll pull it up. I got the video saved, so it's right here. Manage videos going right here so I can share this. I think I have to go down a little bit. My live streams. I got this saved. I've already got this on and what I'm doing is I'm putting it in my editing software so I can put closed captions so you can read exactly what was being said, not just what you thought you heard. But this is the guy right here. Look at this guy. I mean, even my thumbnail, which is generated by YouTube, looks like he's an aggressive person. I mean, watch this. Watch the first few minutes. Oh, I get helps if I share the tab, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even saying anything. I mean, I'm just holding the camera. Look, I'm in my car with a seatbelt on, for crying out loud, in front of a guard gate waiting to leave. He won't open the gate so I can leave. Go watch.
Can you leave? As soon as you give me your name so I can file a complaint with you. Can you leave? Can you give me your name so I can file a complaint?
See, I'm trying to do it the right way. You know what I mean? And what he's doing right now, look, he's making a phone call. I think this is where he's calling 911. No, I guess he calls 911 after he comes back in. But listen.
Are you going to give me your name and I'll leave? Until then, I'm not leaving. Well, then you wanted my driver's license, but yet you won't give me your name.
You racist. You told me to live here because I'm from Africa. You racist.
No, I said you need to go back to Africa, learn the laws, and then come back here.
Give me your name. I'm gonna call Uber.
I'm not. You go ahead and call whatever you want.
Now, see, here's
give me
my
your
point
name. You
about
want to
that.
threaten to call the police and stuff? Why don't you go ahead and give me?
See, I just said you want to threaten to call the police and everything because he also threatened to call Uber, right? So what did he just do? He made 2 threats, right? And was he not aggressive?
He was triggered.
now look. Now, was there any immediate breach of the peace? He kept walking back to me.
You should have felt some kind of like he was threatening you.
Now look. If I would have backed up, see where that truck's at? That truck is in the middle of the intersection. In the middle of the intersection. That turnaround, what that's called is an entry turnaround. It's not designed for you to back up because what if there's another car behind me? You lift the little gate up. It's a little security access point, and I make my little U-turn around the guard shack and leave. I see it everywhere I go, and in homeowners association rules, every gated community must have an entry turnaround point. So that's when you're denied. Yes, lawyer dog. Yes, they did. I lost the contract over this. So what happens is they let you open the gate and you go around. Well, he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to follow his policies, procedures, and protocols. He wanted me to unsafely in the rain. I don't know if you can see the overcast there, and back up into a busy intersection with people coming up there. They're threats. It doesn't matter, lawyer dog. It's threats that incite violence. If you're threatening my livelihood, that could cause a person to get into a fight.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm just saying he's aggressive. Don't sit there and try to defend him because you're trying to defend the person that was probably more at fault than I was. And I'm not denying what was said. I'm just denying that I wasn't the aggressor in this. All I wanted to do was get his name so I could file a complaint. So carry on. So let's go back to the. Did I not hit the play button? I must have been on the wrong. Yeah.
Give me your name.
See, just asking for his name. Now he's out in the middle of the intersection, out in a public street. If you're going to be dealing with people, they should have never put somebody that has a communication barrier there.
Go ahead and give me your name. Give your supervisor. How about that?
See?
If you give me your name, I will leave. You know you're live right now on YouTube. You're live. You're live. You're live.
You told me to go back to Africa.
No, I said you need to learn the laws. No. Yeah, you know what? Go to Africa. Come back and learn when you learn the law. No, I'm not. You're from Africa, aren't you? You're from Africa, right? I can say whatever I want to say. See, you don't know about speech.
Father.
What's that?
All right, listen. They do. Oh, that's sad. They do not like. They want to be accepted here, right?
Yeah.
And you said all you said that all he heard was go back. He didn't hear nothing else but go back to Africa.
No, I didn't even say go back. I said you need to go back to Africa.
I know what you said.
He took everything out of context, and all he heard was "go back to Africa." Those 3 words.
Go back to Africa. That's all he heard.
But yet he's over there calling me a racist, like almost like calling a cop a fascist in Kaplinski versus New Hampshire.
And you know they don't speak that well of English, right?
Uh-huh.
So he really might not have understood the rest of what you said. All he was
he just gave me a hard time. I already know he doesn't speak English very well.
Yes.
I mean, he was saying a racist, not racist, but I know what he meant. I mean, how many times did he call me that? I mean, at least 4 or 5 already that I've counted. Now, I mean, look at him. I mean, is he going to hit me with his clipboard? I mean, I was waiting for it. But watch.
You need to learn the Constitution. What's the law? You don't know the law. And you're a security guard? Come on, jackass.
And then this is where he makes that 911 call.
Called him a jackass too.
Well, he's in that soundproof little booth, and then I said jackass. But, you know, he didn't hear me call him a jackass.
Yes, he did. He held up the gang sign. Rewind it. Yes, he did. Because he held up the gang sign after you said that shit.
What's the law? You don't know the law. And you're a security guard? Come on, jackass.
No gang sign.
Right there. Come on, BT. Come on, man. You got to go with the bit.
What, the fact that he's giving me the cold shoulder? I mean,
No, when I said when you said whatever you said, right? He held up the gang sign. I know it wasn't no gang sign for real. I'm just saying when you said it, he held up his hands and started making some kind of motions with his hand. So that's what I'm
just
thinking.
coincidence. I mean, that glass is pretty quiet. I mean, I couldn't even hear him make the phone call in there.
Guys, I'm at a gate. I can't even get onto the property. He's trying to tell.
Look, I mean, look at this gate. I mean, look at the security gate, right? Look, I'll show it right here.
So he don't want to let you go in and go out around and go out.
I'm gonna pause it right here. Watch. I've dissected this video so many times, it's ridiculous.
Guys, I'm
right here. See where it says visitors stop here? That's an access point right there. Now, right beyond that, there's a black gate that's open. That gate's supposed to be closed. They're not supposed to have that open. And if you see to the left where the notepad is, that's the turnaround point right there before the gate. So if you have the black gate closed like you're supposed to, you can open the little access arm, deny me access to the community, and I can turn around and leave.
Right.
But no, he wanted to go against the driver's license policy and didn't even ask me for the driver and tell me it was policy until after my ride was canceled. There was no point of it then. All I wanted to do was leave. And then when he wanted to sit there and tell me to leave and back up and act the way he did, that's when I started asking for his name and a supervisor because, I mean, he don't belong up there. I mean,
I'm at a gate. I can't even get onto the property. He's trying to tell me to back up, which is unlawful. Try to demand my driver's license. And he's a security guard. I asked for his name and his supervisor. I had to cancel my ride. Let him call the police.
You don't understand. The front gate is powered.
That's, yeah. I mean, and then on top of that, you're an immigrant and indoctrinated. I'm going to sit there and Lawyer Dog, I'm going to just ban you from my channel because everything you do, it's like you're trying to really strike a nerve. Because first off, he didn't hear me say jackass. Just like how loud he is on that phone call, I don't hear him at all on that phone call. You see how close I am. That door is soundproof. It's that for a reason. It's that way for a reason.
So what if you did cuss? Well,
I said jackass. You know, and the thing is, I could have been saying that to my live stream. I could have been saying that to him. And if I did say it to him, he didn't hear me. He's already done walked off.
What's the problem with you cussing is my point.
I mean, because it could be considered obscene or vulgar or profane or whatever, but it's got to incite violence. I don't think calling someone a jackass. I think calling someone a jackass is worse than calling someone an asshole. So, you know,
grown, you can cuss. Cops.
I know, and it's not like I was doing it around kids or at a public school or a church or anything where it would incite violence because so many people would be offended or anything. But anyways.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm just sitting here. Look, I'm waiting for him to do his little 911 call. I'm sitting there talking to whatever. He gets off the phone. If you notice, I'm just still sitting there holding the phone, waiting for him to open the control arm so I can leave. Or give me his name so I can call Securitas and file a complaint or call a supervisor. And I'll be more than happy to talk to the supervisor. Go ahead.
Oh, he in there trying to find the law. Look at him flicking through the book.
I know. It was bad because like the police weren't showing up fast enough for him. I guess I don't know. I mean, and then right here, watch.
Shit. Little Karen, little crybaby. Little crybaby.
See, now there's a car behind me, right? You see how that car's behind me? Sly, are you there? You're muted if you are.
Yes, I'm watching.
You see that car behind me? How am I supposed to back up and leave?
Right.
That's what that little control arm access is for.
Well, he kind of wanted, after he got his little feelings hurt, he's hoping the cops come and beat you up.
Maybe. Maybe they want to see the poor little white guy in the Tesla get beat up. I don't know. But, I mean, look, I'm just sitting here quietly filming. I mean, I'm not even saying anything. You can't even hear him, really.
Best education.
Baby, give me your name, and that's it. I'll leave. You wanted my driver's license information, but yet I can't get your name? Cry, baby.
See, and he doesn't really say anything to me after. I mean, he just decided to start ignoring me, I think, after this point, which is fine.
But the cops, right?
Well, they showed up like an hour and a half later.
Phone's ringing, neglecting your duties.
See, and he locked the thing. It's soundproof in there. But
then I would
then,
leave.
So watch. Then here comes the president of the HOA, right? Now listen to all this. This is the second guy that called. You didn't hear the phone call.
The problem is this guy's attitude, sir.
Okay.
And it's the only reason I started recording. Stop.
Are you here to see someone?
I was, until I canceled the ride because he failed to call the customer. I had to call him twice and let him know that he was refusing access.
Okay.
And then he started demanding my driver's license. I told him I wasn't going to give him the information. And then I requested his name so I could report him to a supervisor with his attitude.
Okay.
Then he told me he wanted me to leave, which is fine. I'd be more than happy to leave, but I was not going to back up with this busy intersection with it being wet. Okay, I just asked him to open the bar. I would easily make a U-turn and I would leave. Okay,
but then that gives you access to our neighborhood, and
that would be going through the gate, sir.
No, well, we're not going to bother closing that gate. How about this?
Okay,
so we're not going to bother closing the gate that they're supposed to have closed. So what does that mean? You're not following your own policies, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Now him and I. Let me back it up. Like, where are we at? 12:23. Okay, so let me back it up right here, just so that way we don't miss this.
But then that gives you access to our neighborhood, and
that would be going through the gate, sir.
No, well, we're not going to bother closing that gate. How about this?
Okay, there's utility box. Is there some sort of compromise? Because you seem like a calm and rational.
Yeah, well, why don't I watch this intersection as you back?
And that would be fine, sir. Can I get his name so I can at least call and report it to his supervisor?
I'll deal with that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yep. That's all I was asking. That's how easy it is.
Wow, how calm was that? Really, Sly?
And is he the supervisor or
He's the president of the HOA?
Okay. And they hired a security.
They hired outside security company Securitas to employ this knucklehead. Okay, now watch.
I don't want you back behind my car. Get away from my car, sir.
And that was me telling him to get the African guy to get out from behind the car. I didn't want to hit him. I didn't want him to have any reasons to kick the car, get hit by the car. And now the president's got me stopped because there's traffic. That's why I didn't want to back up.
It was unsafe.
Yeah, that's how long
I just have one other question, sir. Now,
but see, that's how long I stayed in the middle of the intersection while he was trying to stop traffic.
He was on the phone and he threatened to call the police. I need to know, did he call the police? Because if he did, I'm going to park right here and wait for them. I'm not going to act like I'm running because I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but they're not going to assume you're running.
No, did he call them though? I need to know.
Yeah. Did he call the police? Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to park right here out of the way and I'm going to wait for him.
Okay, sounds great.
He said, great, sounds great.
I am live streaming on YouTube. I do police encounters, so when actually they show up, he's not gonna look good. No, you called the police, so now I've got to stay.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's actually not accurate.
Yeah, that is correct. The call's been done. I'm not gonna run.
I would, if I were you, I would just go earn more money today.
No, sir. I'm earning money right now. This live stream's costing me getting me money here, so.
We're gonna cancel the call and go.
I won't buy that. I'll be.
He said, I'll cancel the call. How many times have you known for a 911 call to be canceled? They always show up.
Yes.
They are required to show up on a 911. If there's a 911 hang up, what do they got to do? They got to show up.
Yep.
Even if you accidentally, or you said you accidentally, because you might be under duress. They don't know.
Yeah, they gotta show up. They'll tell you that they have to show up.
Yep. So I wasn't gonna run. I wasn't gonna look guilty. So I stayed.
I'm gonna wait for him, sir.
But see, that's what I mean
That's
about.
right, sir.
I'm sorry. Let me pause that. Go ahead.
That's what I mean about the dispatch, right?
Yeah.
Like, why don't they just say like, well, where is he at? Well, what is he doing, or whatever. Well, if he's not breaking no laws, like, we don't need to send nobody out there.
Right. But now look, my car's moved out of their lane, right? It's off their property, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now watch.
I still want his name though, because I'm going to be lodging a complaint with Securitas. Your security guards should be better off, and then they should be calling your residents when they order for an Uber instead of giving people that are coming in to pick them up who have to go to the airport with severe attitudes. That's the. Why do you care about my dog, sir?
See,
now you're not being rational. Now you're just being a bootlegger.
What did he say about your dog?
He said, I don't know why you bringing your dog with you. I always bring my dog. I've been bringing my dog for 2.5 years Ubering. Guess what? If you have a problem with it, you don't got to ride. Uber says I can bring my dog. He's an emotional support animal. So maybe he should have asked that question before he just started being, hostile again. He's hostile because now I'm sitting on a sidewalk. Look where I'm sitting.
See, that says no trespassing up to that point. See, that's you.
See, no trespassing, no unauthorized person. So up to that point, I should be good, right? Look at that black gate. That's actually the subdivision back there. But
he said he's not going to close.
But that sign you see is right at the access gate point where the little arm goes up and down.
Okay.
So I never even get near that thing.
That's no trespassing sign there. This is a utility box.
Which means utility easement on a sidewalk. And here I sit for, so another hour and 15 minutes. Now he makes a phone call and says the nuisance has escalated now because he called me a nuisance, right? Now watch.
No, because you wanted to open your mouth and say something to me?
Now watch. Here we go. This is the only time where he claims it escalated. Now, I don't say anything to anybody but my little live stream. I'm not saying anything to walking by. I'm not saying anything to the cars going by because no one's engaging with me. I have nothing to say to anybody unless they engage with me because it's a defensive mechanism. And here we go. I think it's going to happen right here. This guy starts screaming at me from his car.
Filming you right now because you wanted to open your mouth and say something to me? Public sidewalks are utility boxes, city property. So if you want to go and pull the little. I do with you now. You're. Actually, up until that no trespassing sign, sir, I got nothing. Why don't you just shut your mouth? Shut your mouth, bootlicker. Shut your mouth, bootlicker. Go on about your day. Just be quiet. Go drive your $90,000 Yukon. Keep going. Keep going. Drive your $90,000 Yukon and keep going.
Waiting for Sly Shy to come back in here. Hang on. Come on, guys. Help out. Donate to the cause. Cash App, PayPal. Need y'all's help. Come on. Anybody that can help out. There she is.
I pushed the back button.
Were you able to still hear what was going on? You're muted again.
Yeah. I was watching. I had
okay. So you saw how that guy approached me and I like, you bootlicker, that $90,000 Yukon.
Yeah.
It's actually probably worth more, but
Republicans, bootlickers, go on, Republican. Yes, sir. Yep, I said you're a bootlicker. I bet you love the cops, huh? First Amendment, right? Go on, move on. If he want to roll down his window, I'd have never said a word to him. You called the cops, he fucked up.
Oh, I did cuss once right there.
Shh, tell nobody.
That's our policy. Now just move on.
He never showed the policy to me. Okay, well, you guys called the cops, so your question is, why am I still here? Because you called the cops.
Okay, see how he's irate and I'm talking calmly still?
Yep.
So I'm waiting for him, so he don't. Oh, so now it's about content. No, I don't want him lying. He's a liar. Doesn't matter, he's a liar. How about you go about yours? Right, protecting my community from people like him, you, and bad cops. Do I not live in Fort Worth? I'm not in your neighborhood. No.
See, he's saying his neighborhood. First off, he don't own the neighborhood. Second, I'm not inside the gates. And he admits that on the 911 call that I'm not in his subdivision. He needs to get these facts straight.
Oh, I won't just go away. Bootlicker.
But see how I'm standing in the archway?
Yeah.
So I'm even keeping a really good distance from that no trespassing sign.
You know, the more they come out here talking, the more they make it worse. You know they realize that, right?
They know you're live. They knew you was live. They wanted to be YouTube famous.
That's right. So basically, we just have more of this. Nobody else says a word to me. He goes in and calls 911 some more. But you hear how I comment like this right here, like the Amazon guy, right? The Amazon, look, that person didn't get hit for ID. The Amazon person didn't get hit for ID. That's what I was filming too. That's why I zoomed in. Where's the ID at?
Okay.
She's got her headphones on, just bobbing and weaving. And she's giving him the address because she's delivering an Amazon package. And off she goes. Did you see it? Did you see her hand an ID off?
And he didn't even get her driver's license.
See?
So
I
that's
even
what it
pointed that
started
out.
with. He just let her go by with no driver's license, but yeah, he wanted my driver's license.
Yo, he was giving you a hard time.
Pose? Pose.
See, he's taking a picture of me at this point.
Which one you want? I gave him the bird. I gave him the deuces. I gave him the hand right to the nuts.
You crazy.
Well, you wanted me to pose, so I posed for him. But I mean, it just goes on. There's like nothing that goes on this whole time, like through this whole video, except for me just standing there. I'm going through the. I mean, I'm skipping along at this point. There's just nobody.
Rami, you may have to call for a pizza at this rate.
But see how I'm still standing in between the archway. I'm zooming in. I'm watching them.
Yeah,
That's
they're
all I'm
panicking
doing.
because if he lied and said he called the cops to scare me, that was the worst mistake he could have done. He just said, he said, no, I didn't call the cops, and I would have left. Because I thought he was trying to de-escalate everything.
They be hoping the cops come and do
There's
something.
the fire starter right there. Let's get a good shot. Let's get a good shot.
I mean, nothing until like right about.
That's what happens when you're. Here we go.
And then here comes the cops showing up.
Here we
Look
go.
how long it took them. An hour and 23 minutes from the time I started the live. For a disturbance, why did it take the cops an hour, 3 calls and an hour and a half later?
Because he had to call 3 times. That's the only reason they showed up.
So was it an immediate breach of peace if it took them an hour and a half to get there?
No.
They showed up.
And then watch, they let this guy go through.
Hey, make sure your body camera's on, officer, so I get this body cam footage and hear what they're lying to you about.
But look where I'm at the whole time. I stayed on that sidewalk. And then you can just see how angry this guy is. I mean, look, he drove all the way around through the community instead of to the turnaround point because the president of HOA. But see where I'm standing now? I'm back on this side.
Okay.
I mean, look at this little munchkin. He was angry when he got there.
You called him a munchkin?
Yeah, look how small he is. He's a little munchkin.
You got your body camera rolling, sir? You got your body camera rolling?
Officer Munchkin.
He
He's
walked
already
like,
mad at me.
he walked like Patrick.
Because I'm going to pull that. I want to see what lies they tell you.
But see how I'm on this side right now?
Don't mute the mic.
He does look like a munchkin.
He is. He was tiny, man. He was like 5'6", 5'3", something like that. I mean, watch how he walks over to me. It's like the
You coming to talk? You coming to talk to me now? Okay.
You ever watch the
before we get started, per your policy of 703, can you go ahead and identify yourself, please? Okay. Thank you, sir. So what did they tell you?
So they're saying that you're refusing to leave.
I'm not on their property. No trespassing. That's a public utility box. So you can't own a public street. You own beyond the gate, and you put even a sign up here. I'm refusing ID, sir. If they want me to leave now, here, if you want to hear what happened, okay. I was up here. They demanded ID from backing up behind me.
My curiosity is in.
And this is where he escalates it.
Because he had already called the cops. Now there's a second gentleman who's now smiling over there, thinking you're going to arrest me or do something. He came up and he started to defuse the whole situation. No problem. I was getting ready to leave, but then I asked, "Did you call the cops?" Confirm with security guard, yes. So I stayed away. So I've been here, I don't know, hour and 15, 20 minutes waiting for you guys. So I would have been gone an hour and a half ago. This would have never escalated, but
I guess why didn't you leave an hour and a half ago?
because they called the cops.
Right. So now we're out here. Now we have to do
Now that you're out here, now you're having to deal with. I wasn't going to run and believe whatever they told you. But if first off, sir, public utility, I've never crossed the threshold of that gate. I've never entered their property. He did assist me backing up into the street, which is why I'm parked over there now. But see that gate? I never entered their property.
why is this an issue?
Because you're here. You're asking why it's an issue. Obviously, you're here. So if you like,
You understand that you're the issue.
I'm not the issue. I was filming. That's the issue. You guys have a problem with First Amendment. Then if you want to give me your CAD number with a card, I'll be more than happy to leave.
Okay, now Sly, you just heard that, right?
Yes.
What did I just say?
You said you give you the CAD number and you'll be happy to leave.
And what did he ask me right before that?
That part I didn't hear.
To leave, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't that enough compromise right there?
Yeah, that you wanted to de-escalate and go.
Yeah. I didn't want them to believe whatever and got stopped down the road is basically what I was hinting at. But now that they're here, now that they've dealt with it, now that I'm here, give me the CAD number and I'll be on my way. And it should have been it. He should have walked me to his patrol car and gotten the little freaking incident number for me, the CAD number, and I would have been on my way. But no, Officer Munchkin doesn't like how tall I am and doesn't like a camera at him. So,
What issue am I causing, sir?
Because you were refusing to leave the premises, and now we're out here.
My car is over there, and I'm not on the premises. I'm not on the premise. Sir, you see that no trespassing sign? Okay, no trespassing. I'm not no unauthorized person. I'm on a public sidewalk. I'm being a pain. You're being unprofessional. 703 conduct of your policy. So do me a favor. Would you?
okay, now he just threatened to throw me in the back of his car.
Yeah.
He just threatened me with violence, and he just threatened to kidnap me.
That's because you're bigger than him.
I know. He's trying to get everything he can on me. Now watch what I do here. You think I'm going to compromise some more, right? Here, compromise, because he threatened me with violence, right?
Okay, look. I'm off the property, right? But you're violating my First Amendment. You are. What did I just tell you?
He was violating my First Amendment right to assemble on that sidewalk and film. So all I asked was for the CAD number. He could have locked me over. Now watch. I just told him again. I asked you for the CAD number.
I told you if you give me your CAD number. Hold on. I told you if you give me your CAD number, sir, don't turn this off. Sir, get your supervisor. Okay, I'm going in handcuffs. I'm live streaming. I'm not resisting. I just told you to give me a CAD number, I would leave. I'm on a public sidewalk, sir.
Put your hands on your belly.
Okay, don't turn off my camera. Just upload.
Now, tell me that wasn't like an unlawful arrest right there.
That was definitely an unlawful arrest because he ain't give you a chance to do nothing. You moved off the property, you moved away. So what did you do wrong?
I complied.
Same with Billy.
And asked for him to give me a CAD number, and I would be more than happy to leave. I backed up even when he said to, So, and then on the halfway across the street, he lifts my arm up.
Yeah.
And I tell him, I yell on camera like, "Hey, you're lifting my arm up, man. You're hurting me. Stop it." The little guy kept lifting my arm. There was no reason for a little guy to try to lift my shoulder all the way up.
That's what they trained to do, yo. They trained to hurt you.
And you know what the funny thing is? When he put those, you heard me say I'm not resisting, right?
Yeah.
Now watch. You see the rest of this, how my camera doesn't.
Let me put it in my pocket.
Right? You saw how steady it was, right?
Yeah.
He put the handcuffs on backwards. He tightened them down and never double locked them.
Okay.
Which caused though I have it. I think I have it. Oh, yeah, I have the flash drive. I have the flash drive plugged in. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Present slides PDF. Oh, I don't know if I can do it this way from my computer.
Did you show the boat thing?
What's that?
The boat thing up top with the kids and stuff. Did you show that?
No, why?
Yo, somebody showed that yesterday, or I think it was Brian. Might have been Here's the Deal. Yeah, it was Here's the Deal.
I've seen that on some other channel. Yeah, it won't let me. For some reason, it won't let me show that because I've got it. It's not a PDF file. Holy Ev, is there still? Yes, it's because I need some money. Will J Rockstar, waiting for those donations to come in. I'm gonna go all night if I have to.
Oh, you ain't holding me hostage, Negro.
No, I didn't say I was gonna hold you hostage. I ain't the police. I know what it feels like to be held hostage. Shit.
Yo, Toe and Burner used to do that to me all the time. Yo,
who did?
Slow Burner and Toe for Life. They used to get me up on their panel, and they would just oh Slide, we'll be right back. No fuck are y'all going?
Just slip your punches. There you go. I'm on here as long as I am. Trying to make money, guys. I gotta make some money, man. I gotta pay the bills since I ain't working over because of this incident. I lost my job, so I'm doing this full time, and I'm trying to get money for records and everything else. So I mean, shit, I'm just trying to get money in. But anyway, yeah, I didn't even expect to be 8 hours in at this point. I mean, shit.
Me neither. Yo,
I brought you up. I brought Jonesy up. I brought Lawyer Dog up. I think we're at the 2 hour mark, and you guys just kept going on. And Carolina came up, so y'all just kept going on and on. I was just letting y'all do it.
Yeah, because man, he was confusing me.
Look at that, Will J Rockstar with a $20 Venmo donation.
All right.
See, he can't believe I've been on this long. I was gonna do a second live, but shit, I think I just ran into the second live.
But Lawyer Dog kept like, he
moving the goalpost. It sure did.
He kept reeling us in.
You know what? Besides the frauditor channels and him, nobody else has called me a racist. I think that's because everybody else listened to the words.
A lot of people, I noticed on the internet, a lot of people really don't listen. They don't really, even with the comments, they don't really read them right. You know what I mean?
No, they don't. I mean, you take everything out of context, you only hear what you want to hear.
Yeah, just like Dude did. He only heard go back to Africa. Even though you said more, he didn't hear more. He heard go back to Africa. And that was
I said a couple words before I said it.
He didn't hear that. See, the security don't like y'all challenging them, right?
Oh, I got plenty of security videos for tyrants. Yeah, trust me, they don't like to.
Yeah, they don't like y'all challenging them because they're not cops, so they can't really do anything to you. And then when you challenge them, it makes them mad. It triggers them.
Oh, they always get triggered. I've got plenty of videos of them getting triggered and calling 911. If you go to my shorts, that's where all my I put the best of the security guard videos like on there. They're all like 60-second shorts of all these security guards. But I think I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna let you go. I got some things I got to do. I didn't realize I was gonna be on this long though. But I do appreciate that, Will J Rockstar. Appreciate you. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna get off here because I gotta make a phone call. I gotta help somebody with their case.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to
entertain.
Yeah.
Do I not entertain?
Yes. I'm
gladiator.
And like I said, it's been almost a year. Next week, last time I was on a panel was January 6th on my birthday.
Well, you're more than welcome to come up anytime you want. Put your 2 cents in. I love it.
I appreciate that.
I love it when people come up on the panels because it gives me more to talk. I don't like talking about myself. It's like I know people get bored watching videos and stuff.
Yeah.
But I know when there's like a back and forth and a little bit of drama going on, and I got to intervene, people love that shit.
Well, the one thing I don't do, and that's what I shot. That's why I haven't been on panels in almost a year. I don't do the drama.
No, that's why I jump in when it starts getting too little.
You start calling names and all that kind of stuff. I gotta go.
I try to stop it and intervene before it gets to that point. But when they go, no, I don't like your point. Your point, oh, you're moving the goalpost. That's kind of like the stuff people like to hear. And then once I start seeing somebody getting upset, it's like, okay, I got to intervene here for a second.
Yeah, yeah. But he Lawyer Dog, he was all right. You know what I mean? I can do a good back and forth.
I think who you'd be great with is Brick Jonesy, because he thinks like the how you said it, God's law, or we call it natural law.
Natural law, yeah. Well,
yeah,
I use God with everything.
he's a big natural law kind of guy. I mean, he's a big religious guy too. It's just you know, I think that's something that if you did a panel with him, that even if you did a panel with him on his channel or him over on your channel, I think that would be good for you guys, because you guys have a lot in common to talk about. It'd be really good conversation.
Yeah.
And you might catch him right now if I go over here to Resla. I bet you he's over at Resla's channel right now.
Who?
Did you not watch Resla?
No.
He's a black gentleman who doesn't really like to get into the whole bunch of drama. But some people, for some reason, like to bring drama to his channel. He's only got 601 subscribers. I mean, he very well articulated when it comes to speech, very respectful. He's just, it's like,
do they talk about though? See, that's
he puts up different topics. Like right now it's like episode 96. City bans homeless in subways, so he's probably talking about that homeless situation that happened. But yeah, I see Brick Jones. Oh, he's even got Finkel. I can't stand Finkel. Finkel can't stand me. He's up on that panel.
I tried to check out Finkel, but I kind of didn't really.
He's a douche. I can't stand him.
Yeah, that panel. I mean, that drama stuff. I just can't do.
But what I will do is I'll do this. I'll drop Wrestler's link in the chat if you want to go check him out. You don't have to, but Brick's over there. But I think Wrestler's very respectful. He's very calm, and he just calls out the bullshit when he hears it or sees it.
Is he open-minded?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's very open-minded.
That's the kind of people I like talking to. Open-minded people that, they don't just have one track mind, one way. You know what I mean?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, open-minded people are people that you can have a conversation with. When they're closed-minded, it just leads to arguments and people getting angry and calling people names and.
Yeah, I can't do that. I had to straighten somebody out on Facebook. Like, I'm in this group and somebody had an electrical problem. So I put in my little 2 cents, nothing edged in stone. I'm not no electrician, but I know a couple of things that you can check. And somebody was like, well, so-and-so is a licensed electrician. What kind of papers do you have? Like, yo, you better back the fuck up off of me, yo.
Right? Here, I got one thing to say before you go.
Go ahead.
And you will respect my authority.
Yeah, right. So I can't help myself. And you hear how the guy says, yeah, right. That's how I am when the cops say that to me too.
Brian says that a lot too. Brian, here's the deal. He says it sometime too.
That's because they all steal it from South Park, but I used respect my authority.
Yeah. But
I'm gonna get out of here. I know you gotta go, so
thank you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate the chat as well for even putting up with us.
More so me. But I will see you guys on the next live stream. So
all right. And if you guys come up and you're having some good conversation, I'll join.
All right, we'll do. I'll see you on the next live stream. Slide, just hit me up.
All right, have a good one here.
All right, later, everyone's.